Chapter 882. The spirit fruit in Yang Ling's hand was purplish-black in color. It was surrounded by a faint halo and emitted a pleasant fragrance. The fragrance entered Duan Lingtian's body through his nose, causing the origin energy in his meridians to become restless. Even the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill became restless as well. It seemed to be resonating with it, but it was not repelling it. Although the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill repelled the heaven and earth origin energy that was accumulated in the origin energy, it did not repel the medicinal efficacy of the spirit fruit. Although the rebirth pill was not a spirit fruit, it had the same destination as the spirit fruit. It could be considered as a family. Since it was a family, why would it repel it? Origin-enhancing fruit. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. He could not help but be pleasantly surprised. The origin-enhancing fruit was a spirit fruit used by void interpretation martial artists. Among the many spirit fruits used by void interpretation martial artists, the medicinal efficacy it contained was ranked above average. It was extremely rare. Through reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, Duan Lingtian easily found out about the origin-enhancing fruit. Even if a martial artist who has just made a breakthrough to the 5th level void interpretation consumes the origin-enhancing fruit, he'll be able to make a breakthrough to the 6th level void interpretation in a short time as long as he fully absorbs the medicinal efficacy. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly as his emotions surged. I'm only a step away from the 6th level void interpretation now. The medicinal efficacy of the origin-enhancing fruit can help me make a breakthrough easily. Not only that, with the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill, it's very likely that the bottleneck to the 7th level void interpretation will appear in my body. It was not that Duan Lingtian did not think about making a breakthrough from the peak of the 5th level void interpretation to the 7th level void interpretation, but he thought it was unrealistic. There was a watershed between the 6th level void interpretation and the 7th level void interpretation. The difference was like a chasm. Even if a martial artist who had just made a breakthrough to the 6th level void interpretation consumed the origin-enhancing fruit and fully digested the medicinal efficacy, it was impossible for him to make a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation. He would reach the peak of the 6th level void interpretation at most. Otherwise, why would it be called a watershed? For this reason, even with the help of the rebirth pill's overbearing medicinal efficacy, Duan Lingtian did not think he would be able to make a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation after consuming the origin-enhancing fruit. Because it was too difficult. Perhaps the heavens are looking out for our wood peak. When the peak master went out some time ago, he happened to come across these origin-enhancing fruits. Moreover, there were 2 of them. Yang Ling said with a smile. Originally, he was preparing to give it to Chen Wei and Luo Chen, but the appearance of Yu and Daniu made him change his mind. 2. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. One must know that a person would be extremely lucky if they could come across a high-grade spirit fruit like the origin-enhancing fruit once in their lifetime. However, the peak master of Wood Peak actually came across 2 of them at once. This luck was simply heaven-defying. Even though Samsara Emperor Wu had lived 2 lives, he had only seen one origin-enhancing fruit in his first life. And it was at a large-scale auction. One could easily imagine how rare the origin-enhancing fruit was. Cultivate well. Our Wood Peak's hopes are all on you and Daniu in the Battle of the 5 Peaks this time. Yang Ling said solemnly as he passed the origin-enhancing fruit in his hand to Duan Lingtian. Don't worry, Elder Yang. I'll definitely do my best. Duan Lingtian looked at the spirit fruit in his hand with a joyful expression as he promised Yang Ling, all right. I'll go look for Daniu now. You continue to cultivate. Yang Ling nodded and left the top floor of the 3-story pavilion. He headed to the lowest floor to look for Huang Daniu. After Yang Ling left, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate. He immediately closed the door and sat cross-legged on the bed. With this origin-enhancing fruit, I can definitely make a breakthrough to the 6th level void interpretation in a short time. At that time, I'll be able to verify the exact situation of my spiritual energy. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Duan Lingtian opened his mouth and swallowed the origin-enhancing fruit in just a few mouthfuls. In an instant, a stream of alternating hot and cold liquid flowed down his throat and into his body. It merged with all the meridians in his body, big and small. The origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body seemed to have sensed something and began to stir. After it merged with the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill, it welcomed the alternating hot and cold liquid. Boom! 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 In Duan Lingtian's meridians, the origin energy and the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill finally collided with the medicinal efficacy of the origin-enhancing fruit. As soon as they collided, the two completely merged into one. At the same time, the origin energy under the dual medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill and the origin-enhancing fruit seemed to have transformed into a runaway wild horse as it rampaged through all the meridians in Duan Lingtian's body. Pooh! Before Duan Lingtian could even react, the meridians in his body were almost torn apart by the collision. His internal organs were also injured to a certain extent. His blood surged up and forced him to spit out a mouthful of blood. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, sword dragon form. Duan Lingtian did not dare to hesitate at all. He hurriedly cultivated his mental cultivation method and gradually controlled the origin energy in his body that was like a runaway wild horse to get it on the right track. When all of the origin energy was on the right track, Duan Lingtian did not know how much time had passed. It felt like it was only a moment, but it also felt like an entire day had passed. Whoosh! The overbearing medicinal efficacy urged the origin energy to sweep out like waves after waves of stormy waves as it rushed toward the bottleneck leading to the 6th level void interpretation. It was very aggressive. Boom! A soft sound reverberated in Duan Lingtian's body. It was the vast origin energy that broke through the bottleneck leading to the 6th level void interpretation and continued to sweep out. At this instant, Duan Lingtian felt the origin energy in his body undergo a qualitative change, and it was as if he'd been reborn. 6th level void interpretation. Duan Lingtian knew that he'd broken through and smoothly broke through to the 6th level of the void interpretation. The advancement of his cultivation allowed him to possess an unprecedentedly formidable strength. Spiritual force. After he knew he'd broken through, Duan Lingtian's thoughts moved on to his spiritual force. He urged his origin energy to continue circulating according to the 9 dragons war sovereign technique sword dragon form mental cultivation method while observing his spiritual force, as he wanted to know if his spiritual force had improved. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian finally detected the situation of his spiritual force. It was even to the extent that at this moment, he could clearly sense the transformation of his spiritual force. It was a transformation that was like his origin energy being reborn, and it had improved by an entire level. Spiritual force. 7th level of the void interpretation stage. When he detected the level of his spiritual force after its transformation, Duan Lingtian was extremely excited. At this moment, he felt as if he possessed the entire world. Excitement and satisfaction swept out from his soul and spread to his entire body in just a blink of an eye. He'd broken through. He'd finally broken through. The after-effects that the Devil Seal tablet had given him previously only forcefully reduced the gap between his cultivation base and spiritual force to 1 level. His cultivation base was now at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage. His spiritual force was now at the 7th level of the void interpretation stage. Duan Lingtian was extremely excited. He was truly excited. This feeling of regaining what he'd lost made him want to open his throat and shout, "Awesome!" The origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body continued to surge under the dual medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill and the origin-enhancing fruit. It continued to circulate according to the mental cultivation method of the seventh form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Sword Dragon form. His cultivation base continued to improve. At the lowest floor of the three-story pavilion where Duan Lingtian was, Huang Daniu, who was also sitting cross-legged in his room to cultivate, suddenly opened his eyes. I've broken through. 6th level void interpretation stage. Huang Daniu's face was filled with ecstasy. He clenched his fists tightly. The moment his origin energy raged, the heaven and earth phenomenon above his head began to form. There was a total of 80 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. They were extremely lifelike. I still have more than half of the medicinal efficacy left. If I can break through to the 7th level of the void interpretation stage in one go, I won't be afraid even if I encounter Hu Fei on the ground, even if I use my spirit weapon. When the time comes, I will definitely avenge Elder Yang. Huang Daniu took a deep breath and closed his eyes again. He continued to cultivate and quickly digested the medicinal efficacy of the origin-enhancing fruit that was circulating his origin energy in his body. Gold Peak. It was the first peak of the Five-Element sect. It was also the main peak that was personally controlled by the sect leader of the Five-Element sect. Ever since the establishment of the Five-Element sect, it had been the absolute overlord of the Five Peaks. Of course, the reason why Gold Peak was strong was not only because there were many powerhouses there. The sect leader of the Five-Element sect was there as well. The main reason was because the legacy of the younger generation in Gold Peak was the most outstanding among all the peaks in the Five-Element sect. On a vast platform halfway up Gold Peak, there was a stream of people. Many Gold Peak disciples were sparring with each other on the platform. The battle was like a raging fire. It was a scene of bustling activity. This was the battle platform of Gold Peak. As long as one was a Gold Peak disciple, they would come here to improve themselves through actual combat after their cultivation. Suddenly, two figures came from afar. It was as though they had transformed into two bolts of lightning. In just a moment, they appeared above the vast platform and stood in the air. They were two young men who were about 30 years old. They were handsome and elegant. The most eye-catching thing was, the two of them actually looked exactly the same. If it was not for the fact that their attire and clothes were different, nobody would be able to recognize them at first glance. The blue-clad young man stood there with a blank expression on his face. His eyes were cold and dull. The red-clad young man stood there and looked at the bustling scene on the vast platform with great interest. He smiled and said, "Second brother, look. The martial spirit of our Gold Peak is still as strong as before. It's far from what the other four peaks can compare to." Humph. Unlike the red-clad young man who was cheerful and active, the blue-clad young man's expression remained unchanged as he snorted coolly. It was as though he was saying to the red-clad young man, "I'm your big brother." When the red-clad young man saw the blue-clad young man's expression, he naturally guessed his thoughts. However, he was not bothered by it. Or perhaps, he had already gotten used to it. Ever since they were sensible, they had never really distinguished who was superior. He did not accept him as his big brother, and he did not accept him as his big brother either. Chapter 883. It's Senior Brother Chen and Senior Brother Yi. On the vast platform, someone cried out in alarm. At once, all of the Gold Peak's disciples on the platform, including those who were sparring, stopped what they were doing and raised their heads to look at the two young men in the sky. At this moment, there was a faint trace of respect that came from the bottom of their hearts in their eyes. The twin brothers in front of them were the strongest among the younger generation of Gold Peak. They were also the direct disciples of the Peak Master of Gold Peak, who was also the sect leader of Five-Element sect. Senior Brother Chen. Senior Brother Yi. Senior Brother Yi. Senior Brother Chen. All of the Gold Peak's disciples greeted the two young men respectfully in unison. The red-clad young man who was addressed as Senior Brother Yi smiled and waved his hand at the crowd. He looked outgoing and easygoing. As for the blue-clad young man who was addressed as Senior Brother Chen, he stood there with an expressionless face. He was indifferent to everything around him. He was introverted and cold. However, the group of Gold Peak's disciples did not show any dissatisfaction. It was as though they were used to it. Whoosh! All of a sudden, the blue-clad young man moved and disappeared before the group of Gold Peak's disciples. The red-clad young man raised his eyebrows and smiled at the group of Gold Peak's disciples before chasing after him. Second brother, I heard that two young powerhouses came to Wood Peak a few days ago. Have you heard about it? The blue-clad young man did not reply. However, his calm eyes were undoubtedly telling the red-clad young man the answer. I also heard that Elder He Gang from Wood Peak was forced by the two young powerhouses to the point that he crippled his own cultivation base. The red-clad young man continued. The blue-clad young man still did not show any reaction. His face was expressionless as though everyone in the world owed him money. However, the red-clad young man did not feel bored or even shut his mouth because of this. He continued to talk to the blue-clad young man as though he was singing a one-man show. He was not impatient at all. Time passed by quietly. The day of the Battle of the Five Peaks was getting closer and closer. The Battle of the Five Peaks was a tradition of the Five-Element sect. It was held every 3 years, and only the younger generation of disciples from each peak were eligible to participate. In the end, the ranking of each peak would be decided according to the performance of each peak's disciples. The higher the ranking, the more cultivation resources such as origin stones, pills, and so on they would be able to obtain in the next 3 years. The lower the ranking, the lesser the cultivation resources they would obtain. Under this virtuous and vicious cycle, the gap between the 5 peaks of the Five-Element sect was very clear. Wood Peak that was ranked at the bottom 20 years ago, it was because of this setback. If the Wood Peak wanted to make a comeback, then the first step was to first escape the fate of being at the bottom, and then reclaim its former glory step by step. If it was in the past, everyone including the members of the Wood Peak would already know the outcome of the Battle of the Five Peaks before it began. Wood's Peak would definitely was peak. But this time, because of the addition of these two young experts, many unstable factors had been added to the Wood Peak. So during this period of time, the gazes of the other 4 peaks had converged onto the Wood Peak. Would those two young experts that had just joined the Wood Peak be able to allow the Wood Peak to turn over a new leaf? Peak. Squeak. The door to the room on the top floor of the 3-story building opened. A purple-clothed young man walked out and arrived in front of the pavilion's balcony. He squinted his eyes and looked at the boundless blue sky and white clouds in front of him. A smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Ling Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with excitement when he recalled the experience earlier. However, the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy is really amazing. I've only consumed a little after consuming it for such a long time. The remaining medicinal efficacy is enough to help me break through to the martial monarch stage. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Unfortunately, my current cultivation base is still too low. The speed of consumption of the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy is much slower than the spirit fruits. Duan Lingtian sighed. Due to the assistance of the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy, his cultivation speed had been constantly increasing. However, due to the restriction of his cultivation base, the speed of his cultivation was not as fast as the speed of his cultivation after consuming the spirit fruit. Just like the origin-enhancing fruit he had consumed recently. Under the influence of the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill, he had completely absorbed the medicinal efficacy in just a few days. Not only that, but the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill was also absorbed by him by the medicinal efficacy of the vitality-enhancing fruit. With my innate talent and the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill, it's impossible for others to catch up to me if they don't consume the spirit fruits. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew this was unrealistic. Perhaps I should think of a way to get more spirit fruits to aid my cultivation. In that case, not only will the medicinal efficacy of the spirit fruits help me improve my cultivation base, but I'll also be able to absorb more of the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy. As long as I have a lot of spirit fruits to consume. Who on the Cloud Continent would have a faster cultivation speed than me? Duan Lingtian believed that as long as he could obtain more spirit fruits, coupled with the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill in his body, he would be able to surpass the young powerhouses in the foreign lands who grew up eating spirit fruits. This time, after coming out of the secret treasure left behind by the martial emperor and reuniting with Tianwu and the others, it's time for me to plan my future. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, I must break through to the void transformation stage in the shortest time possible. Then, I'll get a rough map of the Cloud Continent and confirm the location of the northern desert. After that, I'll find the place where the reincarnation Emperor Wu left behind the great treasure. Elder brother Duan. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears, causing him to snap back to his senses. Without him noticing, Yi Xian had come to Duan Lingtian's side. Duan Lingtian looked over and extended his spiritual energy instinctively. He immediately noticed the changes in Yi Xian's body. Xiao Xian, why you've broken through to the 9th level nascent soul stage? Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. Almost a month ago, Yi Xian had just broken through to the 8th level nascent soul stage, yet now, she'd actually broken through once more. Yi Xian chuckled and said, Elder brother Duan, it's all thanks to you that I'm able to break through so quickly. If it wasn't for you cleansing my meridians and marrow, it would be impossible for me to possess such natural talent. It's true that I helped you improve your natural talent, but I never imagined that your improvement would be so great. Duan Lingtian sighed. Elder brother Duan, I saw you staring blankly into the distance earlier. What were you thinking about? Yi Xian asked curiously. I wasn't thinking about anything. Duan Lingtian lightly shook his head, and then he looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Xiao Xian, according to your current cultivation speed, you ought to be able to break through to the void prying stage in 3 months at most. A martial artist on Cloud Continent could only be considered a true martial artist after stepping into the void stage. Once one stepped into the void stage, one would be able to fly and roam the horizon. My goal is to break through within 2 months. Yi Xian was filled with confidence, and then she said, Elder brother Duan, I'm going back to cultivate. As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Xian left in a hurry. This girl is really impatient. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Then the Battle of the 5 Peaks ought to be starting soon, right? After returning to his senses, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. He knew that after the Battle of the 5 Peaks, he would surely become a young representative of the 5 Element sect and head to the treasure vault left behind by Emperor Wu to obtain the things the 5 Element sect needed. The 5 Element sect was one of the 3 great powers in the eastern area of the northern desert after all. Only spirit weapons at grade 2 or above, concept fragments at the 7th level or above, and the exceedingly precious profundity fragments were able to enter its eyes. Since the treasure vault was left behind by a powerhouse like Emperor Wu, there should be a lot of these things if there were no accidents. After I come out from the treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse like Emperor Wu and meet up with Tian Wu and the others, I'll leave Wood Peak and the 5 Element sect. No matter what, I'll do my best in the Battle of the 5 Peaks this time and fight for the greatest benefits for Wood Peak. In this way, I can consider it as returning the favor of the origin-enhancing fruit from the Peak Master of Wood Peak. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In the next few days, Duan Lingtian continued to cultivate. At the same time, he seriously comprehended the wind concept and thunder concept. He had even made some breakthroughs in the latter. The Battle of the Five Peaks arrived as scheduled under the anticipation of the five-element sect's disciples. There was no specific location for the Battle of the Five Peaks. It would be held directly in the sky outside the Gold Peak, the tallest peak in the five-element sect. That place allowed the disciples of each peak to do whatever they wanted. Early in the morning, the sky outside the Gold Peak was already filled with people. It was a grand scene. When Duan Lingtian, Huang Daniu, and Chen Wei arrived, they were also shocked by the scene in front of them. The sky was densely packed with people. It's Chen Wei. Chen Wei from Wood Peak. Soon, some of the disciples from the other peaks recognized Chen Wei. Chen Wei used to be one of the most outstanding disciples among the younger generation in Wood Peak. Many people knew him. That purple-clad young man and that tall young man next to Chen Wei seemed to be unfamiliar. Many people noticed Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu who were next to Chen Wei. Both of them. Don't tell me they're Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu? Somebody cried out in surprise. It caused the group of five-element sect's disciples in the sky to turn around and look at Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu. For a moment, both of them became the center of attention. They're the two young powerhouses that Wood Peak took in not long ago. It's said that when they just arrived at Wood Peak, they killed Luo Chen from Wood Peak and even forced Luo Chen's master, He Gang, to cripple his own cultivation. He Gang is a top-ranked elder in the Wood Peak, and his cultivation is at the 6th level of the Void Transformation stage. For the sake of giving these two people an explanation and making them stay in the Wood Peak, he was willing to sacrifice his cultivation. From this, it can be seen that Elder He Gang is very confident in their strength. I'd like to see if Wood Peak can change its fate of being at the bottom in today's Battle of the Five Peaks. Chapter 884. Duan Lingtian was already used to being the center of attention, so he did not mind at all. However, Huang Daniu was different. When had he ever seen such a scene before? At once, he could not help but frown. It was not until Duan Lingtian and the other two moved to the side that the sudden arrival of a person caught everyone's attention. Hu Fei. It's Hu Fei. The direct disciple of the Peak Master of Fire Peak, Hu Fei. A young man dressed in a fiery red long robe flew in the air from afar. He was alone and looked extremely arrogant. He did not seem to make any movements, but the fiery red long robe on his body fluttered like a ball of blazing flame. In just a short while, he arrived at the empty space at the side. Subsequently, Hu Fei, who was hovering in the air, began to close his eyes to rest. At this moment, it seemed like he did not notice the gazes that were on him at all. He stood there by himself as if he was deaf to everything around him. He's Hu Fei? Huang Daniu's face turned grave as he glared at the red-clad young man in the distance with a murderous gleam in his eyes. The origin energy in his body stirred as he took a step forward, ready to beat the man up. Daniu. Chen Wei's eyes were sharp as he stopped Huang Daniu. He said with a fearful expression, "I just received news 2 days ago. This Hu Fei has already broken through to the 7th level void interpretation." 7th level void interpretation. These 5 short words caused Huang Daniu's face to turn grave. His legs felt like they were filled with lead, and he could not move at all. Although he had broken through to the 6th level void interpretation, he still did not have the confidence to fight a 7th level void interpretation martial artist. Although there was only a difference of 1 level between the 6th level void interpretation and the 7th level void interpretation, the gap between them was like a chasm. This was because there was an insurmountable divide between the two. There was a difference of 20 ancient horn dragon strength between the two. Moreover, this was under the premise that they did not use any spirit weapons. If both of them used spirit weapons, the 7th level void interpretation would not only have an advantage of 20 ancient horn dragon strength compared to the 6th level void interpretation, it would have an advantage of 30 ancient horn dragon strength instead. Dainyu, you really want to beat him up? Duan Lingtian, who had been standing quietly at the side, asked Huang Dainyu with a cold glint in his eyes. Of course. Huang Dainyu nodded without any hesitation. He really wanted to rush up and give this kind of ungrateful person 2 slaps to teach him how to behave properly. Then come with me. Duan Lingtian smiled. He stepped into the air and headed straight for Hu Fei, who was resting with his eyes closed. Duan Lingtian, hearing Duan Lingtian's words and seeing Duan Lingtian flying out with incomparable confidence, Chen Wei, who had just reacted, was stunned. He did not know where Duan Lingtian got his confidence from. According to his understanding of Duan Lingtian, when he faced the 7th level Void Interpretation Stage bandit leader that day, Duan Lingtian seemed to be helpless. At that time, his innate ability was obviously useless against a 7th level Void Interpretation Stage martial artist. However, now that Duan Lingtian knew Hu Fei was a 7th level Void Interpretation Stage martial artist, he still dashed up to Hu Fei. Moreover, he was exuding confidence from head to toe. Could it be that he has made a breakthrough? Chen Wei's eyes widened in shock. All right. When Huang Dainyu heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was stunned for a moment before he hastily followed them. He knew Duan Lingtian had consumed the origin-enhancing fruit. In his opinion, since he had made a breakthrough, Duan Lingtian must have made a breakthrough as well. It seems like there's going to be a good show today. When Chen Wei saw Duan Lingtian and Hu Fei flying away, he smiled faintly and followed them. Yang Ling was his senior uncle. In the past, Hu Fei could be considered as his senior brother. However, the moment Hu Fei betrayed his senior uncle and joined the Peak Master of Wood Peak, he no longer treated Hu Fei as his senior brother. In fact, there were countless times when he wished he had the strength to defeat Hu Fei. In that case, he would be able to avenge his senior uncle and teach this ungrateful wretch a lesson. Now that there was someone who could help him realize his dream, he felt happy from the bottom of his heart. Duan Lingtian and the other 2 flew towards Hu Fei. In just a moment, they hovered in the air not far away from Hu Fei. They were only 100 meters away from him. Their actions naturally attracted the attention of the others. What are they trying to do? 10 years ago, Hu Fei betrayed Wood Peak and joined Fire Peak. Don't tell me Duan Lingtian and the other 2 are trying to clean up the mess for Wood Peak? It's possible. But are they a match for Hu Fei? As far as I know, Hu Fei has already made a breakthrough to the 7th level Void Interpretation Stage a few days ago. Many people discussed among themselves. Someone even revealed that Hu Fei had already made a breakthrough to the 7th level Void Interpretation Stage. For a moment, the scene was in an uproar. What? Hu Fei has already made a breakthrough to the 7th level Void Interpretation Stage. No way. He made another breakthrough so quickly. No wonder the Peak Master of Fire Peak would try to poach him to Fire Peak at all costs 10 years ago. As it turns out, his innate talent is so strong. 7th level Void Interpretation Stage. Doesn't that mean his strength is on par with Brother Nangong from Gold Peak? Brother Nangong is only at the 7th level Void Interpretation Stage as well. The group of 5 Element Sect's disciples discussed among themselves. Their faces were filled with astonishment. Hu Fei had actually made a breakthrough to the 7th level Void Interpretation Stage. This was a shocking piece of news. In fact, in the past, among the younger generation of 5 Element Sect, only Nangong and Brother Nangong from Gold Peak had made a breakthrough to the 7th level Void Interpretation Stage. Now, there was a third person. It was Hu Fei, the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Fire Peak. Perhaps it was because he heard the discussions in the surroundings that were related to the Wood Peak. Hu Fei, who had been resting with his eyes closed, finally opened his eyes slowly. His calm gaze immediately locked onto Duan Lingtian and the other two who were 100 meters away. Junior brother Chen Wei. Hu Fei's gaze swept past Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu before it landed on Chen Wei. He opened his mouth and greeted him nonchalantly. Humph. However, in the face of Hu Fei taking the initiative to greet him, Chen Wei did not care at all. He said sarcastically, "In my eyes, the senior brother Hu Fei from the past is already dead. As for you, the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Fire Peak, Chen Wei, dare not claim connections with you. So, you should just call me by my name." It was obvious that Chen Wei was mocking Hu Fei for betraying Yang Ling and Wood Peak. Upon hearing Chen Wei's sarcasm, Hu Fei's face turned grave. His tone turned cold. "Chen Wei, I really don't know where you get your courage from to actually dare to talk to me like this." Huh. As expected of the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Fire Peak. What an imposing manner. Chen Wei continued to mock him. Put aside the fact that he believed that Duan Lingtian could deal with Hu Fei, even if Duan Lingtian could not, he would still not be able to hold himself back from scolding Hu Fei when he faced him head-on. All of this was because he looked down on this ingrate Hu Fei from the bottom of his heart. Seeing that Chen Wei still dared to take a yard after taking an inch, Hu Fei's eyes shot out two cold lights, and his voice was low and indifferent. "Chen Wei, you can't be thinking that the two pieces of trash beside you can stop me, right?" Trash? Horror dawned on Huang Daniu's face. It did not cross his mind that Hu Fei would scold him and Duan Lingtian as trash the moment he opened his mouth. One must know that he did not have any interaction with Hu Fei before this. In an instant, Huang Daniu was filled with rage. His eyes gleamed with a chilling gleam. "Stop you?" Just when all the five-element sect's disciples present had their eyes on Duan Lingtian and the other two, Duan Lingtian took a step forward and looked at Hu Fei indifferently. "Do you deserve it?" Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly. "Do you deserve it?" Duan Lingtian's voice was not loud, but it was filled with origin energy. It entered the ears of everyone present, causing the group of five-element sect's disciples present to be stunned. This Duan Lingtian. Is he crazy? How dare he provoke Hu Fei like this? Is he seeking death? This Duan Lingtian is really bold. How dare he provoke Hu Fei? Among the younger generation in our five-element sect, I'm afraid only the two brothers, Nangong from Gold Peak, are not afraid of Hu Fei, right? I have to say that I admire this Duan Lingtian's courage. However, he's definitely going to be in trouble. That's for sure. In the past 10 years, those who dared to speak ill of Hu Fei behind his back did not have a good ending. Many of them even went missing because of it. Most likely, they were killed by Hu Fei and had their corpses destroyed. Each and every one of the five-element sect's disciples looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of pity in their eyes. Although they knew that Duan Lingtian was quite strong, they did not dare to underestimate him. After seeing Duan Lingtian in person today, they faintly realized something. This young man who looked like he was only 25 years old was definitely not a match for Hu Fei. In fact, Hu Fei had already made a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation. He was the third person among the younger generation in the five-element sect to make a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation. In their opinion, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to be a match for Hu Fei. After hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Hu Fei was stunned. He was completely stunned. When had he ever been provoked like this in the five-element sect? Moreover, it was a young man who looked like he was only 25 years old. Based on his words, it was obvious that he did not take him seriously at all. "Boy, you're seeking death." Hu Fei was enraged. He was completely enraged. In the next moment, a cold gleam flashed across his eyes. With a flash of his body, a vast flame that shot up into the sky rose up from his body. It was as though he had transformed into a gigantic flaming beast as he pounced forward. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the gigantic flaming beast pounced toward Duan Lingtian. It opened its bloody mouth wide as though it was going to swallow Duan Lingtian whole. Many of the five-element sect's disciples could not help but close their eyes. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian would be crippled even if he did not die in the face of Hu Fei, who attacked in rage. Right now, Hu Fei had completely lost his mind. He had completely thrown the rules of the five-element sect to the back of his mind. All he could think about was killing this purple-clad young man who dared to provoke him. Humph! When Duan Lingtian saw the 180 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons in the sky above Hu Fei, who was shrouded in flames, he snorted softly and narrowed his eyes. Chapter 885. Thousand Illusions. As Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed, the spiritual energy that he had been accumulating earlier entered the soul brand in the depths of his soul and unleashed his soul skill. In an instant, the illusory space swept out and covered an area of more than 100 meters, including Hu Fei, who was charging at him. Whirlwind. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian dodged to the side. At the same time, he looked at Huang Daniu and said through voice transmission, "Daniu, do as I say now." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Hu Fei, who had transformed into a giant flaming beast, missed his target. Just when the crowd thought Hu Fei was going to attack Duan Lingtian again, they noticed Hu Fei, who was shrouded in flames, was still standing on the spot. He was looking around in a daze. In the depths of his eyes, there was a hint of fear, as if he had encountered something special. In Hu Fei's eyes, he was in a boundless desert. There was no one around him at all. Illusory space? Hu Fei's face turned grave. He could guess what he had encountered at the first moment. I didn't sense any waves of inscriptions or inscription formations. Could it be that there's a special demon beast with extraordinary talent hiding nearby and plotting against me? This was the first thought that rose in Hu Fei's mind. In his opinion, since the illusory space he was facing was not constructed by inscriptions or inscription formations, it must be constructed by spiritual energy that was similar to a soul skill. Amongst the human martial artists, only the legendary martial emperor powerhouses were capable of constructing an illusory realm with spiritual energy. Naturally, he did not think that it was Emperor Wu who was attacking him. What a joke! A powerhouse like Emperor Wu could kill him with just a thought. Why would he need to trick him like this? Therefore, it could only be a demon beast that was causing trouble in the dark. Moreover, the demon beast's spiritual energy was at least at the 7th level void interpretation. Otherwise, it would not be able to affect him. Don't, just when Hu Fei opened his mouth and was about to say, "Don't play dirty if you dare," a gust of wind suddenly attacked half of his face, causing his expression to change drastically. Pa! Just as Hu Fei reacted, half of his face received a resounding slap. His head was slapped to one side, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of broken teeth. At the same time, half of his face swelled up. The ruthlessness of the attacker was obvious. Who is it? Hu Fei, who was still in a daze from the slap, finally regained his senses after spitting out some broken teeth. His expression was gloomy, and the flames on his body surged once again. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, Hu Fei took out a pair of spiritual gloves made of an unknown material. As he raised his hand, palm after palm whizzed out and covered his entire body. It was as if they had formed a dense and inescapable net that protected his entire body. Boom! 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 Hu Fei's palms pierced through the air, causing the airflow in the air to be compressed, setting off a series of deafening explosions. Many solid palm prints whizzed down and landed on the cliff beside Gold Peak. At the same time, it set off a series of loud noises and set off waves of sand and dust. In the sky, other than Duan Lingtian, Chen Wei, and Huang Dainiu who stood quietly in the air, there was no change in their expressions at all. The five-element sect's disciples were dumbstruck as they looked at Hu Fei, who was going crazy there. Who can tell me what's going on here? I don't know. This Hu Fei attacked Duan Lingtian, and after his attack failed, he no longer chased after Duan Lingtian. Instead, he just stood there and looked left and right as if he couldn't find Duan Lingtian. What kind of joke is this? Duan Lingtian is not far away from him. How can he not find Duan Lingtian? Then, what do you think he's doing now? When Huang Dainiu got close to him, he didn't even notice it and took a hard slap from him. Has Hu Fei gone crazy? The group of five-element sect's disciples were stunned. They had no idea what was going on in front of them. After a while, perhaps he was tired, Hu Fei's movements slowed down. Dainiu. Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Dainiu and smiled. Huang Dainiu's eyes lit up. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he charged toward Hu Fei again. In just a short while, he arrived in front of Hu Fei. He raised his hand again and slapped him. At this moment, the group of five-element sect's disciples who were watching felt chills running down their spines. Many of them could not help but feel their hearts in their mouths. Would Huang Dainiu be able to succeed this time? Slap. Another clear and loud slap resonated in the air and answered the question in their hearts. When they saw Hu Fei's head tilted and he spat out another mouthful of blood with many broken teeth mixed in the blood, many of the five-element sect's disciples felt their scalps tingle. This Huang Dainiu was too ruthless, right? The other half of Hu Fei's face that was originally intact was now completely swollen. His entire head seemed to have turned into a pig's head. It was hard to see his face anymore. No matter who you are. You'll definitely die. You'll definitely die. Hu Fei, who was slapped twice by Huang Dainiu, continued to roar loudly. At the same time, the speed of his hand increased again. The vast palm print formed a layer of protective shield that protected him within it. Perhaps, this was the only way he could feel the sense of security that he deserved. Hu Fei's loud roars entered the ears of the group of five-element sect's disciples. They could not help but be stunned. Then, they were all dumbfounded. Hu Fei doesn't know that Huang Dainiu is the one who slapped him. What the F***ck is going on here? Not only did Hu Fei not notice that Huang Dainiu was approaching him, but he even took 2 slaps from Huang Dainiu. After that, he still doesn't know that Huang Dainiu is the one who slapped him. Could it be that he's really crazy? I don't think he's crazy. He's blind. Each and every one of the five-element sect's disciples stared at Hu Fei with their mouths agape. They felt that the scene in front of them was unbelievable and incomprehensible. Who could tell them what the hell was going on here? I think that not only is he blind, but he's deaf as well. We've said so much, but it's as if he didn't hear a thing. I also think that he's both blind and deaf now. But, why did he become like this? Other than Hu Fei himself, Duan Lingtian, Huang Dainiu, and Chen Wei, all of the five-element sect's disciples present on the scene were dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with confusion. Until now, they still did not know what was going on. When they saw that Hu Fei's movements had slowed down again, everyone's gaze fell on Huang Dainiu again. They were all curious about where Huang Dainiu would hit Hu Fei this time. Chen Wei, do you want to give it a try? Duan Lingtian looked at Chen Wei and asked with a smile. When Huang Dainiu slapped Hu Fei twice and retreated unscathed, Duan Lingtian noticed that Chen Wei was a little tempted. Now that the opportunity had presented itself again, he could not help but ask. All right. Upon hearing this, Chen Wei's eyes lit up. With a flash, he charged toward Hu Fei. Under Duan Lingtian's guidance, Chen Wei threw out a punch at lightning speed. It hit Hu Fei's head and sent him flying. Of course, Chen Wei had held back. Otherwise, this punch of his could have taken Hu Fei's life. Although he hated Hu Fei and wanted to avenge his senior uncle, Ong Ling, he had never thought of taking Hu Fei's life. All he wanted was to teach him a lesson. Right now, his dream had come true just like that. It made him feel as though he was in a dream. Until he could not help but pinch his thigh. The waves of intense pain that came from his thigh seemed to be telling him that this was not a dream. All of this wasn't a dream, it was real. Who's there? At this moment, Hu Fei, who was sent flying with his head bleeding, looked around in all directions in a wretched manner. However, he did not look at Chen Wei at all. At once, the group of 5 element sect's disciples present on the scene could only feel chills running down their spines. Did this Hu Fei see a ghost or something? In the sky, 2 figures appeared out of nowhere. One of them was a young man in blue while the other one was a young man in red. The blue-clad young man's face was expressionless. It was as though even if the sky fell, it had nothing to do with him. However, there was an obvious hint of surprise in his eyes. It was as though he had discovered something. What? What did you discover? After the red-clad young man retracted his gaze that was filled with shock, he happened to see the surprise in the blue-clad young man's eyes. He could not help but ask curiously. Spiritual energy. It was rare for the blue-clad young man to open his mouth. His voice was cold, and he was a man of few words. Spiritual energy? The red-clad young man's eyes lit up immediately. You mean, Hu Fei became like this because of some spiritual energy technique? Could it be that he's in an illusion? When the red-clad young man reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but guess. This time, the blue-clad young man did not answer him. Instead, he stood there quietly. However, his pair of dull eyes were staring at a person from afar. That person was none other than Duan Ling Tian, the purple-clad young man who was standing in the sky not far away from Hu Fei. It was apparent that he had discovered that the owner of the spiritual energy was Duan Ling Tian. Huh? When the blue-clad young man was staring at Duan Ling Tian seemed to have noticed something as well. He raised his head abruptly and looked at the sky that was even higher. Soon, the 2 figures that were hidden in the clouds appeared clearly before his eyes. Twin brothers? Although there was a distance between them, Duan Lingtian's current eyesight was far superior to ordinary people. With just a glance, he could tell that the 2 young men that appeared before his eyes looked exactly the same. The blue-clad young man, in particular, stared at him as though he could see through him completely. Inscription Master? Soon, Duan Ling Tian sensed a faint wave of spiritual energy that originated from the blue-clad young man. He could not help but be taken aback. Moreover, he also confirmed another thing from the blue-clad young man's spiritual energy wave. The blue-clad young man's spiritual energy level was not lower than his. Duan Ling Tian knew very well what this meant. Don't tell me. These 2 are the Nangong brothers from Gold Peak that the 5 element sect's disciples mentioned earlier? Chapter 886. Don't play dirty if you have the guts. Don't tell me all of you from Wood Peak only know how to rely on external forces. Looks like I still have the foresight to leave Wood Peak early. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to me, Hu Fei, to be associated with all of you. Hu Fei continued to roar loudly. As he roared, he moved his body swiftly as though he was afraid that someone would sneak up on him again. 2 slaps and 1 punch had turned Hu Fei's head into a pig's head, causing his head to bleed profusely. He was in a sorry state, and he no longer had the high spirits he had in the beginning. The group of 5 element sect's disciples were dumbstruck as they looked at Hu Fei, who seemed to have transformed into a ball of flame that continued to sweep across the sky. They believed that the scene that they saw today would be one that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Hu Fei, the third 7th level void interpretation martial artist to appear among the younger generation of 5-element sect, looked as though he had seen a ghost and was possessed in front of the 3 Wood Peak disciples. That Duan Lingtian is not as simple as he looks. Of course, there was no lack of people who were meticulous among the 5-element sect's disciples. Their eyes immediately landed on the purple figure in the distance. In their opinion, everything that happened before their eyes originated from this purple-clad young man, Duan Lingtian. In the beginning, Hu Fei was clamoring to teach Chen Wei a lesson and even said that Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu were trash. At that time, they clearly saw the expressions on Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu's faces. Huang Daniu was furious. His eyes were red, and he almost lost his mind. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face as he took a step forward and glanced at Hu Fei indifferently. "Are you even worthy?" At that time, their first thought was the same as most of the 5-element sect's disciples. They all thought that Duan Lingtian was purely seeking death. This was because Duan Lingtian was just too young. They could not relate Duan Lingtian to a powerhouse who could defeat Hu Fei no matter what. However, as time went by, things had progressed to this stage, and they had no choice but to re-evaluate Duan Lingtian. From the moment Duan Lingtian provoked Hu Fei, everything seemed to be under the control of Duan Lingtian. He was the real master. He was not afraid at all when faced with Hu Fei, who attacked him in anger. Instead, he faced him calmly. It was only until the moment when Hu Fei was about to pounce on him that he barely managed to dodge to the side. He did not move to leave his spot. He continued to watch Hu Fei as though he was a monkey's show. This Duan Lingtian. He's a person we can't afford to offend. At once, the few 5-element sect's disciples who managed to react felt a chill in their hearts. It rushed straight to their heads, causing them to shiver uncontrollably. There to Duan Ling Chen to Duan Ling Tian. He would rather offend Hu Fei than Ling Tian. It. Unknowingly, another 3 young men walked side by side from afar. The young man on the right looked at the ball of flame that was constantly moving in the sky and could not help but ask. The young man on the left looked at the heaven and earth phenomenon in the sky, and his expression changed slightly. 250. 250 ancient horn dragon strength. He knew very well what the strength of 250 ancient horn dragon strength meant. Even a 7th level void interpretation martial artist would need to comprehend the 7th level intermediate concept and use a grade 3 spirit weapon before he could mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form such a heaven and earth phenomenon. "It's Hu Fei!" the young man in the middle exclaimed in a low voice. He wore a long green robe and had an ordinary appearance. There was a hint of dread in his eyes as he muttered, "I originally thought that I would be able to fight Hu Fei after I've broken through to the 6th level void interpretation. I can't believe that he has already broken through to the 7th level void interpretation." The green-clad young man sighed as he muttered to himself. "What?" Upon hearing the green-clad young man's words, the young men on both sides of him widened their eyes and stared blankly at the young man in the ball of flame that was constantly moving. The young man's face was swollen like a pig's head. Half of his face was covered in blood, and he looked extremely wretched. It was difficult for them to connect this young man with Hu Fei, the strongest person among the younger generation in Fire Peak. Who is it that made Hu Fei look so wretched? The green-clad young man's attention shifted away from Hu Fei to another place. Among the younger generation of the 5-element sect, only the Nangong brothers from the Gold Peak were able to put Hu Fei into such a sorry state. However, the Nangong brothers and Hu Fei had always minded their own business. Logically speaking, it was impossible for them to treat Hu Fei like this. Moreover, the Nangong brothers were not present at the moment. His gaze gradually shifted to the 3 figures near Hu Fei. They were 3 young men, and he only recognized one of them. It's Chen Wei from Wood Peak. He did not take Chen Wei seriously in the past, and he still did not take him seriously now. His gaze quickly shifted to the other two people. These two must be the two young powerhouses that Wood Peak recruited some time ago. I think they're called Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu. For a moment, a hint of dread could be seen in the green-clad young man's eyes. He faintly realized that the reason why Hu Fei was in such a wretched state was most likely related to these two people. Tian Zhen, you're really early. Suddenly, a light and pleasant voice resonated in the air, causing the green-clad young man to shift his gaze to the lady who was flying in the sky from afar. The lady was dressed in green, and she had a graceful figure. Although her appearance could not be said to be devastatingly beautiful, it was still extremely outstanding. It was enough to tempt many men. The moment she appeared, she attracted the attention of many five-element sect's disciples. It's senior sister Tan Huan. Senior sister Tan Huan is here. Not long after, most of the five-element sect's disciples shifted their gaze from Hu Fei, who seemed to have gone mad, to the green-clad lady. In the distance, Duan Lingtian cast a glance at the green-clad lady, and his eyes lit up. The spiritual energy that he extended out immediately told him the green-clad lady's cultivation base. She was at the 6th level void interpretation. It was rare for such a young lady to have a cultivation base at the 6th level void interpretation. Her name is Tan Huan, and she's the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Water Peak. She's also the strongest person among the younger generation of Xiaofan. Her cultivation base is at the 5th level of the void interpretation stage. Her cultivation base is at the 5th level void interpretation, Chen Wei said with a hint of dread when he noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze. 5th level void interpretation? Upon hearing Chen Wei's words, Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Chen Wei, she's not just at the 5th level void interpretation now. What? Chen Wei was shocked and exclaimed in a low voice, you mean? She has made a breakthrough? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I can't believe she has made a breakthrough as well. Chen Wei sighed as though he had thought of something. When his gaze landed on Duan Lingtian, a smile appeared on his face. So what if she had made a breakthrough? Today, as long as Duan Lingtian was here, the rise of Wood Peak would be unstoppable. Who's that green-clad young man who's talking to Tan Huan? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he narrowed his eyes and stared at the green-clad young man who was surrounded by two young men in the distance. The reason he noticed this person was because Duan Lingtian noticed that he was also a young powerhouse who had stepped into the 6th level void interpretation. He's Tian Zhen from Earth Peak, the son of the Peak Master of Earth Peak. Chen Wei said with a fearful expression. He had already made a breakthrough to the 6th level void interpretation half a month ago. However, I didn't expect Tan Huan to have made a breakthrough as well. I'm afraid the Battle of the 5 Peaks this time is going to be interesting. Chen Wei laughed when he reached the end of his sentence. Gold Peak had Nangong and his brother. Wood Peak had Duan Lingtian. Water Peak had Tan Huan. Fire Peak had Hu Fei. Earth Peak had Tian Zhen. As for Huang Daniu, he was instead dim and lusterless under Duan Lingtian's brilliant brilliance, and he was directly disregarded by Chen Wei. Of course, this was also because Chen Wei did not know that Huang Daniu had also made a breakthrough to the 6th level void interpretation. Otherwise, he would not have thought this way. Tian Zhen, is that Hu Fei? What's going on? The gaze that shot out from Tan Huan's eyes landed on Hu Fei, who was constantly moving back and forth. Her face was filled with astonishment. She had no idea what had happened to Hu Fei that caused him to be in such a wretched state. I've just arrived as well. Tian Zhen shrugged, indicating that he had no idea as well. Whoosh! Whoosh! Right at this moment, 2 gusts of wind whistling sound fell from the sky. 2 figures, one red and one blue, appeared before everyone's eyes in just a blink of an eye, attracting everyone's attention. These were two handsome young men who looked exactly the same. One of them was dressed in red and had a gentle smile on his face that made people feel as if they were bathed in the spring breeze. The other one was dressed in blue and stood there. His face was cold and unapproachable. When the two of them stood together, one was moving and the other was still. It created a huge surprise. It's Senior Brother Yi and Senior Brother Chen. At once, many Five-Element Sect's Gold Peak disciples' eyes lit up as they exclaimed in surprise. Senior Brother Yi. Senior Brother Chen. The younger generation of Five-Element Sect's disciples who were present greeted the two of them enthusiastically. Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi were twin brothers. At the same time, they were also the direct disciples of the strongest person in Five-Element Sect, the sect leader of Five-Element Sect. Not only did they have a superior position in Gold Peak, but they could also be considered as the favored ones in the entire Five-Element Sect. Junior Brother Tian, Junior Sister Tan. Congratulations. The moment the red-clad Nangong Yi appeared, the first thing he did was to look at Tianzhen and Tan Huan and congratulate them with a smile. At once, many Five-Element Sect's disciples' eyes landed on the two of them. Don't tell me Senior Sister Tan Huan has also made a breakthrough? Many of them whispered among themselves as they speculated. Tianzhen was still fine. The news of his breakthrough had already spread out half a month ago. Therefore, it was not a secret at all. Senior Brother Yi, why you know about it? Tan Huan, on the other hand, was horrified. She did not expect Nangong Yi to know that she had already made a breakthrough. In fact, other than her and her master, the Peak Master of Water Peak, no one else knew about her breakthrough. Now that Nangong Yi had pointed it out, how could she not be shocked? Chapter 887. Junior Sister Tan, when you came over earlier, there was an instant when your speed was raised to the limit. Even though the heaven and earth phenomenon hadn't condensed into form yet, I was still able to discern that your speed at that time was absolutely not as simple as a fifth-level void interpretation. Nangong Yi said with a smile. His already handsome face added a bit of charm for a moment. This caused the group of Five-Element Sect's female disciples, including Tan Huan, to blush. They were all captivated by Nangong Yi's words and actions. Does this mean that you've arrived a long time ago, Senior Brother Yi? Tan Huan snapped back to reality and looked at Nangong Yi with a charming smile on her beautiful face. I should have arrived a little earlier than you, Junior Sister Tan. Nangong Yi nodded his head. Senior Brother Yi, how about me? At this moment, Tianzhen who was next to them seemed to have recalled something. His eyes flashed as he asked bluntly. You? Nangong Yi smiled. I guess I'm a little earlier than you. Does this mean that you know what happened to Hu Fei earlier, Senior Brother Yi? Tianzhen's eyes lit up as he asked curiously. I'm not too sure about what exactly happened. I've also just arrived not too long ago. However, I believe that many of the senior and junior brothers and senior and junior sisters here have seen the ins and outs of the matter. As Nangong Yi spoke, he looked at the group of Five-Element Sect's disciples in the distance. His eyes were filled with wisdom. Senior Brother Yi, I know. I know. At this moment, an ordinary-looking female disciple flew out excitedly. In just a moment, she was not far away from Nangong Yi. She looked at Nangong Yi excitedly. To the female disciples of Five-Element Sect, Nangong and his brother were undoubtedly the lovers of their dreams. Countless nights, their dreams were filled with the silhouettes of these two strongest young disciples of Five-Element Sect. How should I address you, Junior Sister? Nangong Yi smiled at the female disciple. The latter's face was flushed red, and she felt as though she was about to stop breathing. After a while, she finally regained her senses. She said excitedly and nervously, Senior Brother Yi, I am Chen Bai. Junior Sister Chen. The smile on Nan Gongyi's face became even more charming. He smiled and comforted her, "Don't be nervous. Just tell me what happened just now." "Yes." Chen Bai nodded and took a deep breath to calm herself down. At this moment, the eyes of the surrounding five-element sect's female disciples turned red. They could not wait to replace Chen Bai. "Chen Bai beat us to it. Why didn't I react? Otherwise, the one in the limelight in front of Senior Marshal Brother Yi wouldn't be Chen Bai, but me," many female disciples said regretfully. In the distance, Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. "Humph. Those Nangong brothers are just gigolos. Also, in my opinion, they're not even as good-looking as Duan Lingtian. Those love-struck fools are actually so shameless for them." Huang Daniu snorted. It was as though he could not stand the reaction of the group of five-element sect's female disciples. "Daniu." Chen Wei shook his head and smiled. "They're popular not only because they're good-looking. Most importantly, it's because they're the most outstanding young disciples in our five-element sect. In this world where only the strong were respected, a man's charm was not only in his appearance. It was more in his martial strength. If his strength was weak, so what if he was perfect and good-looking? As long as an extremely ugly man was strong enough, he could control his fate with just a wave of his hand." Nangong Yi Chen. Duan Lingtian stood at the side and quietly looked at the blue-clad young man who was standing in the air in the distance. This young man with a cold face and a taciturn expression who did not fit in with his surroundings gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. This feeling was something that Nangong Yi could not give him. "I originally thought that with my current strength and the soul skill 1,000 illusions, I'd be able to dominate the younger generation in the five-element sect. However, it seems like I've underestimated the five-element sect." Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He was not completely confident that he could defeat Nangong Yi Chen. Nangong Yi, Tianzhen, and Tan Huan, who were standing next to Nangong Yi Chen, quickly learned about the ins and outs of the matter from the five-element sect's female disciple. At this moment, the three of them looked at Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu without blinking. It was as though they wanted to see something from them. "Interesting, interesting. Looks like Wood Peak might not be the one who's at the bottom this time." Nangong Yi smiled faintly. This matter did not concern him, so he just let it go. Tianzhen and Tan Huan, on the other hand, could not be as calm as Nangong Yi. Their faces were extremely solemn. When they looked at each other, they could see the sparks dancing in each other's eyes. If it was really a trick cast by either Duan Lingtian or Huang Daniu, they did not have the confidence to deal with both Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu. After all, even Hu Fei, who was stronger than them, was hit by the trick. Hu Fei was a disciple of Fire Peak, and they admitted that they were no match for him. For this reason, the peak at the bottom of the five-element sect's 5 peaks could only be decided between Water Peak and Earth Peak. None of them were willing to let the peak they were in be at the bottom. The peak at the bottom would not be able to receive the good cultivation resources from the five-element sect for the next 3 years. This was because the good cultivation resources had already been distributed to the 4 peaks in front of them. If one had to make an analogy, that was, the peak at the bottom could only eat the leftovers left behind after the other 4 peaks had eaten their fill. But Senior Brother Hu Fei kept roaring earlier. What did he say about external force? The female disciple added. External force? The moment the female disciple's words left her mouth, Tianzhen and Tan Huan, who were at loggerheads with each other, suddenly brightened up. If the trick that Hu Fei was hit by was an external force, then they really did not have to worry. This was because during the Battle of the 5 Peaks, the representatives of each peak were not allowed to use any external force, including spirit weapons. They could only fight with their origin energy and concepts empty-handed. The reason for such a requirement was that the five-element sect did not wish for any of the peak's disciples to have any accidents. Once they used their spirit weapons, even if there was a group of five-element sect senior officials present, they might not be able to rescue the five-element sect's disciples in time when they were in danger. In the past, the five-element sect had suffered many similar losses. For this reason, in the current battle of the five peaks, the young representatives of each peak were not allowed to use any external force, including spirit weapons. If they don't use any external force, they're definitely no match for Hu Fei. At the same time, they might not be a match for us either. Tianzhen and Tan Huan looked at each other tacitly and smiled. Both of them had guessed each other's thoughts. Whoosh! 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 All of a sudden, the wind and clouds in the sky stirred. In the next instant, silhouettes appeared out of thin air one after another. Among these people, there were middle-aged men and old men. Upon seeing these people, the five-element sect's disciples present on the scene were filled with respect. In the end, they looked at the middle-aged man in plain robes who was the leader with reverence. Sect leader. Sect leader. Sect leader. The group of five-element sect's disciples bowed respectfully at the middle-aged man in plain robes. He's the sect leader of five-element sect? For a moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes also landed on the middle-aged man in plain robes. The middle-aged man was dressed in plain robes. His appearance was extremely ordinary, but there was a hint of determination on his face. That pair of calm eyes of his was even more profound, as though they could contain all the rivers in the sea. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the back and saw Yang Ling and Ku Zheng. At this moment, Yang Ling and Ku Zheng were following behind a middle-aged man in grey robes. This middle-aged man in grey robes, on the other hand, was standing side by side with three other people behind the sect leader of five-element sect. He's the peak master of Wood Peak? Duan Lingtian speculated inwardly. Unlike the sect leader of five-element sect who had an ordinary appearance, although this peak master of Wood Peak was already middle-aged, and time had left traces of vicissitudes on his face, he must have been a rare handsome man when he was young. Huh! Soon, Duan Lingtian noticed that the peak master of Wood Peak was looking straight at him and nodding at him with a smile. You're Duan Lingtian? At the same time, Duan Lingtian's eardrums trembled slightly when he heard the voice of a middle-aged man that was filled with magnetism. The owner of this voice was undoubtedly the peak master of Wood Peak. Duan Lingtian greets the peak master. Also, thank you for the origin-enhancing fruit that you gave me a few days ago. Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. Third place. Are you confident? After a moment of silence, the peak master of Wood Peak's voice resonated again. Third place? Upon hearing the words of the peak master of Wood Peak, Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before he regained his senses and realized what he was talking about. It was none other than the specific ranking of the five peaks after the Battle of the Five Peaks today. The peak master of Wood Peak was asking him if he was confident that Wood Peak would be ranked third among the five peaks. Peak master, my goal is to be ranked second at the very least. If there's a chance, I'll definitely take the first place. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he replied through voice transmission. Ha ha ha. Good, good. If you can take the second place, I'll owe you a favor. If you have any requests in the future, as long as it's within my ability and it doesn't endanger the five-element sect, I'll definitely fulfill your request. The peak master of Wood Peak's voice transmission was filled with hearty laughter as he made a promise. Thank you, peak master. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, this promise from the peak master of Wood Peak was no different from a free gift. Hu Fei. What are you doing? All of a sudden, a loud voice resonated in the air and snapped Duan Lingtian back to his senses. Duan Lingtian looked over and only then did he realize that the old man who was standing side by side with the peak master of Wood Peak behind the sect leader of five-element sect was looking at Hu Fei, who was still flying away with a grave expression on his face. The old man had seen Hu Fei's wretched state. This was also the reason why his expression was grave. Spiritual energy? Right at this moment, a short middle-aged fatty next to the old man narrowed his eyes as though he had discovered something. What a powerful spiritual energy! Almost at the same time, Duan Lingtian felt a powerful spiritual energy attacking him. It instantly shattered the illusory space that he created with his soul skill, 1,000 illusions. Which peak master is that short fatty from? Chapter 888. He's the peak master of Earth Peak, Tian Gu. Chen Wei said. Peak master of Earth Peak? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. Then, does this mean that he's Tianjin's father? Yes. Chen Wei nodded. Earth Peak, Duan Lingtian was no stranger to Earth Peak. Before he came to the Five Elements sect and was still in Settlement City, the Earth Peak's disciple who was lurking in Wood Peak's stronghold had already tried to tempt him to join Earth Peak with the price of a Grade 2 spirit weapon and a 7th-level concept fragment. Due to this reason, he had long been acquainted with Earth Peak. When Duan Lingtian saw Tian Gu, the peak master of Earth Peak, looking at him immediately after he shattered the illusory space with his spiritual energy, he knew that he was the owner of the spiritual energy that created the illusory space. However, he did not mind at all. He looked back at him fearlessly. However, very soon, both Duan Lingtian and Tian Gu shifted their gazes away from each other and shifted their gazes to another place. Unknowingly, the old man who was standing next to Tian Gu disappeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. When he reappeared, he was already standing next to Hu Fei, who was in a panic, beaten up, and battered like a pig. Hu Fei, what were you doing just now? The old man scolded Hu Fei with a solemn face. It did not cross his mind that his proud disciple would end up in such a wretched state today. Not only that, it was in front of a group of Five-Element sect senior officials and disciples, embarrassing him completely. He's the peak master of Fire Peak, Cha Bai. Chen Wei's voice entered clearly into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. In fact, even if Chen Wei did not say anything, he could already guess the old man's identity. This old man was standing in a row with Tian Gu, the peak master of Earth Peak, and the peak master of Wood Peak. There were a total of 4 people standing in a row behind the sect leader of Five-Element sect. Based on this, their identities were obvious. They were none other than the peak masters of the other 4 peaks in Five-Element sect other than Gold Peak. Master? At this moment, Hu Fei finally regained his senses. When he saw Cha Bai in front of him and noticed the strange gazes that were being directed at him from the surroundings, a chilling gleam flashed across his eyes. Chen Wei, I'm going to kill you. Hu Fei suddenly looked at Duan Lingtian, Huang Daniu, and Chen Wei, who were standing not far away. The flames that rose from his body raged even more violently. He wanted to attack the 3 Duan Lingtian. Pa! A crisp sound of a slap resonated in the air. It was Cha Bai who had raised his hand and slapped Hu Fei, causing half of Hu Fei's face to swell even more. Don't you think that you've embarrassed yourself enough? Cha Bai's gloomy voice was mixed with a hint of anger. After being slapped by Cha Bai, Hu Fei's body trembled all of a sudden. With a jolt, he finally regained his senses and lowered his head in shame. Master, this disciple is useless. I've embarrassed you. However, if they didn't rely on external forces, this disciple wouldn't have ended up in such a pathetic state. Don't worry, Master. Once the battle of the 5 peaks begins, this disciple will definitely make them regret it for the rest of their lives as long as they dare to make a move. When Hu Fei reached the end of his sentence, he gritted his teeth. His eyes that were filled with hatred flashed with a chilling gleam as he glanced at Duan Lingtian and the other 2. Upon hearing Hu Fei's words, the surrounding Five-Element sect's disciples burst into an uproar. External forces? Hu Fei was made into such a pathetic state by external forces. At this moment, they finally came to a realization. No wonder the situation earlier was so strange. So it turns out that the people from Wood Peak had used external forces to make senior brother Hu Fei suffer such a humiliation. Humph. Nobody is allowed to rely on external forces in the Battle of the Five Peaks. Otherwise, it would be considered as a loss. I'm afraid these three people from Wood Peak are going to be in trouble, if they don't admit defeat. I'm looking forward to seeing how senior brother Hu Fei, who has been humiliated, is going to take revenge on the three people from Wood Peak. Many of the Five Element sect's disciples began to discuss among themselves. All of them felt that Duan Ling Tian and the other two were going to be in trouble. Of course, there were exceptions as well. For example, Nan Gong and his brother, Tian Gu, the Peak Master of Earth Peak, Wood Peak, and the two old men behind him, Yang Ling and Ku Zheng. Senior brother Yang, looks like these three little fellows have helped you to vent your anger. Ku Zheng said to Yang Ling with a smile. Yang Ling nodded his head lightly. However, one could not see any fluctuation in his emotions. At this moment, his gaze landed on Hu Fei's body. After consuming the healing medicinal pill, the wounds on his face were healing at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Traces of complicated light flashed across his eyes. After 10 years, he realized that when he faced this disciple who had betrayed him in the past again, he was no longer as angry as before. Everything seemed to have faded away now. As expected, time could dilute everything. Now, the peak masters of the other four peaks, please gather with the young representatives of the other four peaks. Half an hour later, the Battle of the Five Peaks will begin. At that time, the five peaks will be ranked again. According to the ranking, the resources that each peak will enjoy in the next 3 years will be decided. Soon after, the sect leader of the Five Elements sect announced in a loud voice. At once, the three peak masters behind the sect leader of the Five Elements sect spread out one by one with the elders behind them and flew to the side of the sky not far away. For example, the peak master of Wood Peak brought Yang Ling and Ku Zheng to the side of Duan Ling Tian and the other two. Peak Master. After Duan Ling Tian and the other two greeted the peak master of Wood Peak with a smile, they looked at Yang Ling and Ku Zheng and greeted both of them as well. During this time, Duan Ling Tian learned the name of the peak master of Wood Peak from Chen Wei's voice transmission, Qiyu. As for the sect leader of Five Elements sect, his name was Guochong. Tian Gu, the peak master of Earth Peak, brought along an Earth Peak elder and gathered with Tian Zhen. Father. Tian Zhen greeted Tian Gu respectfully. As for the other two people beside him, they also addressed Tian Gu as peak master. Yes. Tian Gu nodded his head with a smile. However, even though there was a smile on his face, there was a hint of worry in between his brows as though he was worried about something. Father, don't worry. I'll definitely defeat the two young powerhouses that Wood Peak found. I won't let Earth Peak be at the bottom. Tianjin seemed to have guessed what his father was worried about, so he comforted him. No. Upon hearing Tianjin's words, Tian Gu shook his head. Huh? Tianjin was puzzled. Jinner, your opponent this time is not the two people from Wood Peak. It's Tan Huan from Water Peak. When Tian Gu reached this part of the sentence, he looked into the distance. There, Tan Huan was gathered with a middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman was none other than Yu Fang, the peak master of Water Peak. For a mere woman to become the peak master of Water Peak, one of the five peaks of Five Elements sect, Yu Fang was naturally not a simple person. Her cultivation base was not inferior to Cha Bai and Tian Gu at all. Father, I might not be able to win against Tan Huan. She has also made a breakthrough to the 6th level void interpretation. Tianjin smiled wryly. In the past, when he and Tan Huan were both 5th level void interpretation martial artists, they had fought before. At that time, he was slightly inferior to her. Initially, he thought he could defeat Tan Huan after he had made a breakthrough to the 6th level void interpretation. He did not expect Tan Huan to have made a breakthrough as well. What? Tiangu was shocked. She has made a breakthrough as well? Looks like our Earth Peak is really in danger this time. Jinner, you must try your best to defeat Tan Huan. Otherwise, our Earth Peak will be quiet for 3 years. Father, what are you talking about? Even if I can't win against Tan Huan, that Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu from Wood Peak might not be a match for me as well. I heard that they're only 5th level void interpretation martial artists. Tianjun said. Humph. Tiangu snorted coldly. Do you think a person who can make Hu Fei so wretched would be a 5th level void interpretation martial artist? Tianjun was stunned for a moment before he continued, Father, didn't Hu Fei say so earlier? It's because the 3 people from Wood Peak relied on external forces that made him so wretched. However, external forces are not allowed in the Battle of the 5 Peaks. A confident smile appeared on Tianjun's face when he reached this point. If they don't rely on external forces, it won't be difficult for me to defeat them. External forces? Tiangu sneered. Hu Fei said it was an external force, but you really think it's an external force? Looks like the name I gave you back then was right. Tianjun, naive. Father, what do you mean by that? Tianjun faintly sensed that something was amiss. His face turned solemn immediately. You should know that other than being a martial artist, I'm also an inscription master who studies the Tao of inscriptions. I can release my spiritual energy. Do you know that I was the one who saved Hu Fei earlier? Tiangu said. Father, I know you're an inscription master, and I know that inscription masters can release their spiritual energy. However, you said you were the one who saved Hu Fei. What do you mean by that? Tianjun asked with a puzzled expression. If I'm not mistaken, Hu Fei should be in a place similar to an illusory realm. That illusory realm was constructed with spiritual energy as the foundation. Tiangu took a deep breath and voiced his speculation in a low voice. What? Illusory realm? Or is it an illusory realm constructed with spiritual energy? Tianjun's eyes narrowed as he exclaimed in shock, Don't tell me that Duan Lingtian and the other 2 have some kind of special demon beast that has an innate soul brand and can cast soul skills before entering the Emperor stage? Humph. If that's a demon beast's technique, then it's also an external force. It won't affect the Battle of the 5 Peaks. Tiangu snorted and said in fear, however, the problem is. After I used my spiritual energy to destroy the illusory realm constructed with spiritual energy, I realized that the owner of the spiritual energy was Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. When the 3 words entered Tianjun's ears, it was like a sudden clap of thunder that caused his expression to change drastically. Father, you mean that Duan Lingtian is able to construct an illusory realm with his spiritual force? Don't tell me he's a demon. Tianjun gasped. Shock was written all over his face. Demon. Even the weakest demon was in existence at the first level of the void transformation stage, and a single move was sufficient to defeat him. Of course not. Even though his spiritual energy is pretty good, it's still far from the spiritual energy of a void transformation stage martial artist. I'm guessing that it's very likely that he's a variant born from a human and a demon, a heaven-defying variant that possesses an innate ability. Chapter 889. Variant? Tianjun's eyes narrowed when he heard that. Shock was written all over his face. Naturally, he had heard of the variant before. They were either mediocre or heaven-defying. Duan Lingtian was obviously the latter. Innate ability. He's casting his innate ability. Tianjun exclaimed through voice transmission as he looked at Tiangu with dread in his eyes. That's the only possibility. Tiangu nodded. His face was extremely solemn. After all, A human who was neither a demon nor a powerhouse like Emperor Wu could only be a variant if he wanted to cast something similar to a soul skill with his spiritual energy. However, Tian Gu would never have thought of that. Duanling Tian was able to construct an illusory space with his spiritual energy not because he was a variant, but because he had inherited a soul brand deep in his soul. That soul brand was made by an inscription master. Perhaps that inscription master's cultivation wasn't high, but his persistence in the Tao of inscriptions was shocking. This could be seen from the fact that he was able to research the soul brand. Father, I'll do my best. After learning about Duanling Tian's background, Tianjin no longer had any thoughts of competing with Wood Peak. His attention was completely focused on a woman in the distance. Water Peak, Tan Huan. For Earth Peak, he must win. 2 representatives of the younger generation from each peak. Duanling Tian was surprised when he learned about the rules of the Battle of the 5 Peaks from Qiyu, the peak master of Wood Peak. In the Battle of the 5 Peaks, each of the 5 peaks of the 5-element sect would send out 2 representatives. The 2 representatives had to be disciples of the younger generation. You and Dainyu will be the representatives of Wood Peak. Work hard. Yang Ling said to Duanling Tian and Huang Dainyu with a smile. Don't worry, Elder Yang. Duanling Tian and I will definitely obtain the first place in the Battle of the 5 Peaks for Wood Peak and let Wood Peak ascend to the top of the 5 peaks. Huang Dainyu said confidently as he waved his fist. The reason he dared to say so was because he had confidence in Duanling Tian. It was precisely because of this that he felt they had full confidence in assisting the Wood Peak to seize the first in the Battle of the 5 Peaks. Duanling Tian shook his head. Of course, he could guess what Huang Dainyu was thinking. He felt that Huang Dainyu had underestimated the people from Gold Peak. One had to know that even he did not dare to say that he was completely confident. On Jin Feng's side, the 2 Nangong brothers would definitely go up together. He was not afraid of Nangong Yi, but he had no choice but to be afraid of Nangong Chen. Nangong Chen was the same as him. They were both inscriptionists. Perhaps, Nangong Chen's attainment in the Tao of inscription was far inferior to his. However, as an inscription master, Nangong Chen could control his own spiritual energy at will. Furthermore, Nangong's spiritual power was at the same level as Hui Yuhao's spiritual power. Hui Yuhao's soul skill, 1,000 illusions, was of no use. There's no need for first place. It's enough if we can get second place. Qiyu shook his head before looking at Duanling Tian. He smiled and said, Don't you agree, Duanling Tian? I'll do my best. Duanling Tian replied seriously. I believe in you. Qiyu nodded his head. On Gold Peak side, which was also where Guochong, the sect leader of the 5-element sect, was at. At this moment, there were 2 figures next to Guochong. They were 2 young men who looked exactly the same. They were a pair of twins. One of them was dressed in red while the other one was dressed in green. They were none other than Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi. Both of them were Guochong's direct disciples, and they were also his only 2 disciples. Even if he only had these 2 disciples, it was enough for Guochong to be proud of himself. It was enough to make many people envious. Whether it was Nangong Chen or Nangong Yi, both of them were martial Tao geniuses with extraordinary innate talent. They were only in their early 30s, but they were already the leader of the younger generation in the 5-element sect. There's no problem, right? Guochong suddenly asked. It was obvious that he was asking his 2 direct disciples next to him. He's no match for Duanling Tian. The surprising thing was, the person who spoke first was not Nangong Yi. Instead, it was Nangong Chen who had a cold expression on his face. When Nangong Chen answered Guochong's question, it was obvious that the cold expression on his face had eased up a little. Oh? Guochong's eyes lit up as he asked curiously, What do you mean? Master, that Duanling Tian is a little monster. According to me and second, Nangong Yi was just about to say, second brother, when he noticed Nangong Chen's cold gaze that was as sharp as a knife. He could only swallow the word brother back down. After swallowing the word back down, he continued to say, according to our speculations, Duan Lingtian should be a variant. Variant? The moment Nangong Yi's words left his mouth, Guochang's eyes narrowed as a shocked expression appeared on his face. As the sect leader of the five-element sect, he naturally knew what the word variant meant. A variant was either mediocre or heaven-defying. It was obvious that Duan Lingtian was not the former. Why do you think he's a variant? Guochang asked. Nangong Yi took a deep breath and told him everything that he had learned so far. Naturally, he was talking about how Duan Lingtian made fun of Hu Fei. Chen, are you sure it's Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy that created the illusion? When Guochang heard this, he looked at Nangong Chen with a solemn expression on his face. Although he had noticed Hu Fei's abnormality when he first arrived, he thought it was Duan Lingtian and the other two who had used some external force when he heard Hu Fei mentioning something about an external force. It did not cross his mind that it was not an external force but Duan Lingtian, the variant's innate ability. Yes. Nangong Chen nodded his head firmly. He was extremely certain. Guochang took a deep breath. He knew this disciple of his very well. If he did not have 100% confidence, he would not have nodded his head. What's the level of his spiritual energy? Guochang continued to ask. It's not inferior to mine. Nangong Chen replied truthfully. 7th level void interpretation. Guochang's eyes narrowed as he said in shock, no wonder you said is not a match for him. It seems like he's either hiding his cultivation base or he's consumed a spirit fruit that can improve his soul. As the sect leader of the five-element sect, Guochang was very knowledgeable. In just a short moment, he had already guessed many things. Chen, how confident are you that you can defeat him? Guochang asked, 90%. Nangong Chen pondered for a moment before replying. You're not 100% confident? Guochang frowned. Gold Peak had always been the #1 peak in the five-element sect. No matter how many years had passed, its position had never changed. However, if Gold Peak was defeated by Wood Peak today, the legend that Gold Peak had created in the five-element sect would be broken. That was not something he wanted to see. No. Nangong Chen shook his head and stared coldly at the purple figure in the distance. He gives me a very dangerous feeling. I am not sure if a miracle will happen on him. A miracle? When he heard Nangong Chen's words, Guochang frowned. Then, he smiled and said, that's right. After all, he is a variant. On Cloud Continent, variants, especially those who possessed innate abilities, were known as the favored children of the heavens. In the history of the five-element sect, there had never been a variant. However, today, when Guochang was in charge of the five-element sect, an anomaly had appeared. Just this point alone was enough to make the later generations of the five-element sect remember him forever. At that point they would say, in the past, our five-element sect had a sect leader named Guochang. During the era when he was in charge of the sect, a variant appeared in the sect. A variant with an innate ability. On Fire Peak's side. Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, had a grave expression on his face. His eyes that were staring at the few people from Wood Peak seemed to be burning with extreme fury. It was a fury that could burn everything into ashes. To him, it was a humiliation that his direct disciple was humiliated in such a way. It was a naked humiliation. Duan Lingtian, Huang Daniu. As long as you dare to fight with me, even if I can't kill you, I'll definitely cripple you. Only then can I, Hu Fei, vent the hatred in my heart. It was as though there were only two young men left in the world in Hu Fei's eyes. His eyes that were staring at the two of them were filled with intense red as though he was about to devour them. On Water Peak's side. Huaner, you've already made a breakthrough to the 6th level void interpretation. It shouldn't be a problem for you to suppress the two people from Wood Peak. However, I still hope that you can suppress Tianjin as well so that Water Peak can continue to be the 3rd peak of the 5-element sect. Yufang, the Peak Master of Water Peak, said solemnly. Don't worry, Master. I'll definitely give it my all. Tan Huan nodded her head heavily. Currently, other than the 4 young disciples from Gold Peak and Wood Peak who were already in their positions, there were 3 more people from Fire Peak, Water Peak, and Earth Peak besides Hu Fei, Tan Huan, and Tianjin. Soon, half an hour had passed by. Same old rules. Guochong, the sect leader of the 5-element sect, glanced at the peak masters of the other 4 peaks and said slowly. Just when the 4 peak masters of the 5-element sect narrowed their eyes and the surrounding 5-element sect's disciples were staring at them intently, Guochong spoke. Whoosh! 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 As Guochong raised his hand, 10 streaks of light shot up into the sky and disappeared into the clouds in just a blink of an eye. What's going on? Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainiu were puzzled. They had just arrived at the 5-element sect not long ago, and this was their first time experiencing the Battle of the 5 Peaks. It was also their first time witnessing such a scene. It's 10 pieces of paper. On the pieces of paper, the numbers 1 to 10 are written. The 10 young talents from the 5 peaks will fight against each other according to the numbers written on the paper until the final ranking is determined, Chen Wei explained. The Battle of the 5 Peaks is divided into 2 stages, the individual battle and the group battle. This is the first stage, the individual battle. Duan Lingtian finally understood. Huang Dainiu's eyes narrowed as he exclaimed in shock, those are actually 10 pieces of paper. Oh my goodness! As expected of the sect leader. His strength is really terrifying. If he throws those pieces of paper at me, wouldn't I be in grave danger? Compared to Huang Dainiu who was making a fuss over nothing, Duan Lingtian had a calm expression. Guochong, the sect leader of the 5-element sect, had most likely already reached the peak of the void. To a powerhouse at the peak of the void, even a piece of paper could be turned into a lethal weapon in their hands. Whoosh! 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 Chapter 890. The spinning pieces of paper would occasionally reveal the numbers on them. Seeing that the pieces of paper were getting closer and closer, the 5 peak masters, including Guochong, the sect leader of 5-element sect and the peak master of Gold Peak, made their moves at the same time. Whoosh! As Guochong raised his hand, a gush of invisible energy rose up into the sky and swept toward the 10 pieces of paper. It was so fierce that it set off a series of ear-piercing explosions in the air. Boom! 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 Qiyu, the peak master of Wood Peak, Chaobai, Yufang, and Tian Gu, the peak master of Earth Peak, made their moves almost at the same time. However, their speed was not as fast as Guochong's. Whoosh! Whoosh! Very soon, 2 of the pieces of paper seemed to be pulled by 2 invisible forces and instantly transformed into 2 bolts of lightning that shot toward Guochong at lightning speed. Guochong grabbed them casually. Just like that, he obtained the 2 pieces of paper from Gold Peak. Number 1, Number 10. Duan Lingtian's eyes were sharp. When the 2 pieces of paper were pulled toward Guochong, he had already seen the numbers on them. He knew that these were the numbers that Guochong had chosen. He must have chosen these 2 numbers to benefit Gold Peak. Whoosh! Whoosh! The second person to obtain 2 pieces of paper was Qiyu, the peak master of Wood Peak. He was widely acknowledged as the second strongest person in Five Elements sect by most of the people. The 2 pieces of paper he obtained were number 5 and number 6. It was obvious that he had deliberately chosen them. As for the other 3 peak masters, they were evenly matched. In the end, they completely messed up the remaining 6 pieces of paper and randomly picked 2 of them. Take this. Qi Yu passed the 2 pieces of paper in his hand to Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu. Duan Lingtian obtained number 5 while Huang Daniu obtained number 6. What's the use of this? Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu looked at each other with a puzzled expression on their faces. The individual battles of the Battle of the 5 Peaks will start from the beginning and end of the battle. For example, number 1 and number 10 will fight the first battle while number 2 and number 9 will fight the second battle. Chen Wei explained, so on and so forth. Number 5 and number 6 will fight the 5th battle. This is the first round. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. In this way, Daniu and I will go against each other in the first round. After that, we who represent the Wood Peak can discuss who will advance first. That's it. Chen Wei nodded. No wonder Sect Master took number 1 and number 10. He had the same idea. Duan Lingtian finally understood. Soon, the Battle of the 5 Peaks began. The first battle. Number 1 versus number 10. Gold Peak, number 1 Nangong Chen, number 10 Nangong Yi. Number 10 Nangong Yi advanced to the next round. Duan Lingtian frowned. He did not expect that it would be Nangong Yi who advanced. Logically speaking, since Nangong Chen knows that I can use spiritual energy to construct an illusory realm and the level of my spiritual energy, then he should know that Nangong Yi is not a match for me. But why did he still let Nangong Yi advance? Duan Lingtian was puzzled by this. Soon after, he came to a sudden realization after hearing Chen Wei's explanation. In the individual battles of the Battle of the 5 Peaks, the people who were eliminated earlier can issue a challenge to anyone other than the person who admitted defeat or lost to them. This was Chen Wei's original words. This continued until the specific ranking of the individual battles was decided. Therefore, Nangong Yi's advancement did not mean that Nangong Chen did not have the chance to compete for the top rankings. Instead, he would become the last person to help Gold Peak ascend to the top at the critical moment. As for the 2 of you, I also suggest that we let Daniu advance first. Duan Lingtian, you should recuperate for now. Unless the other 8 people from the other 4 peaks are no match for Daniu, then Daniu can win the first place. Otherwise, you still have a chance to surpass Daniu's ranking. Chen Wei continued. Duan Lingtian nodded. As for Daniu, there was no problem. He admitted that he was not a match for Duan Lingtian, so he might as well let Duan Lingtian rest while he fought first. In any case, in the end, the person who fought for the top rankings of the individual battles for Wood Peak would be Duan Lingtian. After number 10 Nangong Yi advanced, number 2 would fight number 9. Number 2, another female disciple of Water Peak. Number 9, Hu Fei of Fire Peak. Facing Hu Fei, the female disciple of Water Peak was very self-aware and directly admitted defeat. Number 9 Hu Fei advanced. The Battle of the 5 Peaks continued. Number 3 would fight number 8. Number 3, Tianjin of Earth Peak. Number 8, another male disciple of Earth Peak. Tianjin admitted defeat. Just like Nangong Chen, he would recuperate and wait for the results to be out before initiating a challenge to get a good ranking for Earth Peak. Number 8, another male disciple of Earth Peak advanced. Number 4 would fight number 7. Number 4, another male disciple of Fire Peak. Number 7, Tan Huan of Water Peak. Number 7, Tan Huan advanced. Then, it was number 5 and number 6, Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu's turn. Duan Lingtian admitted defeat while Huang Daniu advanced. The results of the first round were out just like that. Coincidentally, the ones who admitted defeat in the first round were number 1 to number 5. Number 6 to number 10 had all advanced. They were respectively Huang Daniu, Tan Huan, another male disciple of Earth Peak, Hu Fei, and Nangong Yi. They continued to fight head to tail. In the first round, Huang Daniu was up against Nangong Yi. Both of them stood in the air, facing each other. Daniu, this Nangong Yi has already broken through to the 7th level void interpretation. Even if you admit defeat in this round, nobody will laugh at you. This was what Chen Wei told Huang Daniu before he entered the arena. However, Huang Daniu still entered the arena without any hesitation. According to him, it was a 7th level void interpretation. It was rare for him to have a fight with a 7th level void interpretation martial artist. Moreover, there was no danger to his life, so he did not want to miss it. This Huang Daniu actually dares to fight with senior brother Yi. He must be tired of living. Senior brother Yi is a 7th level void interpretation powerhouse. I heard that this Huang Daniu is only a 5th level void interpretation martial artist. I really don't know where he got his courage from to fight with senior brother Yi. Senior martial brother Yi will be able to defeat him easily in one move. The group of 5 element sect's disciples who were watching by the side discussed animatedly. Nobody thought that Huang Daniu would be a match for Nangong Yi. I heard that you're one of the 2 strongest people among the younger generation in the 5 element sect. Your cultivation base has already broken through to the 7th level void interpretation. I wonder if you dare to fight with me there. Huang Daniu ignored the discussion around him. He looked at Nangong Yi seriously and pointed his finger at the cliff beside the gold peak. Upon hearing Huang Daniu's words, Nangong Yi raised his eyebrows and asked, "You've comprehended the earth concept?" It was obvious that he had guessed Huang Daniu's intention. He wanted to borrow the earth energy from the earth concept to fight with him. Yes. Of course, you can reject it. Huang Daniu said, however, even if you reject it, I'll still fight with you. Even if I know that I'll lose. At this moment, the group of 5 element sect's disciples who were watching by the side quieted down. It was obvious that they wanted to know if Nangong Yi would agree to Huang Daniu's ridiculous request. Why should I reject it? Nangong Yi smiled and answered Huang Daniu. As expected of senior brother Yi. He knows that the other party has comprehended the earth concept. As long as he's close to the ground, he'll be able to borrow the earth energy. However, he still agreed to his unreasonable request. This is courage. Ordinary people might not even have it. Of course. Do you think that everyone is like senior brother Yi? Senior brother Yi, go for it. I believe that even if he borrows the earth energy, he's still not a match for you. Senior brother Yi, make Huang Daniu accept his defeat wholeheartedly. The group of 5 element sect's disciples shouted excitedly. They were full of confidence in Nangong Yi. Whoosh! Huang Daniu flew out and arrived at the side of the Gold Peak's cliff in just a moment. He slowly closed his eyes and let out a long sigh as if he was sensing something. In just a moment, strands of solidified khaki energy appeared on Huang Daniu's body and began to roll as if it was resonating with the earth. At this moment, Nangong Yi appeared in front of Huang Daniu. He could not help but feel surprised when he saw the energy rolling around Huang Daniu's body. Looks like I've still underestimated you. Nangong Yi muttered to himself. Whoosh! Unknowingly, the solidified khaki energy around Huang Daniu's body seemed to have completed a brand new transformation as it emitted a terrifying aura. In the next moment, the heaven and earth phenomenon began to form above Huang Daniu's head. Silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared out of thin air one after another. They were majestic and their numbers continued to increase as if there was no end to it. 50. 70. 100. It was still increasing. Gradually, the increase slowed down and finally stopped there. 185 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons hovered above Huang Danyu's head. 185 pairs of sharp eyes looked down at Nan Gongyi as though they would pounce on him at any moment. How's this possible? This Huang Danyu is actually so strong. The 185 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons in front of them gave the group of 5 element sect's disciples a great shock. Even Tan Huan from Water Peak and Tian Zhen from Earth Peak had dread written all over their faces. 6th level void interpretation, 6th level intermediate earth concept, coupled with the earth energy that you borrowed from your earth concept. You're qualified to fight with me now. Nan Gongyi opened his mouth slowly and directly pointed out Huang Danyu's background. The 6th level void interpretation had the strength of 80 ancient horned dragons when his origin energy was fully unleashed. The 6th level intermediate earth concept was equivalent to the strength of 70 ancient horned dragons. The earth energy borrowed from this level of earth concept was equivalent to the strength of 35 ancient horned dragons. It was also half of the energy contained in the earth concept. In total, it was equivalent to the strength of 185 ancient horned dragons. I'm looking forward to the battle with you. Huang Danyu took a deep breath and stared at Nan Gongyi with a burning gaze. Putting everything else aside, I, Huang Danyu, admire you for your courage to let me borrow the earth energy from my earth concept to fight with you. Huh. Interesting. Faced with the straightforward Huang Danyu, Nan Gongyi had a good impression of him. He laughed out loud as the origin energy on his body stirred and transformed into waves of blue waves that swept across his entire body. Chapter 891. When did Danyu comprehend the 6th level intermediate earth concept? Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned, and he saw the 185 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Huang Danyu's head. He did not find it strange that Huang Danyu's cultivation base had broken through to the 6th level void interpretation. After all, Huang Danyu had consumed an origin-enhancing fruit just like him. The medicinal efficacy of the origin-enhancing fruit was enough to help Huang Danyu break through. What surprised Duan Lingtian was that Huang Danyu had actually comprehended the 6th level intermediate earth concept. He still remembered when he first met Huang Danyu a month ago, Huang Danyu had only comprehended the 5th level intermediate earth concept. In other words, his current 6th level intermediate earth concept was something he'd only comprehended recently. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of air flowing could be heard. It attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. The heaven and earth energy above Nan Gongyi, who was confronting Huang Danyu, began to stir. Subsequently, it quickly gathered to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared first. It was as if they were telling the people around Nan Gongyi's current cultivation base. 7th level void interpretation. Subsequently, another 90 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. They wriggled down and were ready to attack. 8th level intermediate water concept. Duan Lingtian's eyes could not help but narrow when he saw this. He did not expect Nan Gongyi's strength to be so strong. Other than having an extraordinary cultivation base, he had even comprehended the 8th level void interpretation concept. Without using any spirit weapon, Nan Gongyi's strength was equivalent to 190 ancient horned dragon strength. Compared to Huang Danyu, who relied on his earth concept to borrow the earth energy, he was even more powerful. He had an extra strength of 5 ancient horned dragons. 7th level void interpretation. 8th level intermediate water concept. Seeing the strength that Nan Gongyi displayed, Huang Danyu turned pale with fright. After taking a deep breath, Huang Danyu's expression gradually calmed down as he stared at Nan Gongyi. Although the difference of the strength of 5 ancient horned dragons was still a little huge, with the help of the earth energy, it was enough for him to contend with it. The earth energy gave him an additional strength of 35 ancient horned dragons. If he did not borrow the earth energy from the earth concept, the gap between him and Nangong Yi would not be as simple as just the strength of 5 ancient horned dragons. Instead, it was the strength of 40 ancient horned dragons. The difference of the strength of 40 ancient horned dragons was enough for Nangong Yi to easily defeat him in one blow. Senior Marshal Brother Yi is so strong. No wonder Senior Marshal Brother Yi agreed to Huang Dainiu's unreasonable request. It turns out that he wasn't afraid of Huang Dainiu at all. So what if this Huang Dainiu borrowed the power of the earth? He's still not as good as Senior Marshal Brother Yi. Many of the 5-element sect's younger generation disciples who were spectating stared at Nangong Yi with burning eyes. In their eyes, Nangong Yi was an existence that they could not surpass and could only look up to. At the same time, he was also the future pillar of the 5-element sect. Come on. Nangong Yi was surrounded by a light shield formed by aqua-blue waves. He looked at Huang Dainiu with a smile on his face. The moment Huang Dainiu heard this, he took a deep breath. The muscles all over his body bulged as the khaki energy around his body began to surge. In the next moment, a part of the khaki energy separated and quickly consolidated into a stone platform under his feet. The moment the stone platform appeared, Huang Dainiu made his move. Boom! Huang Dainiu's feet landed on the stone platform and made a deafening sound. In an instant, the stone platform cracked. Cracks began to appear on it and spread out in all directions. They intertwined with each other and looked like a spider web. The cracks spread all over the stone platform in an instant. With a loud bang, the stone platform exploded and turned into dust. Whoosh! At the same time, Huang Dainiu, who borrowed the force from the stone platform, shot out like a cannonball and charged toward Nangong Yi. He lifted his hand and threw a punch. Whoosh! The punch was like a landslide. The vast khaki energy swept out like a khaki divine dragon and pounced toward Nangong Yi with bared fangs and claws. At the same time, 185 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons charged out from the void above Huang Dainiu's head and charged toward the 190 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Nangong Yi's head. Boom! 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 Huang Dainiu unleashed his full strength the moment he attacked. The punch that contained the strength of 185 ancient horned dragons shook the air and set off a series of ear-piercing explosions. A Dainiu who borrows the earth's energy. Even I can't take one punch from him without using my soul skill. The scene before him made Duan Lingtian feel extremely complicated. He suddenly felt that he seemed to have been overly reliant on his soul skill since the beginning. Of course, he knew in his heart that the reason he was so reliant on his soul skill, the 1,000 illusions, was because it was the most powerful technique he possessed now. The level of his spiritual energy was higher than his cultivation base, which also meant that the effect of his soul skill would be greater than his own strength. Perhaps, after my cultivation base broke through to the 6th level void interpretation, my spiritual energy did not break through to the 7th level void interpretation as well. It might not be a bad thing for me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. One had to admit that the existence of the soul skill, the 1,000 illusions, had affected Duan Lingtian's desire to improve to a certain extent. At the very least, he had slacked off on the cultivation of his martial skill. Duan Lingtian hadn't cultivated the 9 Dragons' Radiant Flash since he'd stepped into the initial stage in Drift Cloud Town, and he'd instead wholeheartedly immersed himself in the improvement of his cultivation and comprehension of his concept. Boom! A loud noise resonated in the air, causing Duan Lingtian, who was distracted, to regain his senses. He lifted his head and looked at the source of the noise. He saw that in the face of Huang Dainiu's ferocious punch that contained the strength of 185 ancient horned dragons, Nangong Yi actually did not avoid it at all and greeted it head-on. He also threw out a punch and collided with Huang Danyu's fist. In an instant, the khaki-colored energy and the aqua-blue energy collided with each other. After a deafening loud noise resonated in the air, it set off a series of terrifying air explosion sounds. At the same time, the airflow in the air was continuously compressed and exploded, causing waves after waves of violent winds to sweep out in all directions in a continuous and unending manner. Whoosh! 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 The violent wind wreaked havoc, causing the robes of the people present to flutter and flutter loudly. Some of the five-element sect's disciples with a lower cultivation base even turned pale. They could not help but take a few steps back and squint their eyes to withstand the violent wind that was blowing in their faces. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, who was not afraid of the violent wind, looked at the changes in the field with a solemn expression. Since Nangong Yi chose to fight head-on with Huang Danyu, it was obvious that he also had the intention to fight Huang Danyu head-on. Fighting Huang Danyu with a single blow might seem simple, but there were many tricks involved in it. First of all, one could gain the upper hand by striking first. Huang Danyu had taken all the advantages. Under such a premise, even if Nangong Yi's strength was 5 ancient horned dragons more than Huang Danyu's, nobody dared to say that he could defeat Huang Danyu head-on. Boom! 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 In the distance, the sound of air explosion continued to resound. The airflow in the air swept out and set off gusts of violent wind that spread out in all directions. In the field, Nangong Yi and Huang Danyu's bodies came to a halt in the air as their fists collided with each other. The waves of aqua-blue energy seemed to form waves of stormy waves that crashed out one after another. It was as though it wanted to blast away the obstacles in front of it. The khaki-colored energy on the other side was not any weaker. The rolling energy continued to rush out and formed a strange resonance with the nearby gold peak. The two of them were in a stalemate. They were equally matched. This Huang Danyu is actually so strong after borrowing the earth energy. He can even fight senior brother Yi to a draw. One of the five-element sect's disciples could not help but exclaim. No matter what the result is today, this Huang Danyu will definitely become famous in our five-element sect and become a new young powerhouse in our five-element sect. With Huang Danyu's strength and the earth energy, I'm afraid only senior brother Chen and senior brother Yi can be a match for him in our five-element sect. Even senior brother Hu Fei can't do it. That's right. Although senior brother Hu Fei has also made a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation, he has only comprehended the 7th level void interpretation concept. When he unleashes his full strength with his bare hands, he's weaker than senior brother Yi by 10 ancient horned dragons. He's also weaker than Huang Danyu by 5 ancient horned dragons. If they were to fight head-on, I'm afraid senior brother Hu Fei won't be a match for Huang Danyu. However, this Huang Danyu can only borrow the earth energy to possess such a powerful strength in a specific environment. Senior brother Hu Fei can definitely stay away from this specific environment that's beneficial to Huang Danyu. That's true as well. The group of five-element sect's disciples discussed animatedly. Their words could not help but compare Huang Danyu and Hu Fei. This Huang Danyu, he actually has such strength? Upon hearing these words, Hu Fei's face turned extremely grave. Not long ago, when he found out from some of the Fire Peak's disciples that the person who slapped him twice was Huang Danyu, he could not wait to tear Huang Danyu into pieces and burn his bones into ashes. Initially, he thought that someone like Huang Danyu was destined to be tortured by him no matter what the situation was. However, only now did he realize that if Huang Danyu borrowed the earth energy and did not use any spirit weapon, it was almost impossible for him to be a match for Huang Danyu. This made him feel ashamed and resentful. If it was his turn to fight with Huang Danyu, and Huang Danyu insisted on acting shamelessly and stayed at the side of Gold Peak, he would really not be able to do anything to Huang Daniu. The Battle of the Five Peaks did not seem to have any rule that stated that one could not borrow the earth energy. At that time, they would most likely be judged as a draw. He did not have the confidence to defeat Huang Daniu, who had borrowed the earth energy. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Nan Gongyi and Huang Daniu continued to be in a stalemate. The strength in their hands continued to surge out and collided with each other violently. They were evenly matched, and it was difficult to determine the winner. That's Chapter 892. Just when Duan Lingtian fixed his gaze on Nan Gongyi's fist, the aqua-blue energy on the surface of Nan Gongyi's fist suddenly shrunk as though it was being squeezed together. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the aqua-blue energy around Nan Gongyi's fist suddenly shrunk and twined around his fist. As he shrunk his energy, Huang Daniu's energy was completely released. The energy that seemed to have transformed into a khaki-colored divine dragon as it rushed toward Nan Gongyi with a crushing force. Senior Brother Yi. At this moment, most of the five-element sect's young disciples could not help but feel their hearts in their mouths as they looked at Nan Gongyi worriedly. In their opinion, Nan Gongyi had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. Don't worry. Don't worry. Even if Senior Brother Yi loses, Huang Daniu still has an unfair advantage. Senior Brother Yi did not use the earth energy at all. Many of the Gold Peak's disciples comforted themselves. Including Duan Lingtian, the peak masters of the 5 peaks of 5-element sect, as well as the elders beside them, thought differently from the 5-element sect's disciples. The layman would just watch the show while the expert would know the skill. It seemed like Nan Gongyi had shrunk the energy on his fist and allowed Huang Daniu to gain the upper hand. However, in reality, he was already preparing for his next move. Just when the group of 5-element sect's disciples broke out in cold sweat for Nan Gongyi and when Duan Lingtian's eyes were completely focused, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Nan Gongyi made his move. Whoosh! Nan Gongyi took a step forward and welcomed Huang Daniu's punch that contained a vast amount of energy. In the eyes of the others, it was no different from suicide. Senior Brother Yi. Upon seeing this, many of the 5-element sect's female disciples were so frightened that they could not help but cry out. It was at this moment that the blue energy around Nan Gongyi's fist, which seemed to have turned into liquid, suddenly exploded as he clashed with Huang Daniu with his fist once again. Boom! A terrifying power blossomed from Nan Gongyi's fist and exploded. In Duan Lingtian's eyes, this scene was no different from a bomb explosion on Earth in his previous life. After the power of Nan Gongyi's fist exploded, all that was left in front of the spectators was a watery blue sky. It was as if half of the sky had been dyed blue. At this moment, one could vaguely see 2 figures colliding with each other behind the blue sky. Suddenly, one of the figures with a medium build leaned forward and maintained his punching posture, not moving at all. On the other hand, another tall figure flew out like an arrow leaving the bow. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood into the sky. He let out a few muffled groans. Boom! Almost at the same time, a terrifying loud sound rang out, and a vast gale swept in all directions, blowing away even the blue sky. In the distance, Nan Gongyi stood in the sky with a graceful bearing. On the other hand, Huang Daniu stood even further away in a sorry state, and his countenance that was ghastly pale recovered slightly after consuming a healing medicinal pill. You're very strong. I, Huang Daniu, wholeheartedly accept my loss. Huang Daniu took a deep breath and looked at Nan Gongyi as he spoke frankly. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Nan Gongyi to reply before flying out to return to the side of Duan Lingtian and the other members of the Wood Peak. Peak Master, Elder Yang, Elder Ku. I've disappointed all of you. Huang Daniu spoke apologetically. Daniu, you've done very well. Ku Zheng smiled. Earlier, when Huang Daniu revealed his strength without holding back, it had shocked him as well. Never had he imagined that in a short period of a month, Huang Daniu's strength would undergo such a great change. Daniu, you. When did you break through to the 6th level of the void interpretation stage? Besides that, you've actually comprehended 6th level intermediate earth concept. Chen Wei looked at Huang Daniu with a dazed expression. At this moment, he felt that the big guy in front of him had suddenly become so unfamiliar to him that he had to reacquaint himself with him. He. Huang Daniu grinned foolishly and did not explain further. He could tell that neither Kuzheng nor Chen Wei knew about the origin-enhancing fruit. Since that was the case, he naturally would not take the initiative to expose them. After all, the origin-enhancing fruit that he consumed was originally intended to be given to Chen Wei by the Peak Master of Wood Peak. Who knew if Kuzheng and his disciple would have any opinions about it after they found out about it? Not bad, not bad. Qiyu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, smiled and nodded at Huang Daniu. It was obvious that he was very satisfied with Huang Daniu's performance earlier. Upon hearing this, Huang Daniu was overwhelmed by the favor. Daniu, you've really hidden it well. When did you comprehend 6th level intermediate earth concept? Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Daniu deeply. He. Just a few days ago. Huang Daniu said with a grin. I admit defeat. Suddenly, a gentle voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears, causing him to snap back to reality. He turned his head to look at the source of the voice. With just a glance, he saw the owner of the voice. Tan Huan. She was the strongest person among the younger generation of Water Peak and also the strongest female disciple among the younger generation of the Five-Element sect. After the battle between Huang Daniu and Nangong Yi, it was her and Hu Fei's turn. However, after witnessing Hu Fei's cultivation base at the 7th level void interpretation, she knew very well that she was no match for him. Therefore, she rationally admitted defeat. Hu Fei advanced to the next round. The second round had ended. The male disciple from Earth Peak had a bye. The third round began. This was because Hu Fei, Tan Huan, and the male disciple from Earth Peak admitted that they were no match for Nangong Yi. Since Nangong Yi had defeated Huang Daniu, he was temporarily ranked first in the Battle of the Five Peaks. It was precisely because of this that Huang Daniu took his place to advance to the next round and fought with the male disciple from Earth Peak. The other party had seen Huang Daniu's strength and did not have the intention to fight with him. Therefore, he admitted defeat immediately. Subsequently, only Huang Daniu and Hu Fei were left. Whoosh! Before Hu Fei even entered the arena, Huang Daniu suddenly transformed into a bolt of lightning under the dumbfounded eyes of the crowd. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived at the side of Gold Peak and leaned against the cliff. Upon seeing Huang Daniu's actions, other than Duan Lingtian and a few others, the rest of them were speechless. This Huang Daniu is too shameless, isn't he? I was just wondering if Huang Daniu would get close to Gold Peak and borrow the earth energy when he goes up against senior brother Hu Fei. I can't believe that he would run over there before he even goes up against senior brother Hu Fei. When he gets there, Huang Daniu's strength will be 35 ancient horned dragons more than usual. It's even stronger than senior brother Hu Fei's full strength. I wonder if senior brother Hu Fei will take the initiative to fight with him or not. The Five-Element sect's disciples present on the scene discussed animatedly. Many of them felt that Huang Daniu was shameless, but there were also many who felt that he was smart. Hu Fei flew out and stood in the sky far away from Gold Peak. He stared at Huang Daniu who was leaning against the side of Gold Peak and mocked in a deep voice, Huang Daniu, if you're still a man, come and fight with me. Hu Fei. Upon hearing Hu Fei's words, Huang Daniu chuckled. If you admit that you're still a man, then come and fight with me. You're a 7th level void interpretation martial artist. Don't tell me that you're afraid of a 6th-level void interpretation martial artist like me? Provocation. A blatant provocation. However, one had to admit that Hu Fei was enraged. He was completely enraged. Hu Fei's eyes were instantly dyed red as he stared at Huang Daniu from afar. If looks could kill, Huang Daniu would have died many times over. However, Hu Fei did not make any move at all. This was because he had no confidence that he could defeat Huang Daniu, who had borrowed the earth energy. If he was not confident, he would not make a move at all. Otherwise, if he was defeated by Huang Daniu, he would definitely become the laughingstock of all the 5-element sect's disciples in the future. He would not be able to lift his head up anymore. It was precisely because of this that he did not dare to take the risk. For a moment, the atmosphere on the scene became a little strange. Huang Daniu stood in the sky near Gold Peak while Hu Fei stood in the sky far away from Gold Peak. Both of them stood facing each other, but neither of them made any move. Sect Leader. At this moment, Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, stood out and looked at Guo Chong, the sect leader of 5-element sect, before saying in a deep voice, "Since that Huang Daniu does not dare to step forward and fight with my useless disciple, he should be the one who loses this battle. Please make your decision, sect leader." Humph. Before Guo Chong could say anything, Chiyu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, stepped out and said in a cold voice, "Cha Bai, you're still as shameless as before. You said that Huang Daniu does not dare to step forward and fight with Hu Fei. Then let me ask you, does Hu Fei dare to step forward and fight with Huang Daniu?" Chi Yu's question entered the ears of the group of 5-element sect's disciples who were watching the battle. Other than the disciples from Fire Peak, all of them nodded their heads in agreement. That's right. Huang Daniu does not dare to leave Gold Peak and fight with senior brother Hu Fei. However, senior brother Hu Fei also does not dare to take the initiative to fight with Huang Daniu. Even though Huang Daniu is shameless in this battle, I have to say that he's very smart. He knows how to make use of his own advantages. If both of them really do not dare to take the initiative to fight with each other, it would be best for this battle to end in a tie. The group of 5-element sect's disciples discussed animatedly. Although their voices were noisy, they still managed to enter the ears of the Peak Masters and the elders of each peak. At this moment, Cha Bai's face turned extremely grave. It did not cross his mind that other than the disciples from Fire Peak, the disciples from Gold Peak, Water Peak, and Earth Peak would also stand on Chi Yu's side and support him. However, if this battle really ended in a tie, he would not be willing to do so no matter what. After all, once the battle between Hu Fei and Huang Daniu ended in a tie, both of their rankings would be tied. At that time, as long as the other representative from Wood Peak defeated the other representative from Fire Peak, his Fire Peak would have to submit to Wood Peak. That was something that he did not want to see. The other representative from Wood Peak, Duan Ling Tian, was a young man who was shrouded in mystery. Since Wood Peak chose him as their trump card and allowed him to rest temporarily, it could be seen that his strength was above Huang Daniu. It would be a piece of cake for Duan Ling Tian to defeat the other representative from Fire Peak, a Fire Peak disciple who had just made a breakthrough to the 5th-level void interpretation. Chiyu, you can't say that. Everyone knows that as long as a martial artist's cultivation base has stepped into the void, as long as they encounter someone who has comprehended the earth concept, they would not fight with their opponent on the ground. Cha Bai stared at Chiyu and said in a deep voice, "Am I wrong?" "You're right." Chiyu nodded his head. Chapter 893. But what if the martial artist who has comprehended the earth concept refuses to leave the ground? What can those martial artists who are far away from the ground do to him then? Chiyu said as he glanced at Cha Bai nonchalantly. You're twisting logic." Cha Bai was so angry that his face turned grave. His anger was rising. Twisting logic? Chiyu smiled. His smile was extremely bright. Cha Bai, since you said that I'm twisting logic, then let's just be straightforward. You and I will fight. If you win, I'll ask Dainyu to admit defeat. If you lose, I'll ask Hu Fei to admit defeat. What do you think? Chi Yu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, directly challenged Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak. Whoosh! The moment Chi Yu's words left his mouth, it was like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples, causing the group of 5-element sect's disciples to be shocked. Peak Master Chi Yu wants to challenge Peak Master Cha Bai. I heard that Peak Master Chi Yu is the second most powerful person in our 5-element sect, second only to the sect leader. Does Peak Master Cha Bai dare to accept the challenge? Can't you see that Peak Master Cha Bai's face has turned green? If he dares to accept the challenge, I'll give you 10 mid-grade origin stones. If he doesn't, you'll give me 10 mid-grade origin stones. What do you think? Bah! Only a fool would bet with you. Other than the Fire Peak's disciples whose faces were slightly pale, the disciples from the other 4 peaks began to discuss among themselves. The Wood Peak's disciples, in particular, even began to openly bet with each other. Cha Bai, of course, heard all these words without missing a single word. He was so angry that the chi and blood in his body began to boil. He could not wait to accept Chi Yu's challenge and fight him for 300 rounds. However, could he do that? He knew that he was no match for Chi Yu. If he was defeated in front of so many people, where would his dignity as the Peak Master of Fire Peak be? Alright. Both of you want to fight. Don't tell me that you're worried that you won't have a chance. Don't forget that today is the Battle of the 5 Peaks. This is not your stage. Guochong, the sect leader of 5-element sect, finally could not stand it anymore. Humph. For the sake of the sect leader, this Peak Master will not argue with you. Guochong's words, without a doubt, gave Cha Bai a way out. Cha Bai snorted coldly. He. Cha Bai, the sect leader has also said that we don't have to worry about not having a chance to fight. Now, I challenge you to a fight after the Battle of the 5 Peaks. Do you dare? With a faint smile on his face, Chi Yu mercilessly smashed the excuse that Guochong had given Cha Bai. Do you dare? You, Cha Bai's face turned ghastly pale when he saw that Chi Yu was not going to show him any mercy. However, he did not dare to accept the challenge. Chi Yu's reputation as the second strongest person in the 5-element sect was not undeserved. As the Peak Master of Fire Peak in the 5-element sect, Cha Bai naturally knew this very well. This was also the reason why he didn't dare to accept the challenge. Because once he accepted the challenge, his fate was already sealed, and he would definitely lose. Chi Yu, give me some face. Guochong frowned and tried to persuade him again. Chi Yu took a deep look at Guochong. Then, he nodded and retreated. At the same time, he looked at Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, and said nonchalantly, Cha Bai, all these years, I've never asked about the matters of Wood Peak. However, it doesn't mean that I don't know what you've done. In the future, if you dare to do anything to my Wood Peak that makes me unhappy, I, Chi Yu, will definitely go to your Fire Peak and cripple both of your legs. Chi Yu's words made Cha Bai's face turn even graver. However, he did not dare to retort. At this moment, he knew that the Chi Yu from more than 20 years ago had returned. That arrogant and unruly Chi Yu who dared to fight a powerhouse at the peak of the void with his cultivation base that had just entered the 9th level void transformation stage had returned. When they saw how Chi Yu had rendered Cha Bai speechless with just a few words, they immediately burst into an uproar. All of the 5-element sect's disciples, including the disciples from Fire Peak, burst into an uproar. Although they had heard that Chi Yu was the second strongest person in the 5-element sect, they had never thought that his deterrence would be so great. With just a few words, he had rendered the Peak Master of Fire Peak completely speechless. Sect Leader. When the Wood Peak disciples saw this scene, their faces were filled with excitement and pride. This was their peak master of Wood Peak. "Hey! Brother, which peak are you from?" A Wood Peak disciple looked at a disciple from another peak nearby and asked with a smile. "I'm from Earth Peak. What about you?" The latter replied. "I'm from Wood Peak. Do you see that? That's our peak master of Wood Peak. Isn't he awesome?" The Wood Peak disciple raised his chest and asked with a smile. "Awesome." The latter nodded his head vigorously before smiling flatteringly. Brother, can I ask you something?" "What is it?" "If I want to transfer to Wood Peak from Earth Peak, is there anything that I need to do?" Similar scenes were playing out on many Wood Peak disciples. In the past, they could not lift their heads in front of the other 4 peaks. However, today, they could finally lift their heads up and proudly say in a loud voice, "I'm a Wood Peak disciple." At this moment, they were proud of being a Wood Peak disciple. Yu Fang, the Peak Master of Water Peak, and Tian Gu, the Peak Master of Earth Peak, looked at each other. Both of them could see the dread in each other's eyes. At once, both of their faces turned solemn. In this world where the strong are revered, it's true that whoever has the biggest fist is the boss. When Duan Lingtian saw how Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, was cowering in front of Chi Yu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, he could not help but shake his head and smile. At the same time, he was also shocked by Chi Yu's strength. Looks like the Peak Master is in a good mood today. He actually taught Cha Bai a lesson without any mercy. Kuzheng smiled. "I'm afraid the Peak Master has been wanting to do this for a long time. It's just that he didn't have the confidence to do so." After all, the younger generation of disciples from Wood Peak were really disappointing in the past. Now that we have Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu in Wood Peak, the Peak Master has the confidence to do so as well. Yang Ling hit the nail on the head. Although all the peaks of 5-element sect existed at the same time, they were in a competitive relationship with each other. No matter how powerful a Peak Master was, there would still be a day when he would die of old age. The cultivation of the younger generation of disciples was the foundation of each peak. They were the pillars that supported the future of each peak. With the intervention of Guochong, the sect leader of 5-element sect, Chi Yu and Cha Bai finally retreated. Immediately after, Guochong looked at Huang Daniu and Hu Fei and said loudly, "I'll give both of you another 20 breaths of time. After 20 breaths of time, if both of you still haven't made your move, this battle will end in a tie." The moment Guochong's words left his mouth, Huang Daniu smiled. Hu Fei, on the other hand, turned pale. A tie? Him and Huang Daniu? He was a 7th-level void interpretation martial artist who had even comprehended the 7th-level intermediate fire concept. Huang Daniu was only a 6th-level void interpretation martial artist who had only comprehended the 6th-level intermediate earth concept. Now, the battle between him and Huang Daniu would end in a tie. At this moment, Hu Fei could feel the mocking gazes from the surroundings. These gazes were none other than mocking him, a 7th-level void interpretation martial artist, for not daring to take the initiative to fight a 6th-level void interpretation martial artist. At this moment, he was so embarrassed that he could not help but feel angry. However, his rationality was constantly persuading him not to be impulsive and not to be impulsive. Once he made his move, it would be fine if he won. However, if he lost, he would never be able to hold his head up high in Fire Peak and the 5-element sect. He did not dare to take the risk. There's still 10 breaths of time left. In just a blink of an eye, 10 breaths of time had passed. Guochong reminded him nonchalantly. 10 breaths of time left? As though he had recalled something, Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he looked at Huang Daniu. He grinned and said loudly, "Daniu, you're amazing. This Hu Fei doesn't even dare to take the initiative to fight with you. After today, you can be considered as the #1 person in the Five Elements sect. He. The moment Huang Dainiu heard Duan Lingtian's words, he grinned proudly. That's right, Dainiu. Didn't your hands hurt when you slapped Hu Fei until his head was swollen like a pig's? I think this Hu Fei's skin is pretty thick. A smile crept up on the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth as he asked loudly. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the group of Five Elements sect's disciples who were watching the fight were stunned. Immediately after, they subconsciously looked at Hu Fei and discovered that Hu Fei's face had instantly turned scarlet red. A murderous gaze shot out from his eyes as he stared fixedly at Huang Dainiu. This Duan Lingtian is really ruthless. Isn't he just trying to force senior brother Hu Fei to make a move? I think senior brother Hu Fei's anger is about to reach its limit. Just a little bit more and he might not be able to hold himself back anymore and attack Huang Dainiu. As long as Huang Dainiu agrees with Duan Lingtian, with senior brother Hu Fei's temper, he'll definitely make a move. At this moment, the group of Five Elements sect's disciples had already guessed Duan Lingtian's plan. He wanted to force Hu Fei to make a move on Huang Dainiu. Duan Lingtian, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have Qiyu's support. It's impossible for Qiyu to stay by your side all the time. If you dare to say another word, I'll make sure you die outside without even leaving a corpse behind. Suddenly, a vicious and malicious voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and looked at the source of the voice. It was none other than Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak. At once, Duan Lingtian smiled nonchalantly and said loudly, Peak Master Cha Bai, did you just say that it's impossible for Peak Master Qiyu to stay by my side all the time? And that you can make me die outside without even leaving a corpse behind at any time? The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, horror dawned on Cha Bai's face. It had never crossed his mind that Duan Lingtian would actually say out the words that he used to threaten him through voice transmission. At this moment, he could feel the gazes from the surrounding were directed at him. Even Guochong, the sect leader of Five Elements sect, was looking at him with a hint of anger in his eyes. No matter what, Duan Lingtian was still a disciple of Wood Peak. A disciple of Wood Peak was also a disciple of Five Elements sect. Right now, as the Peak Master of Fire Peak, Cha Bai actually dared to threaten a junior disciple from the same sect. As the sect leader, Guochong could not help but feel anger rising from the bottom of his heart. Duan Lingtian, don't you dare make false accusations. Cha Bai said angrily. At this moment, how could he possibly admit that he had said those words? If he admitted it, let alone the people from the other four peaks, even the disciples of Fire Peak would look down on him from the bottom of their hearts. Make false accusations? Chapter 894. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, all the eyes in the surroundings immediately locked onto Cha Bai. It was as though all of them wanted to know if Cha Bai dared to swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation. If he dared to, it would mean that Duan Lingtian was indeed slandering him. If he dared not to, it would mean that he had indeed threatened Duan Lingtian. Humph. Cha Bai turned a blind eye to the gazes that were directed at him from the surroundings. He glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently and snorted, I'm the dignified Peak Master of Fire Peak. Why should I swear on behalf of a mere Wood Peak disciple like you? You're not worthy enough. Since Peak Master Cha Bai has already said so, then I'll. When Duan Lingtian reached this part of his sentence, he paused for a moment. Then, he pinched his finger and a drop of blood rose into the sky. Upon seeing this, horror dawned on Cha Bai's face. He could guess what Duan Lingtian was going to do. He wanted to interrupt him, but he realized that Qiyu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, was staring at him coldly. He had no doubt that as long as he dared to make a move on Duan Lingtian, Qiyu would definitely make a move on him. I, Duan Lingtian, swear on my own blood. If what I said just now is a lie, I'm willing to be struck to death by the 99 heavenly tribulation. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the sound of thunder rumbled in the sky. A total of 9 claps of thunder resonated in the sky, but there was no lightning punishment. Whoosh! At once, all the 5-element sect's disciples burst into an uproar. Other than the Fire Peak disciples, the other 4 peaks disciples were looking at Cha Bai with a hint of disdain. The dignified peak master of Fire Peak actually dares to threaten an ordinary disciple like that. This is really beneath his dignity. I really don't know how such a person became the peak master of Fire Peak. Don't tell me that when the other peaks were choosing their peak masters in the past, they didn't even need to consider one's character at all? With such a peak master of Fire Peak, I think the Fire Peak's disciples wouldn't have a good character as well. The disciples of the 4 peaks discussed animatedly. None of their words were polite at all. When the Fire Peak's disciples heard these words, they were rendered speechless for a moment. They could only secretly glare at Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, with resentment. In their opinion, if it was not for him, they would not be ridiculed like this. For a moment, many Fire Peak disciples had already expressed that they were considering transferring to other peaks. When Duan Lingtian made the oath, Cha Bai's expression had already changed. Now that he heard the discussion among the disciples of the 4 peaks, he was so angry that his blood and qi started to surge. Whoosh! At this moment, a ghostly figure suddenly appeared in front of Cha Bai. Qi Yu. Cha Bai, who only saw a flash in front of his eyes, recognized the person who had appeared in front of him. His expression changed drastically as he hurriedly circulated the origin energy in his body in an attempt to block the attack. Unfortunately, he was still too slow. Bang! A deafening sound rang out. Then, everyone saw. The instant Qi Yu appeared in front of Cha Bai was sent flying away like an arrow that was shot out from a bow. Blood kept spurting out of his mouth as though it was free of charge. After flying for more than 100 meters, Cha Bai finally managed to stabilize his body. However, even though he had consumed the healing pill, blood was still spurting out from his mouth. It took him quite a while before he finally stopped. This time, Guochong, the sect leader of the 5-element sect, merely frowned but did not interfere. Perhaps, he also felt that Cha Bai had gone overboard this time. How powerful! In just a blink of an eye, Peak Master Qi Yu appeared in front of Peak Master Cha Bai while Peak Master Cha Bai was sent flying away with severe injuries. I didn't even see how Peak Master Qi Yu arrived in front of Peak Master Cha Bai, nor did I see how he sent Peak Master Cha Bai flying. Nonsense. Without a cultivation base above the void transformation stage, how could you possibly see Peak Master Qi Yu's movements clearly? Other than the Fire Peak disciples who had a bitter expression on their faces, the eyes of the disciples from the other 4 peaks lit up immediately. All of them were shocked by Qi Yu's tyrannical strength. Did you see that? This is our Peak Master of Wood Peak. I'm a disciple of Wood Peak. Are you jealous? The group of Wood Peak disciples were beaming with joy. All they could feel was that the anger that they had accumulated over the years had vanished without a trace. At this moment, they were proud to be a disciple of Wood Peak. Cha Bai, I'm warning you. If anything happens to Duan Lingtian in the future, I'll definitely kill your direct disciple with my own hands. Qi Yu looked at Cha Bai and said coldly. Qi Yu, you. Cha Bai's expression changed immediately. Before he could catch his breath, he spat out another 2 mouthfuls of blood. Then, he glared at Qi Yu fiercely. Qi Yu ignored him and returned to the group of people from Wood Peak. Thank you, Peak Master. Duan Lingtian thanked Qi Yu for standing up for him. As long as I'm here, Cha Bai won't dare to touch you. Qi Yu smiled lightly. In the distance, Huang Daniu, who was standing in the air next to Gold Peak, was enraged when he heard Duan Lingtian saying that Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, had threatened him. Even though Qiyu had made a move and severely injured Cha Bai, he still felt that it was not enough to vent his anger. Hu Fei, you're really as useless as your master. Speaking of which, my hand does hurt a little after giving you 2 slaps last time. I have to say that you're really thick-skinned. Huang Daniu looked at Hu Fei and said nonchalantly. His words were filled with mockery and ridicule. Hu Fei, who was already enraged by Duan Lingtian's words, was filled with rage when he saw that his master was severely injured by the Peak Master of Wood Peak. Now that he heard Huang Daniu's mockery and ridicule, he could no longer hold it in. Huang Daniu, you're seeking death. Hu Fei, who was enraged, shouted angrily. He charged out and pounced toward Huang Daniu. The moment he flew out, flames burst out from Hu Fei's body. It was like a giant flaming beast that opened its bloody mouth and bit toward Huang Daniu. In the air, the heaven and earth phenomenon quickly condensed into form. 180 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons charged out and pounced toward Huang Daniu. 7th level void interpretation. 7th level intermediate fire concept. Hu Fei attacked furiously with all his might. There was only one thought in his mind. Kill Huang Daniu. Only in this way would he be able to avenge himself, avenge his master, and vent the hatred in his heart. Bring it on. Faced with Hu Fei, who was charging at him menacingly like a giant flaming beast, Huang Daniu's eyes lit up. The origin energy that he had long accumulated surged out from his body. Soon after, the 6th level intermediate earth concept merged with the origin energy and transformed into a vast khaki energy that enveloped his entire body. Moreover, the khaki energy seemed to resonate with the nearby gold peak. It was the earth concept that was communicating with the earth energy and borrowing the earth energy. Whoosh! In the air above Huang Daniu, 185 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons instantly appeared. Compared to the heaven and earth phenomenon that was triggered by Hu Fei's full strength, there were 5 more silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Huang Daniu, who was surrounded by the khaki energy, suddenly stretched out both of his hands. Rumble! A series of loud noises reverberated in the air. The khaki energy shrouded Huang Daniu, causing him to seem like he had transformed into a giant earth beast in an instant. The giant earth beast pounced toward the giant flaming beast. Boom! 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 The 2 giant beasts continued to collide and tear at each other. It was difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time. However, as time went by, the giant earth beast seemed to possess an endless amount of energy. The more it fought, the more ferocious it became. It suppressed the giant flaming beast, causing the flames on the giant flaming beast to be extinguished continuously. 15 minutes later, the giant flaming beast was suppressed and became dispirited. Boom! However, the giant earth beast did not seem to be exhausted at all. It pounced forward with all its might and shattered the giant flaming beast with just a few slaps. The giant flaming beast's body disappeared after a few slaps. Hu Fei, who was in the middle of it, did not suffer any serious injuries. After spurting out a few mouthfuls of blood, he passed out. Whoosh! Seeing that the unconscious Hu Fei was about to fall from the sky, an old man appeared out of thin air and caught him. It was none other than Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak. Cha Bai glanced coldly at Huang Daniu, who had already retracted his energy. His eyes were filled with extreme coldness as though he was about to devour someone. If it was not for the fact that he was afraid of Qiyu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, he would have already killed Huang Daniu. Old man! Just when everyone's eyes were on Huang Daniu, the victor, Huang Daniu suddenly glared at him and pointed his finger at Cha Bai furiously. Upon seeing this, Cha Bai could not help but be stunned. Old man, you actually dare to use your voice transmission to threaten me. You! Not only do you want to kill me, but you also want to kill my family and annihilate my entire family? I. Huang Daniu was so angry that his eyes turned red. He was out of breath. What? Upon hearing Huang Daniu's words and seeing the furious expression on his face, everyone, including the people from Fire Peak, was stunned. Is there something wrong with this Peak Master of Fire Peak's brain? He was just taught a lesson by Qiyu for threatening Duan Lingtian earlier. Now, he actually dared to threaten Huang Daniu, who was also a disciple of Wood Peak like Duan Lingtian and was under Qiyu's protection. Wasn't he courting death? Very soon, most of the people's eyes landed on Qiyu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak. They happened to see Qiyu vanishing into thin air right before their eyes. Their first reaction was to shift their attention to Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak. As expected, Qiyu appeared in front of Cha Bai. Bang! Another loud noise resonated in the air. Following that, Cha Bai, who was carrying Hu Fei, was sent flying again. Blood gushed out of his mouth as though it was free of charge. There were even many blood clots mixed in the blood. Barf! 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 Cha Bai, who finally managed to stop himself from flying, continued to spurt out blood from his mouth. He only managed to stop it after a long while. After he stopped the bleeding, his eyes were filled with killing intent. He did not look at Qiyu. Instead, he looked at Huang Daniu and said angrily, "Huang Daniu, when did I threaten you?" At this moment, other than feeling ashamed and angry, Cha Bai also felt wronged. Earlier, he only glared at Huang Daniu. From the beginning until the end, he did not even communicate with Huang Daniu through voice transmission. However, Huang Daniu actually slandered him and threatened him. Before he could explain himself, Qiyu appeared in front of him again. Without saying anything, he sent him flying with a palm strike. His internal organs that had yet to recover were once again severely injured. Although his injuries could be healed, even if he consumed the Grade 2 life recovery pill, it would still take him 2 to 3 months to fully recover. Peak Master Cha Bai, I was just joking with you. Chapter 895. Barf. The moment Cha Bai heard Huang Daniu's words, he did not manage to catch his breath before he spat out another mouthful of blood. Was this a joke? Cha Bai was not the only one who was angered to the point of spitting out blood. The group of 5 Element Sect's disciples who were watching the scene were also rendered speechless. All of them shifted their gazes to Huang Daniu. All of them felt that Huang Daniu was just too ruthless. Just a joke, and he had caused Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, to be severely injured by Qiyu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak again. Daniu, this guy, Duan Lingtian burst out laughing. He could not hold it in at all. Why didn't he notice this side of Huang Daniu before this? This was simply cheating people to death without paying with their lives. Yang Ling, Kuzhen, and Chen Wei, who were standing next to Duan Lingtian, were stunned for a moment before they could not help but burst out laughing as well. Daniu is really ruthless. I'm afraid Cha Bai is going to hate him to death this time. Chen Wei shook his head. This kid. I used to think that he was quite honest. Looks like I've misjudged him. Kuzhen sighed. That's why people say that you can't judge a book by its cover. Yang Ling said with a straight face. Qiyu, why you better give me an explanation. Cha Bai turned around and glared at Qiyu as he shouted. The first time, he did threaten Duan Lingtian using his voice transmission and was severely injured by Qiyu for Duan Lingtian. Although he was ashamed and resentful, he could still hold it in. However, this time, he did not threaten Huang Daniu at all. However, he was severely injured by Qiyu because of Huang Daniu's slander. While he was resentful, he could not help but feel wronged. Explanation? Qiyu raised his eyebrows and said nonchalantly, Cha Bai, you're an elder. Why are you so serious? Dainyu also said that he was just joking with you. Barf. The moment Cha Bai heard Chi Yu's words, he spat out another mouthful of blood. His face turned even paler. Joking? How could he be so serious? Sect leader, you have to help me in this matter. Cha Bai looked at Guochong with grief and resentment. Cha Bai, let's just end this matter. Guochong furrowed his brows. Then, he displayed it and said slowly. But, just as Cha Bai was about to say something, Guochong interrupted him, I've already said. This matter ends here. If you hadn't threatened Duan Ling Tian before, would Chi Yu have hurt you without hesitation? As he spoke, Guochong's face turned solemn. Cha Bai took a deep breath and did not say anything in the end. However, his eyes were still glowing with a cold light as he glared at Chi Yu and Huang Dainyu. Good job, Dainyu. Chi Yu gave Huang Dainyu a thumbs up. He seemed to be praising Huang Dainyu for defeating Hu Fei, but he also seemed to be praising Huang Dainyu for making a good joke. Hee hee. Huang Dainyu grinned and gave Cha Bai a provocative look, causing Cha Bai's face to turn even uglier. Dainyu, you're really something. After Huang Dainyu came back, Duan Ling Tian recalled what had happened just now. He couldn't help but smile again. At the same time, warmth filled his heart. He knew that Daniel was standing up for him. At this moment, after Tan Huan admitted that she was no match for Huang Dainyu, the provisional ranking of the Battle of the Five Peaks was announced. Due to the fact that Nangong Yi had defeated Huang Dainyu, Hu Fei, Tan Huan, and the male disciple from Earth Peak admitted that they were no match for Nangong Yi was temporarily ranked first in the Battle of the Five Peaks. On the other hand, Huang Dainyu, who replaced Nangong Yi and continued to battle with Hu Fei and the other two, was temporarily ranked second in the Battle of the Five Peaks. Hu Fei was temporarily ranked third. Tan Huan was temporarily ranked fourth. The male disciple from Earth Peak was temporarily ranked fifth. The five of them did not have any objections to the current ranking. After that, it was time for the five people who were eliminated the earliest to issue challenges. They were Duan Ling Tian, Nangong Chen, Tian Zhen, the female disciple from Water Peak, and the male disciple from Fire Peak. The female disciple from Water Peak challenged the male disciple from Earth Peak. She lost and was temporarily ranked sixth. The male disciple from Fire Peak challenged the male disciple from Earth Peak. He won and was temporarily ranked fifth. The male disciple from Earth Peak dropped to sixth. The female disciple from Water Peak dropped to seventh. The seven of them did not have any objections to the current ranking. Whoosh! Just when Duan Ling Tian was looking at Nangong Chen and Tian Zhen to see if they were going to make the first move, Nangong Chen made his move and arrived at Gold Peak in just a short while. Then, his gaze landed on Huang Dainyu. Although he did not say anything, his target was obvious. It was Huang Dainyu. Senior brother Chen is going to make his move. It's obvious that senior brother Chen wants Huang Dainyu to borrow the earth energy since he intentionally went to Gold Peak's side. It seems like he's very confident in his own strength. Of course. I heard that senior brother Chen's strength is even higher than senior brother Yi's. Until now, I still can't figure out who's older between senior brother Chen and senior brother Yi. I heard that even senior brother Chen and senior brother Yi don't know who's older. However, they both regard themselves as the elder brother and the other as the younger brother. Most of the Five Element Peak's disciples shifted their attention to Nangong Chen. Some of them shifted their attention to Huang Dainyu as well. You're Nangong Chen. Both of you are pretty good. The fact that you dare to challenge me here and allow me to borrow the earth energy shows that you're very confident and a worthy opponent. Huang Dainyu stood in the air opposite Nangong Chen and said solemnly. Nangong Chen's face was cold as he nodded nonchalantly. Let's do what I did with your brother earlier. We'll decide the victor with a punch. What do you think? Huang Daniu asked. Nangong Chen nodded again. Great. Today, regardless of who wins or loses, I, Huang Daniu, will definitely make friends with you. Huang Daniu laughed heartily before he attacked with all his might. As he punched out, the vast khaki energy seemed to have transformed into a cannonball as it charged toward Nangong Chen violently. In the air, 185 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared out of thin air. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced toward Nangong Chen. Seeing that Huang Daniu had made his move, Nangong Chen made his move as well. He took a step forward and casually punched out. Vast origin energy swept out and emitted waves of majestic and heavy aura. Whoosh! In the air, 100 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. They seemed to be telling his cultivation base that he was at the 7th level void interpretation. Subsequently, a wave of khaki energy appeared out of thin air and merged with the origin energy. It seemed to have some sort of resonance with the nearby gold peak. Whoosh! When the origin energy completely merged with the khaki energy, 135 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the air once again. He's comprehending the earth concept as well. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as shock appeared on his face. At this moment, when Huang Daniu realized that Nangong Chen had also comprehended the earth concept, a wry smile appeared on his face. However, it was difficult for him to withdraw his fist. In the end, his fist collided with Nangong Chen's fist. When the strength of 185 ancient horned dragons collided with the strength of 235 ancient horned dragons, the result was self-evident. Huang Daniu was sent flying with just one punch. However, it was fortunate that Nangong Chen withdrew his fist in time. That was why Huang Daniu only suffered some minor injuries. If I knew earlier that you've comprehended the earth concept as well, would have admitted defeat directly. The 8th level intermediate earth concept is comparable to the strength of 90 ancient horned dragons, and it can draw support from the earth energy that's comparable to the strength of 45 ancient horned dragons. The combination of the two is really formidable. Huang Daniu said with a wry smile as he took a deep breath to ease the injuries in his body. Earth concept. Senior brother Chen has also comprehended the earth concept. Many of the 5-element sect's disciples finally regained their senses and could not help but exclaim. Looks like not many of the 5-element sect's disciples know that Nangong Chen has comprehended the earth concept. This Nangong Chen has really hidden it well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself when he heard the words of the 5-element sect's disciples. Look at Huang Daniu's expression right now. I'm dying of laughter. Perhaps, he would never have dreamed that senior brother Chen has also comprehended the earth concept. Senior brother Chen's earth concept is much more powerful than him. Without borrowing the earth energy, it's already equivalent to the strength of 90 ancient horned dragons. Once he borrows it, it's equivalent to the strength of 135 ancient horned dragons. Senior brother Chen's strength is even more powerful than senior brother Yi, the 5-element sect's disciples discussed animatedly as they looked at Nangong Chen with reverence. Nangong Chen had defeated Huang Daniu and was temporarily ranked second in the Battle of the 5 Peaks. Starting from Huang Daniu, everyone behind him took a step back. Huang Daniu was temporarily ranked third. Hu Fei was temporarily ranked fourth. Tan Huan was temporarily ranked 5th. The male disciple of Fire Peak was temporarily ranked 6th. The male disciple of Earth Peak was temporarily ranked 7th. The female disciple of Water Peak was temporarily ranked 8th. All 8 of them did not have any objections to the current ranking. With Nangong Chen's strength, he might be able to defeat Nangong Yi and temporarily rank first. However, since he had already admitted defeat in front of Nangong Yi, he could not challenge Nangong Yi right now. For now, he had no chance of being ranked first. Of course, nothing was absolute. As long as there was someone who could defeat Nangong Yi and replace him to rank first, Nangong Chen would still have a chance to challenge that person to be ranked first. At this moment, only Duan Lingtian and Tianzhen had not made their move yet. Whoosh! Tianzhen took a deep breath and flew out. After his gaze swept past Nangong Yi, Nangong Chen, Huang Daniu, and Hu Fei, it locked onto Tan Huan, the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Water Peak. As long as he defeated Tan Huan, the Earth Peak that he represented would be ranked fourth in the individual Battle of the Five Peaks. This was also his goal. Tan Huan. Tianzhen issued a challenge to Tan Huan. Tan Huan was not surprised by Tianzhen's challenge. In fact, after Huang Daniu had displayed his shocking strength and defeated Hu Fei with the help of the Earth Energy, Tan Huan had already known that she was in the Battle of the Five Peaks. There was no doubt that the last two peaks in the Battle of the Five Peaks this time would be the Water Peak that she was from and the Earth Peak that Tianzhen was from. Now, what she had to do was to defeat Tianzhen and get Water Peak out of the fate of being ranked last. Her thoughts were exactly the same as Tianzhen's. Whoosh! Whoosh! After both of them entered the arena, they did not speak. They attacked at the same time with tacit understanding. For a moment, they were evenly matched. Both of them were 6th-level void interpretation martial artists. Moreover, the concepts that they had comprehended were similar. It was more of a test of their martial skills, battle experience, and understanding of each other. This Tianzhen. I'm afraid he's going to lose. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly as he watched the young man and woman who were constantly crossing each other. He could see that Tianzhen was gradually at a disadvantage. Chapter 896. After Tianzhen was defeated, his face turned extremely pale. He was well aware of the significance of the defeat. In the distance, Tian Gu, the Peak Master of Earth Peak, looked a little desolate as he sighed. Looks like our Earth Peak is destined to come in last this time. Although this was only the individual Battle of the Five Peaks, the team battle had not begun yet. However, generally speaking, the peak that had the upper hand in the individual battle would not have a bad result in the team battle. Tianzhen retreated with a solemn expression. On the other hand, Tan Huan returned to Yufang, the Peak Master of Water Peak, with a beaming smile. Huaner, well done. A gentle smile appeared on Yufang's face. She was very satisfied with Tan Huan's performance. Although her initial goal was to be third place, Yufang's Wood Peak had already reached the third place. But since the Wood Peak's Huang Daniu revealed a shocking strength and the Wood Peak had Duan Lingtian as its trump card, she didn't dare think like this. Duan Lingtian. Yufang's gaze quickly landed on the purple figure in the distance. The other people's gazes landed on Duan Lingtian as well. Now, it was Duan Lingtian's turn to issue a challenge. Sensing the gazes that were directed at him, Duan Lingtian remained calm as he flew out. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived at the empty space in front of him. His gaze immediately locked onto Nangong Yi. This Duan Lingtian wants to challenge senior brother Yi? At once, many of the Five Element sect's disciples who followed Duan Lingtian's gaze were stunned. They knew about Nangong Yi's strength. Even if Huang Daniu from Wood Peak borrowed the Earth Energy, he was still no match for him. Nangong Yi. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian called out his name and issued a challenge. Nangong Yi did not seem to be surprised when he was called out by Duan Lingtian. He flew out and confronted Duan Lingtian. He really wants to challenge senior brother Yi. He's the trump card of the Wood Peak. Could it be that he really possesses some sort of ability? Peak Master Chiyu of the Wood Peak seized the papers numbered 5 and 6. Since he made Duan Lingtian make a move first, I presume he takes Duan Lingtian to be the strongest trump card of the Wood Peak. This Duan Lingtian seems to have some strength. However, it won't be easy to defeat senior brother Yi. The gazes of the five-element sect's disciples landed on Duan Ling Tian. They were curious from the bottom of their hearts towards this trump card of the Wood Peak. Although Nangong Chen said that I am no match for you, I still want to give it a try. Nangong Yi, who was confronting Duan Ling Tian, finally spoke. The moment he opened his mouth, other than Guochong, the sect leader of the five-element sect, Nangong Chen, and the few people from Mufeng, all of them were stunned. Senior Brother Chen said that Senior Brother Yi isn't a match for Duan Ling Tian? How is this possible? Many of the five-element sect's disciples found it hard to believe. This Duan Ling Tian looks much younger than Senior Brother Yi. Can he really defeat Senior Brother Yi? Many of the five-element sect's disciples expressed their doubts. Please. Upon hearing Nangong Yi's words, Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged as he nodded his head nonchalantly. The moment Nangong Yi heard this, he responded with a smile before his face tensed up immediately. In the next moment, he stepped out into the air. As he stepped out into the air, the origin energy on his body rumbled and transformed into waves of aqua-blue energy that swept out. The aqua-blue energy wrapped around his body and made him look as though he had transformed into a giant sea beast as he pounced towards Duan Ling Tian in a menacing manner. In the sky, 190 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons swept out in an imposing manner. 1,000 illusions. In the face of Nangong Yi, who was charging at him menacingly, Duan Ling Tian did not dare to be careless at all. His eyes gleamed as he immediately used his strongest technique, the soul skill. An illusory space instantly formed and enveloped the area within a radius of 100 meters. He's coming. Tian Gu, the peak master of Earth Peak, narrowed his eyes as though he had already guessed that this would happen. Boom! After Nangong Yi arrived near Duan Ling Tian, he threw out a punch that contained a vast aqua-blue energy. It swept out like a giant sea beast stretching out its giant claw towards Duan Ling Tian. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have foreseen this. He did not show much speed as he casually moved to the side and avoided Nangong Yi's attack. This scene seemed to have been discussed with Nangong Yi beforehand. Only those who knew about Duan Ling Tian's background knew that all of this was caused by the illusory space that Duan Ling Tian controlled. That Duan Ling Tian has already moved aside. Why is Senior Brother Yi still charging forward and attacking the air? Why do I feel that this scene is somewhat familiar? Before the Battle of the Five Peaks began, didn't something similar happen when Senior Brother Hu Fei from Fire Peak attacked Duan Ling Tian? Isn't that an external force? Many people felt that the scene in front of them was very familiar. It was exactly the same as the scene when Hu Fei attacked Duan Ling Tian and did not continue to pursue him after his attack missed. It's an external force. Hu Fei, who had regained his consciousness and recovered with the help of Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, had a change of expression when he saw this scene. Upon hearing this, Cha Bai's eyes lit up immediately. Then, he looked at Guochong and said loudly, "Sect leader, this Duan Ling Tian used an external force. According to the rules of the Battle of the Five Peaks in our five-element sect, he should be disqualified from participating in the Battle of the Five Peaks." The moment Cha Bai's words left his mouth, it attracted the attention of many five-element sect's disciples. Looks like my eyesight is not bad. I can see that Duan Ling Tian used an external force. Bah! Isn't it me who reminded you? The scene immediately became lively. Many people thought that Duan Ling Tian would be disqualified. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian happened to pass by Nangong Yi. He almost brushed past Nangong Yi's rolling aqua-blue energy. A part of the gentle and vast aqua-blue energy entered his body mercilessly. It was the remaining energy of Nangong Yi's all-out attack that was being used by Duan Ling Tian. As for the purpose of using it, it was naturally the same as the time when he borrowed Qi Feng's energy to activate the tyrannical medicinal efficacy of the Nirvana pill during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. This time, Duan Lingtian wanted to use the same trick again. He wanted to borrow Nan Gongyi's energy to help him complete the breakthrough. Of course, with his current strength, he did not dare to face Nan Gongyi head-on. Otherwise, with Nan Gongyi's strength that was equivalent to the strength of 190 ancient horned dragons, he could easily injure him, let alone borrow Nan Gongyi's energy to make a breakthrough. If he unleashed his full strength, even if he used the other 3 types of elementary concepts and did not use any spirit weapons, his strength would only be equivalent to the strength of 130 ancient horned dragons. Compared to Nan Gongyi's strength, it was not on the same level at all. For this reason, he could only use his wits. He avoided Nan Gongyi's attack and brushed past Nan Gongyi's attack, allowing the remaining energy of Nan Gongyi's attack to enter his body so that he could use it to help him make a breakthrough. Right now, he was only one step away from making a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation. As long as his cultivation base made a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation, his spiritual energy would be elevated to the 8th level void interpretation. At that time, it would not be difficult for him to defeat Nangong Chen. Because Nangong Chen was an inscription master, and their spiritual energy was also at the 7th level void interpretation, his soul skill was useless against Nangong Chen. However, if his spiritual energy could be elevated to the 8th level void interpretation, even if Nangong Yi was an inscription master, he would not be able to shake his spiritual energy and destroy the illusory space that he created with his soul skill. Once Nangong Yi was trapped in his illusory space, he was destined to be a fish on his chopping board. However, imagination was beautiful, reality was cruel. No matter how Duan Lingtian borrowed Nangong Yi's strength, the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill was still unaffected even when his meridians were on the verge of collapse. Looks like because I used the same method to activate the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill last time, it's already adapted to it this time and no longer has a sense of danger. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. This was the same logic as the story of the boy who cried wolf. Once or twice, he would be able to fool people. However, nobody would be fooled the 3rd time. Sect leader, Duan Lingtian from Wood Peak borrowed external strength. I, Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, request that he be disqualified from participating in the Battle of the 5 Peaks immediately. When Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, saw that Guochong was indifferent, he raised his voice again. When he reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but feel a little angry when he saw that Guochong did not respond at all. Why you can't shield him? Whoosh! The moment Cha Bai's words left his mouth, the entire place burst into an uproar. Most of the people had their eyes on Cha Bai. Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, openly questioned the sect leader of the 5-element sect for shielding a Wood Peak disciple. Finally, Guochong reacted. He glanced at Cha Bai nonchalantly. Peak Master Cha Bai, Duan Lingtian did not borrow any external strength. If you doubt me, you can ask Peak Master Tian Gu if I'm telling the truth. He's an inscription master, so he can definitely confirm whether or not Duan Lingtian borrowed any external strength. When Guochong reached the end of his sentence, a hint of impatience could be heard in his tone. Before Cha Bai could ask Tian Gu had already said, "Sect leader is right." Duan Lingtian did not borrow any external strength at all. Right now, he's using his own spiritual energy to cast something similar to a soul skill to create an illusion that can affect Nangong Yi. In fact, even if Tian Gu did not say anything, Cha Bai also realized that Guochong must be telling the truth. This was because there was no need for Guochong to help Duan Lingtian at all. Right now, Duan Lingtian was fighting with Guochong's direct disciple, Nangong Yi. Once Duan Lingtian won, the one who would be at a disadvantage would be Guochong, the sect leader of the 5-element sect, who was personally in charge of Gold Peak. Soul skill? The moment Tian Gu's words left his mouth, the crowd burst into an uproar. Isn't that a technique that can only be cast by special demon beasts? Unless a human martial artist is as powerful as Emperor Wu, it's impossible for him to use his spiritual energy to fight against his enemy. Don't tell me that Duan Tian is a demon? Many of the five-element sect's disciples began to discuss among themselves. Duan Tian is not a demon. When Tian Gu saw that the group of five-element sect's disciples were speculating that Duan Tian was a demon, he continued to say, according to my guess, Duan Tian should be a variant. The technique that he cast is a unique innate ability. Innate ability. The moment Tian Gu's words left his mouth, the entire place fell into a dead silence. Innate ability? Variant? Chapter 897. Hu Fei, who was standing next to Cha Bai, immediately turned gloomy. Whether it was the variant or the innate ability, he had heard of them before. He also knew what these two terms meant. This Duan Tian is actually a variant? Hu Fei's eyes gleamed with a cold gleam as he glared at Duan Tian. So, from the very beginning, he's the one who has been teasing me and embarrassing me in front of everyone. Hu Fei was enraged to the extreme. He could not wait to tear Duan Tian into pieces and grind his bones into dust. However, he also knew that Duan Tian's innate ability was not something he could fight against. Duan Tian, you're just born with a good background. If you're not a variant, if you don't have any innate ability, you're nothing but an ant in front of me. Hu Fei roared in his heart. Other than anger, there was also a trace of jealousy in his heart. Jealousy and hatred towards Duan Tian, this variant. On the Cloud Continent, the variants who possessed innate ability were also known as the gods' favored ones. Their innate ability and techniques were enough to make anyone envious and jealous. Variant. Many of the five-element sect's disciples who had heard of the variant shifted their attention to Duan Tian. Their eyes were filled with a burning desire. Those five-element sect's disciples who did not know what the variant was also looked at Duan Tian with gleaming eyes after they heard the explanation from the people around them. It was as though they had seen something rare. Of course, there were also many people who remained calm. For example, Guochong, the sect leader of five-element sect, and his direct disciple, Nangong Chen. On the other hand, everyone from Wood Peak, including Chi Yu, the peak master of Wood Peak, remained calm. Their expressions did not change at all. It seems like Chi Yu has long known that Duan Tian is a variant. Yu Fang, the peak master of Water Peak, had a gleam in her eyes. Dread was written all over her face. Now, she finally knew why Duan Tian was taken to be a trump card by the Wood Peak. As it turned out, Duan Tian was not a pure human. Half of his blood was demon blood. He was an alien, an existence between human and demon. There were two types of foreign species. Firstly, it was extremely mediocre. Secondly, he had extraordinary talent. Duan Tian was obviously the latter. It's time to end this. After trying for a long time, Duan Tian realized that Nangong Yi's strength couldn't help him break through. He sighed and casually dodged behind Nangong Yi and punched out. Boom! Nangong Yi was sent flying like an arrow that had been shot out of the bow. He only stopped when he was in the distance. At the corner of his mouth, there was a trace of dazzling blood. It seems that I still lost. Although he was in the illusory space constructed by Duan Tian using his spiritual energy, Nangong Yi did not move at all. He just stood there with a wry smile on his face. It was obvious that he had admitted defeat. Upon seeing this, Duan Tian hurriedly withdrew his soul skill, Thousand Illusions. The illusory space also shattered and disappeared completely. The onlookers did not find this result strange. This was because they already knew that Duan Lingtian was a foreign species and could not be judged with common sense. Senior Brother E still lost in the end. There's no other way. It's hard for Senior Brother E to not lose when encountering a foreign species like Duan Lingtian. Humph. If Duan Lingtian didn't use his innate ability, he would definitely not be a match for Senior Brother E. The innate ability is Duan Lingtian's technique. Why didn't he use it? Your words are a little biased. The onlookers of the Five Elements sect sighed. Many of them felt that it was unfair for Nangong Yi and felt that Duan Lingtian had an unfair advantage. There were also many people who supported Duan Lingtian. After all, that was the innate ability that Duan Lingtian possessed as a foreign species. Nobody had the right to restrict him from using it. No matter what, Duan Lingtian's innate ability was not considered as an external force. For this reason, he did not violate the rules of the Battle of the Five Peaks by defeating Nangong Yi. After defeating Nangong Yi, Duan Lingtian was temporarily ranked first in the Battle of the Five Peaks. Nangong Yi was temporarily ranked second. Nangong Chen was temporarily ranked third. And so on and so forth. The people behind him were all ranked one place lower. Does anyone have any objections to the current ranking? If anyone has any objections, you can challenge the person in front of you. Once the challenge is successful, you can replace him. At this moment, Guochong, the sect leader of the Five Elements sect, spoke up. Upon hearing Guochong's words, many people sighed. Looks like the first place in the individual battle today is destined to be Duan Lingtian from Wood Peak. It's not just the individual battle. With Duan Lingtian's unpredictable innate ability, I'm afraid even the first place in the team battle will be taken away by Wood Peak. That's right. No matter if it's Senior Brother E or Senior Brother Hu Fei, they're both at the 7th level void interpretation. Even they can't resist Duan Lingtian's innate ability. I'm afraid Senior Brother Chen, who's also at the 7th level void interpretation, can't do it either. This time, Wood Peak is going to be in the limelight. In the history of our Five Elements sect, the first place in the Battle of the Five Peaks has never been taken away by any peak other than Gold Peak. This time, Wood Peak is going to create a legend. The one who created this legend is Duan Lingtian from Wood Peak. The disciples from Wood Peak were in high spirits while the disciples from the other 4 peaks sighed. The result today was beyond their expectations. Whoosh! However, when a gust of wind whistled in the air, it caused the discussion of the group of Five Elements sect's disciples to stop abruptly. Senior Brother Chen. Many of the Five Elements sect's disciples could not help but narrow their eyes when they saw the blue figure that stood in the air. Senior Brother Chen is temporarily ranked third in the Battle of the Five Peaks. Because he admitted defeat in front of Senior Brother E right from the beginning, he can't challenge Senior Brother E. His target is Duan Lingtian? That's the only possibility. However, Duan Lingtian is a variant who possesses an innate ability. Even Senior Brother E was defeated by him. I'm afraid Senior Brother Chen is no match for him as well, right? I don't know. For a moment, many of the Five Elements sect's disciples looked at Nangong Chen in confusion. Duan Lingtian. Nangong Chen opened his mouth, and his voice was cold. Duan Lingtian was not surprised to be challenged by Nangong Chen. His eyes narrowed as he flew out. Although he knew that Nangong Chen's spiritual power was enough to counter his soul skill, Thousand Illusions, he did not admit defeat. This was because he had a new idea in his mind. He wanted to let his opponent's origin energy enter his body, but the Nirvana pill's medicinal efficacy did not react at all. All of this was because the Nirvana pill had encountered a similar situation before. Therefore, he had a certain level of immunity. However, what about his spiritual power? What if he guided Nangong Chen's spiritual power and pierced it into his soul, causing him to tense up and create another sense of danger? At that time, would the nirvana pill's medicinal efficacy still stand aside and watch? This was what Duan Lingtian was thinking right now. One had to admit that Duan Lingtian's idea was crazy. If he was not careful, his soul would be injured. He might not be able to recover from the setback and his life would be in danger. Fortune was found in danger. Duan Lingtian, who was confronting Nangong Chen, had a cold look in his eyes as he secretly made up his mind. As long as he could force the nirvana pill to work again, it would be a piece of cake for his cultivation base to break through to the 7th level void interpretation. He would be able to achieve it in an instant. In the distance, Guochong, the sect leader of the 5-element sect, looked at the two people who were confronting each other calmly. He did not know why, but there was a slight worry in his heart. Perhaps it was because Nangong Chen had said earlier that he only had a 90% chance of defeating Duan Lingtian. Father, isn't Nangong Chen asking for humiliation? Tianjin frowned at Earth Peak. No. Tian Gu shook his head and said solemnly, don't forget, Nangong Chen is an inscription master just like me. Based on my investigation of Duan Lingtian's spiritual power, his spiritual power should not surpass Nangong Chen. So what? Tianjin was puzzled. Don't you understand? As long as Duan Lingtian's spiritual power does not surpass Nangong Chen's, even if he cast his innate ability, Nangong Chen will still be able to break it with his spiritual power, Tian Gu said slowly. If Duan Lingtian does not have his innate ability to rely on, do you think he'll be a match for Nangong Chen? Then, won't Duan Lingtian be in trouble? Tianjin gasped. As long as there are no accidents, Duan Lingtian will definitely lose. Our 5-element sect's legend of being the first in Gold Peak will continue to be maintained. Tian Gu said. Some of the inscription masters present had the same thought as Tian Gu. Some of these inscription masters were elders from the various peaks while some were disciples from the various peaks. All of them knew that Nangong Chen was an inscription master. Looks like Duan Lingtian's spiritual power does not surpass Nangong Chen's. Otherwise, Nangong Chen would not have gone up and humiliated himself. Duan Lingtian's spiritual power should be at the 7th level void interpretation. It's because of this that Nangong Yi and Hu Fei were defeated by him. Nangong Chen is not afraid of an innate ability cast by a 7th level void interpretation. Many of the 5-element sect's elders who were inscription masters discussed among themselves. Their words were spread by the 5-element sect's disciples who were inscription masters. It instantly enlightened many of the 5-element sect's disciples who had doubts in their hearts. So, senior brother Chen is not afraid of Duan Lingtian's innate ability. Humph. Without his innate ability to rely on, isn't this Duan Lingtian a fish on senior brother Chen's chopping board that he can do as he pleases? Gold Peak is still Gold Peak. No peak can take away the honor of being the first in Gold Peak. The group of 5-element sect's disciples discussed among themselves. Their voices spread out and also entered the ears of the few people from Wood Peak. Yang Ling, Kuzheng, and Chen Wei's face turned solemn at the same time from Qiyu, the peak master of Wood Peak. Duan Lingtian, is what they said true? Can that Nangong Chen really break your innate ability? Chen Wei could not help but ask through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian, your spiritual power is at the 7th level void interpretation? Yang Ling and Kuzheng could not help but ask as well. Yes. Duan Lingtian responded to the three of them. Chapter 898. Soon after, Qiyu, the peak master of Wood Peak, found out from Yang Ling and the other two that Duan Lingtian's innate ability could not deal with Nangong Chen. Although he was a little disappointed, he was not dejected at all. Duan Lingtian, just admit defeat if you really can't do it. I'm already very surprised that our Wood Peak is ranked 2nd in the Battle of the 5 Peaks this time. Qiyu's eyebrows twitched as he spoke to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. Don't worry, Peak Master. I know what I'm doing. Duan Lingtian replied. Qiyu nodded and did not say anything else. However, his gaze was still locked onto Nangong Chen. Once he discovered that Nangong Chen might injure or even kill Duan Lingtian, he would immediately make a move and save Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was the future of Wood Peak, and he could not afford to lose him. Duan Lingtian and Nangong Chen faced each other under the watchful eyes of the crowd. If there's no accident, you're no match for me. Nangong Chen was unusually talkative when he faced Duan Lingtian. However, his expression was still cold as he looked at Duan Lingtian calmly without any emotions. You said it yourself. There's no accident. Perhaps the accident will happen just like that? Duan Lingtian looked at Nangong Chen calmly as he spoke. I'll look forward to it. Nangong Chen's dull eyes lit up with a rare glimmer of light. Thousand illusions. As soon as Nangong Chen finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered. His vast spiritual energy pierced into the soul brand in the depths of his soul as he unleashed his soul skill. An illusory space appeared silently with Duan Lingtian as the center. It enveloped an area of 100 meters around him, including Nangong Chen. Nangong Chen seemed to have sensed something and raised his eyebrows. Soon after, a sharp and invisible mental energy extended from his body and ruthlessly smashed into the illusory realm, easily shattering it. They're here. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he sensed Nangong Chen's mental energy. Unfortunately, just as he was about to make his next move, Nangong Chen retracted his mental power. He was unable to make use of it in time. Thousand illusions. For a moment, Duan Lingtian could only use his soul skill again. The illusory space appeared again. As Nangong Chen's mental power swept out, the illusory space was shattered once again. This time, he was a little closer to Duan Lingtian's goal. However, he was still unable to draw Nangong Chen's mental power. This made Duan Lingtian feel a little helpless. However, he did not give up. Thousand illusions. Thousand illusions. Thousand illusions. His mental power continued to pierce into the spiritual imprint in the depths of his soul. He unleashed his soul skill again and again to create the illusory space. It's useless. Faced with Duan Lingtian's illusory space, Nangong Chen did not feel any pressure at all. His mental power extended out continuously and easily destroyed the illusory space that Duan Lingtian had created. The illusory space was shattered one by one. Nangong Chen's mental power was also drawn closer and closer to Duan Lingtian. The 5-element sect's disciples who were watching were stunned. They only saw Duan Lingtian and Nangong Chen standing there and staring at each other. They did not see the two of them do anything. Now that they heard Nangong Chen's words, they could not help but be stunned. Could it be that senior brother Chen and Duan Lingtian have already started fighting? It should be. They should be fighting with their mental power. Mental power is invisible. That's why we can't see anything. The group of 5-element sect's disciples discussed among themselves. Although they felt that it was a little boring, they still stared at the two of them without blinking. They wanted to know who would emerge victorious in the end. However, Tian Gu and the others who were inscription masters were frowning. They could sense that Duan Lingtian was constantly creating the illusory space while Nangong Chen was also constantly destroying the illusory space that Duan Lingtian had created. This made them feel a little strange. What was the meaning of Duan Lingtian doing this? If this continued, Duan Lingtian's mental power would be depleted very soon. However, Nangong Chen's mental power consumption was far less than his, so it would not affect him at all. Now, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up all of a sudden. The mental power that he extended out finally cut off Nangong Chen's mental power and brought it back to his soul in the depth of his mind. Although Nangong Chen's mental power was no longer controlled by Nangong Chen, it still went on a rampage when it entered a foreign place. It could not be stopped. At the same time, Duan Lingtian felt a little dizzy. The mental power that originated from Nangong Chen was about to burst his head open. The sense of danger spread throughout Duan Lingtian's entire body in just a blink of an eye. Even the mental power in the depth of Duan Lingtian's soul was stirred up. It was extremely uneasy. Nirvana pill, at that moment, Duan Lingtian did not care about that. Instead, he shifted his attention to the nirvana pill that was hidden in the depth of his dantian. He wanted to know if there was any movement from it. At that moment, even the yuan power in Duan Lingtian's body was stirred up. It was as if it felt a great sense of danger. However, it had no way to defend against it. The mental power that originated from Nangong Chen was rampaging in Duan Lingtian's mind. It was like a wild bird that was trapped in a birdcage and wanted to escape. Although Duan Lingtian could use his own mental power to suppress this mental power, he did not do so at the moment. This was because if he did so, his plan would be in vain. Ouch! Ouch! At that moment, Duan Lingtian's body was trembling violently. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. In the blink of an eye, sweat was pouring down like rain. Seeing this, Nangong Chen was stunned. The surrounding crowd was also stunned. What was going on? What was happening to Duan Lingtian's body? Looking at Duan Lingtian, who seemed to be in a strange situation, their faces were filled with confusion. However, they did not know that Duan Lingtian was suffering a torment that ordinary people would not be able to endure. His soul could be shattered at any time. Once his soul was shattered, it would mean that his entire body would become a body without a soul. Even if the reincarnation Emperor Wu was still alive and knew what Duan Lingtian was doing, he would not be able to help but call him a madman. I did it. After what seemed like an instant, yet it also felt like a century had passed. A light flashed in Duan Lingtian's mind. He seemed to have noticed something and his emotions surged. At the same time, the medicinal effect of the nirvana pill in the depth of his dantian quickly rushed out of his dantian and merged with his yuan power. It moved his yuan power at lightning speed. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, sword dragon form. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian hurriedly circulated his mental cultivation method and guided the lightning-like origin energy toward the bottleneck of the 7th level void interpretation. I've let you jump around for a while. Now, destroy. At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who felt dizzy, controlled his spiritual energy that had been accumulating and swept it out. In the blink of an eye, it surrounded Nangong Chen's spiritual energy. Boom! His mind power suddenly contracted, and Nangong Chen's mind power was completely annihilated in an instant. Huh! Nangong Chen, who was standing in the distance and was about to make a move, seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly stopped and frowned. At this moment, he felt a piercing pain coming from the depth of his soul. However, the piercing pain disappeared in the blink of an eye as though it had never appeared. What's going on? Nangong Chen frowned slightly. He glanced at Duan Lingtian, whose body had stopped trembling, his face had regained its color, and the cold sweat on his forehead had stopped. He felt that this matter might have something to do with Duan Lingtian. Boom! At the same time, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body broke through the bottleneck of the 7th level void interpretation easily under the influence of the nirvana pill's overbearing medicinal effect. After breaking through the bottleneck, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body underwent an earth-shattering change. This change was like a qualitative transformation and a qualitative improvement. Compared to the previous 2 breakthroughs, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. I've broken through. Duan Lingtian's heart surged as he felt the majestic origin energy in his body after the transformation. Huh! It's still not stopping. Soon after, Duan Lingtian noticed that the Nirvana pill's medicinal effect did not stop after it urged the origin energy to break through the bottleneck of the 7th level void interpretation. Instead, it continued to rush forward fiercely. It was only when the bottleneck of the 8th level void interpretation appeared that the Nirvana pill's medicinal effect finally stopped and left the origin energy to return to his dantian. His origin energy also stopped moving restlessly and completely quieted down. I've really gone too far this time. I'm only one step away from breaking through to the 8th level void interpretation. Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before he could not help but laugh. Riches and honor are found in danger. This saying is not false at all. Now that my cultivation has improved so much, all the hardships I suffered before were not for nothing. Duan Lingtian still had lingering fear when he recalled the scene earlier. At that moment, the spiritual energy that originated from Nangong Chen was so close to bursting his head and crushing his soul, killing him. Until now, Duan Lingtian still felt a chill down his spine when he recalled it. He broke out in cold sweat. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something, and his expression changed slightly. When he returned to his senses, he realized that Nangong Chen was already flying towards him. Along with Nangong Chen was a vast khaki-colored energy that wrapped around his body, making him look like a gigantic beast on the ground. There were 190 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above the enormous beast's head. They pounced over like lightning and opened their bloody mouths as if they wanted to swallow Duan Lingtian in one gulp. 1,000 illusions. When he saw Nangong Chen's gaze turn cold when he was enveloped by the khaki energy, Duan Lingtian knew that he was about to make a move. He hurriedly activated his soul skill with his origin energy and created an illusory space that enveloped him. Subsequently, he transformed into a gust of wind and quickly moved to the side. Just when Duan Lingtian moved to the side. Boom! Under everyone's watchful eyes, Nangong Chen stared at the empty space where Duan Lingtian was standing at earlier and punched out. Chapter 899. At the same time, gusts of majestic wind swept out from Nangong Chen's fist, causing the robes of the onlookers to flutter. Some of the 5-element sect's disciples with a lower cultivation base were blown back a little. They could not help but squint their eyes. Boom! Before the crowd could react to it, they saw Duan Lingtian, who had dodged to the side in advance, struck out at lightning speed. His palm landed on Nangong Chen's back and sent him flying. After Nangong Chen was sent flying, his body trembled before he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned extremely pale. Whoosh! The crowd burst into an uproar when they saw this. Senior brother Chen doesn't seem to see Duan Lingtian dodging to the side at all. He also didn't notice Duan Lingtian sneaking an attack on him from behind. Looks like senior brother Chen is also affected by Duan Lingtian's innate ability. It's obvious. The group of 5-element sect's disciples' faces turned extremely solemn. This Duan Lingtian. Has he made a breakthrough? Tian Gu, the peak master of Earth Peak, twitched the corner of his mouth as shock appeared on his face. Earlier, Duan Lingtian had used his spiritual energy to construct the illusory space many times, but it was shattered by Nangong Chen's spiritual energy. From the beginning until the end, he could sense it clearly. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian used his spiritual energy to construct the illusory space again, Tian Gu's spiritual energy sensed that Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy had risen by an entire level. Because of this, Nangong Chen had no way of discovering the illusory space constructed by Duan Lingtian, let alone shattering it with his spiritual energy. Many of the 5-element sect's elders who were also inscription masters had also discovered this. As they discussed among themselves, the news of Duan Lingtian's breakthrough spread to other people's ears. Soon after, everyone knew what had happened earlier. Damn it! This Duan Lingtian has actually made a breakthrough? Hu Fei stared coldly at Duan Lingtian, his face extremely gloomy. Initially, he thought that Duan Lingtian would lose to Nangong Chen. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to complete a breakthrough at the critical moment. Furthermore, he defeated Nangong Chen in one fell swoop. Chen is right to be worried. This Duan Lingtian really can't be judged with common sense. Guochong, the sect leader of the Five-Element sect, sighed. However, he was not unhappy at all. It was just like how Jin Feng's failure to obtain first place in the Battle of the Five Peaks did not affect him at all. This Duan Lingtian is indeed very strong. Nangong Yi, who stood at the side, had an extremely serious expression, and then he frowned. But when I saw him attack earlier, the strength contained within his origin energy seemed to be far inferior to the 8th level of the void interpretation stage, and it seemed to be on par with me instead. His cultivation base has just made a breakthrough to the 7th level of the void interpretation stage. As for his spiritual energy, it should be one level higher than his cultivation base. A gleam flashed across Guochong's eyes as he muttered, "If I'm not mistaken, he must have consumed a spirit fruit that can elevate his soul, causing his spiritual energy to be one level higher than his cultivation base. So, it's the 8th level of the void interpretation stage spiritual energy. No wonder." The moment Nangong Yi heard this, he could not help but gasp. "Huh. Duan Lingtian, good job." Seeing how Duan Lingtian had heavily injured Nangong Chen and seemed to have obtained the final victory, Huang Dainiu laughed out loud and shouted loudly. Qiyu, Yangling, and Kuzheng's eyes lit up immediately. It did not cross their minds that Duan Lingtian would be able to complete a breakthrough at the critical moment and defeat Nangong Chen in one fell swoop. At the same time, they could not help but be pleasantly surprised by this. YUV made a breakthrough. At this moment, Nangong Chen, who was still in the illusory space, did not make any movements after he was injured. He stood in the air and asked slowly. It was obvious that Nangong Chen had also realized that he was trapped in the illusory space. Duan Lingtian recalled his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, and looked at Nangong Chen. He said calmly, "I was lucky. It doesn't matter if you were lucky or not. You've won." After the illusory space disappeared, Nangong Chen looked at Duan Lingtian and said seriously. After he finished speaking, without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply, Nangong Chen returned to Guochong's side in a flash and bowed slightly to Guochong. "I've let you down. Please punish me, master. You've done your best. It's just that your opponent is too strong." Guochong shook his head. His gaze landed on Duan Lingtian as he smiled. "Duan Lingtian, you're very good. With you in Wood Peak, it'll definitely rise again. I'm looking forward to it." "You flatter me, sect leader." Duan Lingtian replied with a smile. With his current cultivation base, he did not dare to be negligent when facing the sect leader of Five-Element sect. "Qiyu, Wood Peak is really lucky." Guochong looked at Qiyu and smiled. The moment Qiyu heard this, a rare bright smile appeared on his face. "I can't believe that Duan Lingtian from Wood Peak would be the one to obtain the first place in the individual Battle of the Five Peaks. With his innate ability, he could definitely obtain the first place in the team battle as well. It seems like Wood Peak is going to be ranked before Gold Peak and become the first peak of our Five-Element sect this time. The first peak of Five-Element sect has always been the glory of Gold Peak. This time, it's going to change owners because of Duan Lingtian. The resources that the first peak of Five-Element sect can obtain is not something that the other 4 peaks can compare to. In the next 3 years, Wood Peak can definitely use those resources to rise again. Other than the disciples from Wood Peak, the disciples from the other 4 peaks exclaimed one after another. Each and every one of the Wood Peak disciples had an indescribable excitement on their faces. Their gazes landed on Duan Lingtian, and a deep sense of gratitude could be seen in their eyes. They knew that it was all thanks to Duan Lingtian alone that Wood Peak could become the first peak of Five-Element Sect. If it was not for Duan Lingtian, Wood Peak would not have this moment of glory. Humph. Whether it was Cha Bai, the peak master of Hu Peak, or his direct disciple, Hu Fei, both of their faces were extremely grave. Especially Hu Fei. 10 years ago, the reason why he betrayed Wood Peak and his first master, Yang Ling. Other than being unable to resist the temptation of the things that Cha Bai promised him, he also wanted to rely on Fire Peak, the second peak of Five-Element Sect at that time. He wanted to rely on Fire Peak to rise to the top. All these years, he had indeed done it and became the strongest person among the younger generation in Fire Peak. However, today, the Wood Peak that he had betrayed 10 years ago had obtained the honor of being the first peak of Five-Element Sect. This honor was like a loud slap to his face, causing him to feel ashamed and resentful at the same time. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. It's all because of you. It's all because of you. If it wasn't for you, how could Wood Peak obtain such an honor? If it wasn't for you, how could I be humiliated in front of so many people? Hu Fei's eyes were filled with extreme coldness as he stared at the purple figure in the distance. The killing intent that was emitting from his body seemed to condense into a sharp arrow that was shot out. Duan Lingtian, who was just about to return to the few people from Wood Peak, had just turned around when he felt a cold killing intent locking onto him. For a moment, he could not help but look at the source of the killing intent. With just a glance, he saw the red-clad young man whose eyes were filled with killing intent. It was the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Fire Peak, Hu Fei. This Hu Fei. If I have the chance, I must kill him. Otherwise, he'll definitely be someone as difficult to deal with as Zishang. The killing intent in Duan Lingtian's eyes was cold as he secretly made up his mind. In his life, there were not many things that he regretted. The one that left the deepest impression on him was that he did not kill Zishang when he was at the peak of the 7-star sword sect's Dubhe Peak in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. At that time, it was easy for him to kill Zishang with his soul skill, 1,000 illusions. It was precisely because Zishang had survived that he became a huge threat to him. He even caused the people from the Skywolf Fort to hunt him down with the intention of snatching the Devil Seal tablet from him. Zishang, let's slowly settle our score in the secret treasure left behind by the powerhouse Emperor Wu. This time, I'll definitely kill you with all my might. The killing intent in Duan Lingtian's eyes intensified when he thought of Zishang. After regaining his senses, Duan Lingtian returned to the few people from Wood Peak led by the Peak Master, Qiyu. As soon as he returned, he was warmly welcomed. Duan Lingtian, you're too terrifying. Even the two most outstanding fellows in the younger generation of the Five-Element Sect were defeated by you. I, Huang Dainiu, admire you. Huang Dainiu gave Duan Lingtian a thumbs up as he praised. Junior brother Ku, our Wood Peak owes it to you this time. If it wasn't for you finding Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainiu, we'd probably still be at the bottom this time. Yang Ling spoke to Kuzheng. I never imagined that I would be able to encounter Duan Lingtian when I made a trip to Drift Cloud Town with Chen Wei. No matter what, this is fate between our Wood Peak and Duan Lingtian. Kuzheng smiled. The nearby Chen Wei nodded in deep agreement, and at the same time, he gave Duan Lingtian a thumbs up. Duan Lingtian, the promise I made to you earlier will always be valid. As long as it's within my ability and doesn't endanger the Five-Element Sect, I'll agree to one request of yours. Any request? Qiyu looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile. When he reached the end of his sentence, his tone became heavier. Upon hearing Qiyu's words, Yang Ling and the other three were taken aback. It did not cross their minds that Qiyu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak and the second strongest person in the Five-Element Sect, would actually make such a promise to Duan Lingtian. Thank you, Peak Master. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. He had witnessed Qi Yu's strength with his own eyes. Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, was completely powerless in front of Qi Yu. The promise of such a powerhouse was undoubtedly priceless to him right now. Although Duan Lingtian had returned, most of the eyes in the surroundings were still on him. They were paying attention to him, the champion of the individual Battle of the Five Peaks. This Duan Lingtian seems to be younger than Senior Brother Chen and Senior Brother Yi, but he actually managed to defeat Senior Brother Yi and Senior Brother Chen one after another. How shocking! Don't forget that he's not an ordinary human. The blood of a demon is flowing in his veins. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had also become the focus of discussion among the Five-Element sect's disciples. It was only until the loud voice of the sect leader, Guochong, reverberated in the air that they finally stopped talking. Everyone's eyes shifted to Guochong in unison. The individual battle has ended. Now, let's begin the team battle. Chapter 900. In the team battle, 2 representatives from each peak would join forces and fight with the representatives from the other 4 peaks. It would be a 2-on-2 battle. Compared to the individual battle, the team battle was more like a formality. Wood Peak. Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu joined forces. Duan Lingtian was responsible for confusing his opponent with the illusory space while Huang Daniu was responsible for attacking. They easily defeated the Nangong brothers from Gold Peak. Awesome! Huang Daniu, who managed to injure the Nangong brothers in just a few moves, laughed heartily. He looked like a fox exploiting the tiger's might. Nobody was surprised by this result. After all, they already knew how terrifying Duan Lingtian's innate ability was. After defeating the Nangong brothers from Gold Peak, the other 3 peaks did not dare to enter the team battle with Wood Peak. This was because they knew that they would only be looking for a beating if they went up. It was better for them to preserve their strength. Although Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, and his direct disciple, Hu Fei, were unwilling, they did not dare to compete with Wood Peak that was at its peak. In that case, Wood Peak has won the first place in the team battle. Combined with Wood Peak's results in the individual battle, Wood Peak has won the first place in our 5-element sect's Battle of the 5 Peaks. In the next 3 years, Wood Peak will be the first peak of our 5-element sect. The first peak of 5-element sect. Guochong spoke slowly. His tone was natural and carefree. However, the disciples from Gold Peak sighed one after another. The glory that belonged to them in the past was snatched away by Wood Peak. This made them feel very upset. Wood Peak, the peak that had been at the bottom for more than 20 years, suddenly rose up and soared to the 9 heavens. It was truly shocking. Duan Lingtian's innate ability helped Wood Peak to reach the top in one fell swoop. With him around, Wood Peak's rise is inevitable. Everyone from 5-element sect present on the scene was very clear about this. Subsequently, in front of the Nangong brothers from Gold Peak, the other 3 peaks immediately admitted defeat. Gold Peak became the second peak after Wood Peak. In the next 3 years, it would be the second peak of 5-element sect. Duan Lingtian. 3 years later, Gold Peak will definitely reclaim the glory of the first peak of 5-element sect. Nangong Yi's gaze swept across the sky and landed on Duan Lingtian as he spoke in a loud voice. Nangong Yi exuded a strong sense of confidence. Many of the 5-element sect's disciples who were present were impressed by him. As expected of Senior Brother Yi. He's neither arrogant in victory nor discouraged in defeat. With Senior Brother Yi and Senior Brother Chen at Gold Peak, I'm sure Gold Peak will regain the honor of being number 1 sooner or later. That Duan Lingtian relied on his innate divine ability, which is not the right path. Many disciples from the other 4 peaks said. Of course, their words were refuted by the disciples of the Wood Peak. Humph. What is not the right path? The innate ability is Senior Brother Lingtian's method. You can't have it even if you want it. Senior brother Ling Tian is even younger than brother Nangong. Since he was able to help our Wood Peak seize first place this time, then he'll naturally be able to do the same 3 years from now. I have confidence in senior brother Ling Tian. Upon hearing Nangong Yi's words and seeing the enthusiasm of the Wood Peak's disciples, Duan Ling Tian could not help but smile wryly to himself. 3 years from now? By that time, he would no longer be in the Five-Element sect. Subsequently, the remaining 3 peaks, Fire Peak, Water Peak, and Earth Peak, would decide the final 3 rankings for the team battle. With Hu Fei, a 7th-level void interpretation martial artist, Fire Peak obtained the 3rd place without any surprise. Based on the individual battle results, Fire Peak would be named the 3rd peak of the Five-Element sect for the next 3 years. Subsequently, the battle between Water Peak and Earth Peak began. Among the 2 female disciples of the Water Peak, Tan Huan was the strongest. As for the Earth Peak, Tian Zhen was the strongest. In the individual battle, Tan Huan was slightly better than Tian Zhen. Even so, she did not dare to be careless in this battle. She advanced step by step. First, she used her agile movement martial skill to avoid Tian Zhen and injured the other Earth Peak's disciple. Then, she narrowly defeated Tian Zhen. It's over. Although Tian Zhen was mentally prepared, he still could not help but feel a little discouraged when he was defeated. Thank you. Tan Huan nodded at Tian Zhen. The final ranking for the team battle was also out. Water Peak ranked 4th. Based on the individual battle results, Water Peak would become the 4th peak of the Five-Element sect. Earth Peak ranked last and became the 5th peak of the Five-Element sect. Senior brothers and junior sisters, I, Tian Zhen, am useless. I'm sorry. After Tian Zhen was defeated, he bowed to many Earth Peak's disciples. His tone was filled with bitterness. Senior brother Tian Zhen, you've done your best. We can all see it. We've fallen this time. It'll be the same even if we climb back up 3 years later. I'm confident in our Earth Peak. The Earth Peak's disciples chimed in one after another. Although Earth Peak ranked last, their morale did not decrease. The disciples from the other 4 peaks could not help but admire them. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian. Unknowingly, the Wood Peak's disciples began to shout Duan Ling Tian's name loudly. They were enthusiastic and high-spirited. Their aura was like the sun in the sky. Duan Ling Tian became the center of attention once again. With his own strength, he turned the situation around and allowed Wood Peak to ascend to the top and become the 1st peak of the Five-Element sect in the next 3 years. Peak Masters. The battle of the 5 peaks has ended. Please make arrangements as soon as possible. Guochong, the sect leader of the Five-Element sect, looked at the other 4 peak masters and said loudly, 10 days later, bring the 2 strongest youths from each peak to Gold Peak. At that time, Gold Peak will activate the profound assimilation formation to help the 2 most outstanding youths from each peak to quickly elevate the concept that they've comprehended. Guochong finished his sentence in one breath. Profound assimilation formation. The moment Guochong's words left his mouth, most of the Five-Element sect's disciples were puzzled. However, the eyes of the 4 peak masters, including Chi Yu, the peak master of Wood Peak, lit up immediately. A hint of excitement could be seen on their faces. Profound assimilation formation? At first, Duan Ling Tian thought that he had misheard it. It was only when he heard the discussion of the Five-Element sect's disciples around him that he realized that he did not hear it wrongly. Naturally, he knew what the profound assimilation formation was. However, it had never crossed his mind that a mere Five-Element sect would actually have a profound assimilation formation as well. In the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, the profound assimilation formation was created by him himself. By right, in the Cloud Continent, only a few forces that were on good terms with him would know how to set up this kind of inscription formation. Duan Ling Tian frowned. He was a little puzzled. By right, with the preciousness of the profound assimilation formation, it was impossible for those few forces to share the method of setting it up with other forces. However, it has already been 10,000 years since the reincarnation Emperor Wu's second reincarnation. Perhaps, something had happened in these 10,000 years that caused the method of setting up the profound assimilation formation to spread throughout the Cloud continent. The moment he thought of this, Duan Lingtian felt relieved. 10,000 years was enough to change a lot of things. However, when he thought of the function of the profound assimilation formation, he could not help but feel a little excited. The profound assimilation formation was an inscription formation that could help a martial artist quickly comprehend concept and profundity. Apart from the large amount of origin stones that it required, it also required a large amount of concept fragments and profundity fragments. Once the profound assimilation formation was activated, the concept fragments and profundity fragments that were placed in it would be consumed without restraint. It would then help the martial artist in the formation to quickly comprehend the concept and profundity. This time, my concept will be able to complete a new transformation. With the reincarnation Emperor Wu's understanding of the profound assimilation formation, I can definitely use my spiritual energy to gain control of the profound assimilation formation to a certain extent and plunder other people's good fortune. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he became excited. The profound assimilation formation was originally created by the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Although he had passed it down to many people, the person who understood the essence of the profound assimilation formation the most was still the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Since he had merged with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, it was equivalent to the reincarnation Emperor Wu being alive. It was extremely easy for him to tamper with the profound assimilation formation. Every time the profound assimilation formation is activated, it requires a large amount of concept fragments. It seems like the Five-Element sect is going all out in order to obtain the secret treasure left behind by the powerhouse Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Right now, I can only hope that the profound assimilation formation that Gold Peak will activate 10 days later will have more concept fragments for the wind concept, thunder concept, earth concept, and sword concept. With my understanding of the profound assimilation formation and my ability to comprehend two concepts at the same time, I can raise all four concepts at once. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a bright light, and his face was filled with anticipation. Peak Master, what's the profound assimilation formation? At this moment, Huang Dainiu's voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. Huang Dainiu was asking Qiyu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak. It was obvious that Huang Dainiu was like most of the Five-Element sect's disciples. It was his first time hearing about the profound assimilation formation. The profound assimilation formation is a type of inscription formation. When Qiyu reached this point, he paused for a moment and glanced at Duan Lingtian. When he noticed that Duan Lingtian was looking at him, he continued to say, the profound assimilation formation is mainly made up of origin stones that are inscribed with inscriptions and some precious and special materials. Other than that, the most important thing is to put in a large amount of concept fragments. This is because the profound assimilation formation needs to consume concept fragments to help the person inside to comprehend the concept quickly. As everyone knows, once a martial artist who has comprehended a concept obtains the concept fragment of the concept that he has comprehended, the speed of his comprehension of the concept will increase by leaps and bounds. The profound assimilation formation can speed up this speed. As for how fast it is, to a certain extent, it depends on the comprehension ability of the person inside. The comprehension ability of the person who enters the profound assimilation formation will be magnified countless times. The higher the comprehension ability, the faster the speed of comprehending the concept. Qiyu explained. Quickly comprehend the concept? Huang Dainiu's eyes lit up. Then, with the 6th level intermediate earth concept that I've just comprehended a few days ago, would it be possible for me to comprehend a 7th level intermediate earth concept in there? Of course. As long as your comprehension ability is high enough and there are enough Earth concept fragments in the profound assimilation formation, let alone the 7th level intermediate Earth concept, it's not impossible for you to comprehend the 8th level intermediate Earth concept. Qiyu added. 8th level intermediate Earth concept? Huang Daniu was stunned. Completely stunned. Chapter 901. I can't believe that our 5-element sect still has such a terrifying inscription formation. Initially, I thought that with the concept fragment, the speed of comprehending concept would be considered fast. However, in front of the profound assimilation formation, that speed is nothing at all. Crazy. This is too crazy. How can there be such a crazy inscription formation in the Cloud Continent? However, even though this profound assimilation formation is terrifying, it's not something that anyone can use. Every time it's activated, it would consume at least several hundred concept fragments. No wonder I've never heard of this profound assimilation formation even though I've been in the 5-element sect for so many years. Even our 5-element sect can't bear such a consumption. Activating the profound assimilation formation in 10 days. This time, the sect is really going all out. The 10 young disciples who can enter are really lucky. After the group of 5-element sect's disciples found out about the function of the profound assimilation formation, they went completely crazy. Envious gazes shot out from their eyes and landed on Duan Ling Tian, Nangong Chen, Nangong Yi, and the others. They knew very well that the 10 young disciples who displayed their extraordinary strength today would have a brand new transformation in the concept they comprehended 10 days later. It might even soar to the sky. 10 days later, the profound assimilation formation. How exciting! Tian Zhen, the son of the Peak Master of Earth Peak, had also walked out from the haze of failure. His eyes shone brightly. This time, my goal is the 7th level intermediate water concept. Tan Huan, the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Water Peak, had a gleam in her eyes. Her eyes were filled with confidence. Currently, although her cultivation base had broken through to the 6th level void interpretation, she had only comprehended the 5th level intermediate water concept in terms of concept comprehension. Profound assimilation formation. 10 days later, I must comprehend the 9th level intermediate fire concept. I'll never allow Brother Nangong to continue suppressing me. Hu Fei, the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Fire Peak, had a cold expression on his face. A hint of coldness crept up the corner of his mouth. And that Duan Ling Tian. One day, I'll make him beg for death. At the thought of this, Hu Fei's cold eyes glanced at Duan Ling Tian again. Although they were far apart, Duan Ling Tian could still feel Hu Fei's cold gaze. He felt as if a cold wind was blowing behind his back. Hu Fei. I'll give you a surprise in 10 days. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a faint smile. At this moment, it was as if he had become the master who controlled Hu Fei's fate. In the profound assimilation formation 10 days later, Duan Ling Tian indeed had the ability to become a sovereign. After all, the profound assimilation formation was created by the Emperor Wu himself. He had fused with the memories of 2 lifetimes of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. He was no different from the reincarnation Emperor Wu when he was alive. When the 5-element sect's senior officials and disciples left, the only thing they discussed was the profound assimilation formation. As for the battle of the 5 peaks, it was temporarily thrown to the back of their minds. After all, the profound assimilation formation was just too shocking. Duan Ling Tian, Huang Daniu, Qiyu, Yang Ling, Kuzheng, and Chen Wei left together and returned to Wood Peak. On the way, Chen Wei sighed, "It's been almost 20 years since I came to the 5-element sect, but this is the first time I've heard about the profound assimilation formation." Duan Ling Tian, Daniu, both of you must work hard when you enter the formation. Don't worry. Huang Daniu grinned. This time, I'll definitely comprehend the 8th level intermediate Earth concept. Who knows, maybe I'll be so lucky that I can directly comprehend the 9th level intermediate Earth concept. 9th level intermediate Earth concept? Upon hearing Huang Daniu's words, even Qi Yu, the peak master of Wood Peak, could not help but twitch his mouth. He felt that Huang Daniu was too greedy. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly as well. Did this Daniu really think that the profound assimilation formation activated by the 5-element sect was that insane? According to Duan Lingtian's estimation, the concept fragments that the 5-element sect would put into the profound assimilation formation to consume 10 days later would definitely be some low-level concept fragments. If a martial artist used only one of these concept fragments and comprehended them over a long period of time, they might be able to improve a lot. However, if they were to be placed into the profound assimilation formation, they would be depleted very quickly. Moreover, each of them would not be very useful to a martial artist. It mainly relied on the accumulation of quantity. This was also the drawback of the profound assimilation formation. It consumed too many concept fragments. If I were to put in hundreds of 7th level concept fragments or above at one go, the effect would be completely different. However, even if the 5-element sect only put in a bunch of low-level concept fragments, I'll still use them to elevate my 4 concepts quickly so that my strength can be elevated to a higher level. A gleam flashed across Duan Lingtian's eyes as he secretly made up his mind. He was confident about this. With my current spiritual energy, although I don't dare to say that I can completely seize the control of the profound assimilation formation, it's still not a problem for me to tamper with it a little. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. If Duan Lingtian's words were heard by the 5-element sect's senior officials, their jaws would most likely drop from shock. In fact, the 5-element sect's Gold Peak's profound assimilation formation was personally set up by a martial monarch stage inscription master that the 5-element sect paid a huge price to hire many years ago. And now, Duan Lingtian, who had not even stepped into the void transformation stage, actually said that he would tamper with it a little. If that martial monarch powerhouse knew about this, he would most likely be so angry that he would throw up 3 liters of blood. After returning to Wood Peak, Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu parted ways with Qi Yu and the others and returned to the 3-story pavilion that they had been staying in all this time. Elder brother Duan. Big guy. When Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu approached the pavilion, they immediately heard a familiar voice resonating in the air. On the balcony on the 2nd floor of the pavilion, a young girl was waving at them with a smile on her face. She was none other than Yi Xian, who had come to the 5-element sect with Duan Lingtian some time ago. Xiao Xian. Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu leaped onto the balcony on the 2nd floor of the pavilion together. Duan Lingtian greeted Yi Xian with a smile on his face. He. Little girl Xian, you must be itching to see the Battle of the 5 Peaks since you didn't get to witness it with your own eyes, right? Huang Daniu grinned and said, it's a pity that you didn't get to see your brother Niu's peerless demeanor. What a pity, humph. Who wants to see you? Yi Xian said with a snort as she scrunched her nose. In the next instant, her eyes landed on Duan Lingtian. Her eyes gleamed brightly as she asked, Elder brother Duan, how was it? Not bad. Duan Lingtian smiled. Not bad? Yi Xian was stunned. She was slightly puzzled. Little girl Xian, Duan Lingtian and I have personally made a move. Do you still need to ask about the result? If we can't make Wood Peak the first peak of the 5-element sect, we'd be too embarrassed to come back. Huang Daniu said with a carefree smile. You're bluffing. Yi Xian had a "don't try to lie to me" expression on her face. Don't think that I don't know. In the past history of the 5-element sect, wood, water, fire, and earth peaks have never been able to defeat Gold Peak in the Battle of the 5 Peaks and become the first peak of the 5-element sect. You said it yourself. That's the past history of the 5-element sect. What if I say that this history of the 5-element sect has been broken today? Huang Daniu continued to laugh. Broken? Yi Xian was stunned. She faintly realized that Huang Daniu did not seem to be joking. However, she did not really believe Huang Daniu. Instead, she looked at Duan Lingtian who was at the side. In her heart, only Duan Lingtian could make her completely and unconditionally trust him. What Daniu said is true. When he saw Yi Xian looking over, Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded. Xiao Xian, from today onwards, the wood peak that we're at will be the first peak of the Five-Element sect for the next 3 years. The first peak of the Five-Element sect. Naturally, Yi Xian believed Duan Lingtian's words. However, she was still shocked to the point that she was stunned. Although it had not been long since she came to the Five-Element sect and the wood peak, she still knew what the first peak of the Five-Element sect represented and what it meant. And now, the wood peak would replace gold peak and become the first peak of the Five-Element sect in the next 3 years? All of this was the credit of the two people standing before her. For a moment, she could not help but feel excited. Elder brother Duan, tell me in detail about the Battle of the Five Peaks today. Yi Xian had always felt regretful that she could not witness the Battle of the Five Peaks today. However, there was nothing she could do. She had not stepped into the void prying stage yet, so she could not stand in the air. I'll let Dania tell you. Duan Lingtian smiled. Big guy, tell me. Yi Xian looked at Huang Daniu and asked with a frown. I say, little girl Xian, you call Duan Lingtian elder brother Duan, but you call me big guy. Isn't that a little rude? Huang Daniu narrowed his eyes and asked slowly with a smile on his face. If you don't tell me, I'll burn your room down when you're cultivating in the future. When Yi Xian saw that Huang Daniu was about to take advantage of the situation, she glared at him and threatened. After being threatened by Yi Xian, the smile on Huang Daniu's face froze and completely collapsed. He was really afraid that Yi Xian would do something like that when he was cultivating. Facing the mischievous and terrifying Yi Xian, not to mention that he could not bear to do anything to her, even if he really wanted to, Duan Lingtian would probably not agree to it. I'm scared of you. Huang Daniu shook his head and then roughly told her about the situation of the Battle of the Five Peaks today. From the beginning, he had been bragging about how heroic he was. Little girl Xian, you didn't see it at that time. That Hu Fei was sent flying with a single punch from me. Humph. You're good. Yi Xian snorted. But you're not a match for brother Nangong from Gold Peak. Looks like the reason why Wood Peak can become the first peak in the Five-Element sect in the next 3 years is all because of my elder brother Duan. It has nothing to do with you at all. Little girl Xian, you can't simply say that. Even if Duan Lingtian didn't make a move, our Wood Peak can still become the second peak in the Five-Element sect in the next 3 years. When Huang Daniu saw that Yi Xian denied his credit with just one sentence, he immediately became anxious. You also said that we're the second. Can the second be compared to the first? Chapter 902. Yi Xian's words made Huang Daniu completely lose his temper. Indeed. Even without him, just Duan Lingtian's strength alone was completely capable of assisting Wood Peak to seize the glory of the first place in the Battle of the Five Peaks this time. Alright. Duan Lingtian couldn't watch on any longer, and he mediated. Today, Daniu defeated the Fire Peak's Hu Fei, and not only did he vent his anger for Elder Yang, he even brought glory to our Wood Peak, and his contributions can't go unnoticed. The moment Huang Daniu heard this, he immediately laughed and glanced at Yi Xian proudly. Yi Xian, on the other hand, rolled her eyes at him and ignored him. Let's go back and cultivate. Duan Lingtian glanced at the pair of clowns before him helplessly and took the lead to return to his room. After returning to his room, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on his bed and sensed the origin energy in his body that had transformed. A bright smile appeared on his face. 7th level void interpretation. When he made the breakthrough earlier, everything happened in just a blink of an eye. It was so fast that Duan Lingtian felt like he was dreaming. Not only did I make a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation, but the bottleneck to the 8th level void interpretation has also appeared. It won't be long before I can make a breakthrough to the 8th level void interpretation. The moment Duan Lingtian thought about this, his emotions surged and he could not calm down for a long time. My cultivation base has made a breakthrough, and my spiritual energy has improved. I've left my concept far behind. However, 10 days later, my concept will have a new breakthrough as well. A smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he thought about the profound assimilation formation. In his opinion, the profound assimilation formation was like a timely rain. It came to him just in time when the concept he had comprehended was still low. 10 more days. It'll be great if I can make a breakthrough to the 8th level void interpretation within these 10 days. The moment Duan Lingtian thought about this, he no longer dared to hesitate. He quickly closed his eyes and calmed his heart to cultivate. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, sword dragon transformation. The yuan power within Duan Lingtian's body surged. Even though it had brought along a trace of the medicinal efficacy of the nirvana pill, the medicinal efficacy of this nirvana pill was far from being as overbearing as before. I've used external origin energy and spiritual energy to stimulate the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill. Now, it has already become a frightened bird. In the future, it is impossible for him to be stimulated in the same way. Duan Lingtian was well aware of this. In the future, unless he consumed the spirit fruit and let the medicinal power of the spirit fruit further stimulate the medicinal power of the rebirth pill. Otherwise, he would have to continuously raise his cultivation base to allow the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill to gradually appear and help him raise his cultivation base even faster. Duan Lingtian's target was to break through to the 8th level of the void interpretation stage within 10 days. But the truth proved that it was merely a target. Imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. 10 days passed, yet the bottleneck that led to the 8th level of the void interpretation stage in Duan Lingtian's body didn't move in the slightest. Duan Lingtian. A familiar voice resonated in his ears, waking Duan Lingtian up from his cultivation. He could not help but sigh. I'm still too greedy. Unless I have the spirit fruit, I'm afraid it'll take me at least 2 to 3 months to complete the breakthrough. It's already been 10 days. Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he opened the door and looked at Huang Daniu who was standing outside. You really forgot about the time when you're cultivating. Today is the day we'll go to Gold Peak and enter the profound assimilation formation. The Peak Master is already waiting for us. Huang Daniu smiled. Let's go. Duan Lingtian nodded and rose into the air with Huang Daniu. Soon after, they saw Qiyu who was waiting in the sky. Peak Master. Duan Lingtian greeted him. Qiyu smiled and nodded in response. Let's go. Then, without waiting for Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu to respond, he lifted his hand and a wave of majestic and vast invisible energy swept out and shrouded Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu. Horror dawned on Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu when they sensed the energy that was so powerful that it made them feel oppressed. In the next moment, they noticed the energy that shrouded them trembled but did not hurt them. They could not help but heave a sigh of relief. We're here. At the same time, Qiyu's voice resonated in their ears. When they squinted their eyes and looked forward, they saw a familiar mountain in front of them. Both of them were dumbfounded. Gold Peak? Huang Daniu's jaw dropped. He could not close it for a long time. He was still at Wood Peak a moment ago, and he was already at Gold Peak in the next moment. Although the two peaks were not far apart, Huang Daniu was still shocked from the bottom of his heart when he saw how the Peak Master arrived here from the other side in just a blink of an eye. What a fast speed! Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly. He was secretly shocked. This peak master of Wood Peak was definitely not an ordinary 9th-level void transformation stage powerhouse. It was highly possible that he was a powerhouse at the peak of the void transformation stage. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to be so fast. We're a little late. Chi Yu seemed to have noticed something as he smiled faintly. Then, he brought Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu to a platform on the mountainside of Gold Peak. Duan Lingtian followed closely behind. When they arrived at the entrance of a spacious palace on the platform, he finally understood why Chi Yu said they were a little late. At this moment, other than Guochong, the sect leader of 5-element sect, and his 2 direct disciples, the 3 great peak masters of Water Peak, Fire Peak, and Earth Peak had also arrived in the palace. There were 2 young men standing next to each of them. Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu walked side by side as they followed behind Chi Yu into the palace. At the same time, Duan Lingtian began to look around curiously. He noticed that the palace was filled with the aura of inscriptions. It was obvious that many inscription formations were set up. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow as he looked at the spacious platform in the palace. On the platform, Duan Lingtian could sense a trace of familiar aura of inscription formations with his spiritual energy. Naturally, this was the first time he sensed such an aura. The reason why he said it was familiar was because the reincarnation Emperor Wu was very familiar with it. As someone who had merged with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2 reincarnations memories, it was only natural that Duan Lingtian would find it familiar as well. The profound assimilation formation. It did not cross Duan Lingtian's mind that the profound assimilation formation was actually in this palace. At this moment, he could not help but feel a little excited. Humph! Chi Yu, you and the people from Wood Peak are really arrogant. How dare you ask the sect leader to wait for you? The moment Duan Lingtian and the other 2 entered the palace, Cha Bai, the peak master of Wood Peak, had already cast a cold glance at them as he mocked them. Cha Bai, it seems like you've really forgotten the pain after your wounds have healed. A disdainful smile crept up on the corner of Chi Yu's mouth. Or perhaps I was too lenient on you last time. If you need it, I can make you stay in bed for a few months at any time. A threat. A blatant threat. Chi Yu's words caused Cha Bai's face to turn green and pale. Although he was furious, he did not dare to flare up at all. Sect leader, look. Right now, this Chi Yu is riding on top of your head as well. Cha Bai took a deep breath. He knew that he was no match for Chi Yu, so he did not confront Chi Yu directly. Instead, he looked at Guochong and said angrily. However, Guochong ignored Chi Yu's provocation. He nodded at Chi Yu and said, since everyone is here, let's begin. The 10 of you, go to the platform and sit down with your legs crossed. After you've sat down, take out your concept fragments and begin to comprehend it. After 15 minutes, I'll activate the profound assimilation formation. Guochong glanced at the 10 people including Duan Lingtian before he said slowly. After the profound assimilation formation is activated, I'll put in several hundred concept fragments. At that time, those concept fragments will be absorbed by the profound assimilation formation and transform into concept energy that will help all of you to elevate your concept quickly. As for how much you can elevate your concept to, it'll depend on your own comprehension and luck. Guochong finished his sentence in one breath. The moment Guochong's words left his mouth, the 2 brothers, Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi, who were next to him, flew up to the spacious platform in the palace and sat down with their legs crossed at a distance. Whoosh! 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 Soon after, the 6 people from Water, Fire, and Earth Peak ascended the platform one by one and sat down with their legs crossed. Hu Fei glared at the purple figure in the distance with his cold eyes before he closed his eyes. Holding a fire concept fragment in his hand, he began to comprehend the fire concept in a meditative state. Tan Huan from Water Peak and Tian Zhen from Earth Peak also closed their eyes one after another and began to comprehend the concept with the help of the concept fragments. The other 3 young disciples from the 3 peaks also closed their eyes one after another. Dainyu, let's go. Duan Lingtian completely ignored Hu Fei's cold eyes. He called out to Huang Dainyu and flew up to the platform in front of them together. However, there was a faintly discernible smile at the corner of his mouth, mixed with a trace of a conspiratorial smile. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainyu sat down with their legs crossed separately. Huang Dainyu held an earth concept fragment in his hand and began to comprehend. He turned a deaf ear to everything around him. Duan Lingtian also closed his eyes and began to comprehend. However, he had 2 concept fragments in his hand at the same time. They were the wind concept fragment and the thunder concept fragment. It was fortunate that Guochong, the sect leader of the 5-element sect, and the peak masters of the other 4 peaks did not see this. Otherwise, who knew how shocked they would be? Comprehending 2 different concepts with the help of 2 different concept fragments at the same time? They had never heard of anyone who could do this on the Cloud Continent before. A quarter of an hour passed quietly. In the eyes of the peak masters of the 5 peaks of the 5-element sect, the 10 young talents on the high platform had completely entered the concept comprehension state. However, they did not notice that there was one person who was not in the state at all. This person was none other than Duan Lingtian. It's going to be activated soon. Duan Lingtian secretly took a deep breath. He was a little excited. He was waiting for the moment the sect leader of the 5-element sect would activate the profound assimilation formation. Only then would he be able to smoothly integrate his spiritual energy into the profound assimilation formation and do what he wanted to do. Chapter 903. Whoosh. 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 Suddenly, Guochong, the sect leader of 5-element sect, made his move. With a raise of his hand, 4 origin stones that were shining with white light shot out and landed at the 4 corners of the spacious high platform. Almost at the same time when the 4 origin stones landed, a white mist gushed out of the high platform and shrouded the 10 young talents on the high platform. It was apparent that this was an inscription formation. To be more precise, it was a profound assimilation formation. Whoosh! Almost at the same time when the 4 origin stones landed at the 4 corners of the spacious high platform, Duan Lingtian, who was sitting cross-legged on the high platform, suddenly released the spiritual energy that had been accumulating in his mind. In just a moment, it followed the spiritual energy that extended from the various materials that formed the profound assimilation formation and merged into the profound assimilation formation like a fish in water. It's done. Now, all that's left is to wait for the hundreds of concept fragments. As long as those concept fragments come into contact with the profound assimilation formation, they'll be instantly refined and transformed into concept energy. Usually, the amount of concept energy that can be absorbed by the people in the profound assimilation formation will not be more than 1%. However, with the advantage that I have now and the reincarnation Emperor Wu's understanding of the profound assimilation formation, I can extract 10% of the concept energy to help me improve the concept that I've comprehended. This was also Duan Lingtian's goal. It was not that Duan Lingtian did not want to extract all of the concept energy that was refined by the profound assimilation formation, but he could not do it at all right now. 10% was the limit that he estimated based on his current spiritual energy. After all, his spiritual energy was only at the 8th level void interpretation. It was still too weak in front of the profound assimilation formation. The minimum requirement to set up the profound assimilation formation was spiritual energy that was at the martial monarch stage or above. With his current spiritual energy, he could only snatch 10% of the profound assimilation formation from under the nose of the profound assimilation formation because of the reincarnation Emperor Wu's thorough understanding of the profound assimilation formation. Otherwise, let alone snatching the profound assimilation formation from under the nose of the profound assimilation formation, he could not even merge his spiritual energy with the profound assimilation formation. Huh! Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian, who was quietly waiting, seemed to have noticed something, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. At the same time, he could clearly sense a strange spiritual energy suddenly attacking him from within the profound assimilation formation. It then followed the spiritual energy that he had extended out and attacked his soul. Not good. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. There's a reversal formation hidden inside the profound assimilation formation, damn it. The reversal formation was a type of passive defensive inscription formation that was a one-time use inscription formation. It was usually hidden in other inscription formations and belonged to the category of inscription formations. Normally, the reversal formation would not have any unusual movements. However, once an inscription master's spiritual energy entered the inscription formation that hid the reversal formation would be activated and turn into a mirror. The inscription master's spiritual power would be replicated and reflected back, directly attacking his soul and injuring it. Of course, the prerequisite was that the inscription master who left behind the reversal array had to have a stronger spiritual power than the invader. Otherwise, the reversal formation would not have been activated. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was facing a spiritual energy that was as strong as his own spiritual power. The spiritual energy was charging straight to the soul in the depths of his mind. Although the strength of the spiritual energy was not enough to completely destroy Duan Lingtian's soul, it was enough to cause great damage to Duan Lingtian's soul. Boom! The spiritual energy came very quickly. By the time Duan Ling Tian reacted, it had already collided with Duan Lingtian's soul as though it wanted to completely destroy it. Duan Ling Tian's soul instantly trembled, causing him to feel a wave of dizziness, and his vision blurred as he lost consciousness. Even the spiritual energy that had entered the profound assimilation formation was almost subconsciously retracted from the impact. It was fortunate that Duan Ling Tian reacted in time and controlled his spiritual energy so it did not leave the profound assimilation formation. If his spiritual energy left the profound assimilation formation that had been activated, everything that he had prepared and done today would be in vain. That was not something he wanted to see. Just when Duan Ling Tian thought that his soul would be severely injured, he realized that his soul was unharmed. The spiritual energy that had collided with his soul had also disappeared without a trace. What's going on? Duan Ling Tian was a little confused. He subconsciously used another spiritual energy to check his soul. This check shocked Duan Ling Tian so much that his soul almost flew out of his body. My spiritual brand is gone. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. He was completely stunned. The spiritual imprint in the depths of his soul, which was also what he relied on to unleash his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, had completely disappeared from his soul. Without this spiritual brand, it meant that he could no longer use his soul skill 1,000 illusions. It's that spiritual energy. It must have destroyed the spiritual brand. It was precisely because the spiritual brand blocked that mental energy that my soul was able to remain unscathed. This was something that Duan Ling Tian could easily figure out. Without the spiritual brand, it meant that his soul skill 1,000 illusions was gone. From now on, he could no longer use his soul skill 1,000 illusions against his enemies. He could no longer use his unpredictable illusory space to toy with his opponents in the palm of his hand. It had to be said that Duan Ling Tian was very, very disappointed. The soul skill 1,000 illusions had accompanied him for a very long time. Along the way, it had saved him many times. It had also given him the ability to defeat the strong as the weak. He had defeated many martial artists who were stronger than him. Now, the soul skill 1,000 illusions was gone. It had left him. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy trembled. It caused him to quiver. He temporarily threw the disappointment of his spiritual brand being destroyed and the disappearance of his soul's skill thousand illusions to the back of his mind. At the same time, he could clearly sense that the originally calm profound assimilation formation had suddenly become restless. Without even thinking, he could guess the reason why the profound assimilation formation was restless. Guochong, the sect leader of the five-element sect, was finally going to throw the hundreds of soul fragments into the profound assimilation formation. The spiritual brand is gone, and the soul skill thousand illusions is gone. It's a foregone conclusion. It can't be changed. What I have to do now is to seize this opportunity and let my four concepts soar. Duan Lingtian quickly adjusted his mood. He was anticipating the arrival of the hundreds of concept fragments. He knew very well that without the spiritual brand and the soul skill thousand illusions, he was nothing compared to the group of young talents in the five-element sect. Let alone the Nangong brothers from Gold Peak. Even Hu Fei from Fire Peak could easily defeat him. Hu Fei was at the 7th level void interpretation. He had comprehended the 7th level intermediate fire concept. What about him? 7th level void interpretation. He had comprehended the 3rd level intermediate wind concept. The remaining 3 types of elementary concepts added together did not exceed the strength of 10 ancient horned dragons. What did he have to compete with Hu Fei? Even if he used the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand, he was still far from being a match for Hu Fei. Although Duan Lingtian was unwilling to admit it, he had no choice but to do so. Without the soul skill thousand illusions, to a certain extent, he was just a piece of trash with a high cultivation base and low strength. Therefore, he must seize this opportunity. If he did not seize this opportunity, he would be trampled under Hu Fei's feet. Was he willing to be trampled under Hu Fei's feet? Of course not. This time, I want to rely on the profound assimilation formation to possess the strength to defeat Hu Fei, Nangong Chen, and Nangong Yi without using the soul skill thousand illusions. Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with longing. It was an endless longing. Duan Lingtian's unusual movement was completely shrouded by the profound assimilation formation that had transformed into a cloud of fog. Naturally, the peak masters of the five-element sect outside did not notice it. At this moment, the sect leader of the five-element sect, who was also the peak master of Gold Peak, Guochong, was standing in front of the high platform. There were hundreds of concept fragments suspended in the air in front of him. They were held up by an invisible force and did not move for a long time. Among these concept fragments, there were green, red, blue, purple, and even earthy yellow. These 4 colors represented the 5 types of nature concepts, namely wind, fire, water, thunder, and earth. They were the concept fragments that corresponded to the 5 types of concepts. Of course, other than these 5 colors of concept fragments, there were also 2 other types of concept fragments that were emitting waves of sharp aura. These 2 types of concept fragments were shining with a faint light on their surface. The light either condensed into a sword or a saber. It was the sword concept fragment and the saber concept fragment. However, compared to the wind, fire, water, thunder, and earth concept fragments, the sword concept fragment and the saber concept fragment were much lesser. Do any of you have any sword concept fragments and saber concept fragments with you? I remember that the 5th level void interpretation stage disciple of the Fire Peak comprehended sword concept, the 5th level void interpretation stage disciple of the Earth Peak comprehended saber concept. Guochong looked at the other 4 peak masters and asked slowly. Based on his words, it was obvious that he felt that the sword concept fragments and saber concept fragments were too little. I have 23 sword concept fragments with me. The lowest is the 1st level while the highest is the 4th level. Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, raised his hand and took out 13 sword concept fragments. I also have 21 saber concept fragments with me. Tian Gu, the peak master of Earth Peak, also took out 11 saber concept fragments. As for Qi Yu and Tan Huan, the peak masters of Wood Peak and Water Peak, they did not make any move at all. All the peaks in the Five Elements sect were originally in a competitive relationship. They would not be willing to do things that would benefit the disciples of the other peaks. Moreover, no matter if it was Cha Bai or Tian Gu, the concept fragments that they took out were all beneficial to the disciples of their own peaks. If they were asked to take out other concept fragments, they would definitely not be willing to do so. It's almost time. Chapter 904. The eyes of the other four peak masters lit up when they heard Guochang's words. Whoosh! Suddenly, Guochang raised his hand. At once, the hundreds of concept fragments that were suspended in front of him rained down on the profound assimilation formation that shrouded the entire high platform. Whoosh! 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 One by one, the concept fragments fell into the fog that shrouded the high platform and disappeared. It's here. Duan Ling Tian, who was in the profound assimilation formation, immediately noticed the appearance of the hundreds of concept fragments when he merged his spiritual energy into the profound assimilation formation. As soon as the concept fragments fell into the profound assimilation formation, they were refined into waves of concept energy by the profound assimilation formation. The concept energy instantly filled the entire space in the profound assimilation formation. Duan Ling Tian, who had opened his eyes, could clearly see the solidified concept energy. There were 7 types of concept energy in total. 5 of them were green, red, blue, purple, and khaki respectively. It was obvious that they were the concept energy that was transformed from the wind, fire, water, thunder, and earth concept fragments. The other 2 types were colorless. However, there was a faint solidified energy surrounding them. They were either swords or sabers. It was obvious that they were the concept energy that was transformed from the sword and saber concept fragments. Unfortunately, I've only comprehended the wind concept, thunder concept, earth concept, and sword concept. Otherwise, I would have gained more this time. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath. His spiritual energy began to move in the profound assimilation formation. He tried his best to control the profound assimilation formation according to the memory of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. At the same time, the green concept energy, purple concept energy, khaki concept energy that permeated the profound assimilation formation, as well as the concept energy that permeated the sword-shaped energy in the surroundings, were separated by 1/10 each. The 4 types of concept energy that were separated shook in the air and flew in the same direction. It was the direction where Duan Ling Tian was at. Whoosh! 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 The concept energy that originated from a large amount of wind concept fragments, lightning concept fragments, earth concept fragments, and sword concept fragments surged into Duan Ling Tian's body. At the same time, 4 material concepts emanated from the surface of Duan Ling Tian's body, and they became even more majestic and vast. It was the concept of wind, concept of thunder, concept of earth, and concept of sword. The 4 wills gradually grew stronger and transformed. It was obvious that it was constantly digesting the 4 concept energies that surged into Duan Ling Tian's body. As long as it completely digested the 4 concept energies, the 4 concepts would complete their final transformation. After separating the 4 types of concept energy that he needed and allowing them to flow into his body, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. Duan Ling Tian could feel the profound assimilation formation that had consumed more than 90% of his spiritual energy trembling as though he was about to be forced out of the profound assimilation formation. With my current spiritual energy, it's not enough to separate the concept energy anymore. However, it's still possible for me to make someone in the profound assimilation formation be repelled by the concept energy. With just a thought, Duan Ling Tian used the last bit of his spiritual energy to pierce into the profound assimilation formation again and gave his last command. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy that had merged into the profound assimilation formation was completely depleted. If Duan Lingtian opened his eyes now, he would definitely see it immediately. A red figure that was also in the profound assimilation formation was Hu Fei, the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Wood Peak, who was sitting cross-legged not far away. There seemed to be an additional resistance around him. As soon as this resistance appeared, the red concept energy that was originally close to him, which was also the concept energy that was transformed from the fire concept fragments, was completely pushed away. It could not get close to him at all. At this moment, the red concept energy gradually dissipated and soon disappeared without a trace. The other 8 people had more or less absorbed some of the concept energy that they needed. However, the concept energy that had merged into their bodies was only 1% of the total. The remaining concept energy disappeared into the profound assimilation formation just like that. It was as though it was forcefully swallowed by the profound assimilation formation. Even if it was only 1% of the concept energy, it was still enough to benefit the 8 of them greatly. Time continued to pass by quietly. An hour went by. 2 hours went by. Outside the profound assimilation formation, the 5 peak masters of the 5-element sect were waiting outside the high platform. Their eyes were fixed on the profound assimilation formation from the beginning until the end. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. All of them wanted to know what level the concepts that the young geniuses from their respective peaks who entered the profound assimilation formation had elevated to. 5 hours went by very quickly. However, the mist on the high platform did not disappear. This also meant that the profound assimilation formation was still there. The concept energy transformed from the concept fragments had not been completely digested by the people inside. What's going on? Yufang, the peak master of Water Peak, frowned. Something doesn't seem right. I remember that when the few of us entered the profound assimilation formation, it only took us 3 hours to come out. I think it's a little strange as well. Tian Gu, the peak master of Earth Peak, nodded his head. Unfortunately, my spiritual energy can't penetrate this profound assimilation formation. There's no way for me to investigate the situation inside. There's only one possibility. Someone hasn't completely digested the concept energy that has entered his body. Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, said solemnly. Looks like this generation of disciples has given us a big surprise. The longer we stay in there, the more benefits we'll get. Guochong, the peak master of Gold Peak, who was also the sect leader of 5-element sect, exclaimed in surprise. Chi Yu, the peak master of Wood Peak, stood by the side with a face filled with anticipation as well. Duan Lingtian, could it be you? Chi Yu asked quietly in his heart. Inside the profound assimilation formation. Due to the existence of the profound assimilation formation, even those young talents who had completely digested the concept energy they had absorbed and raised the concept they had comprehended had yet to wake up. Once they were shrouded by the profound assimilation formation, they would not wake up as long as the profound assimilation formation did not disappear. At this moment, they were completely unaware of the changes in the concept they had comprehended. Only when the profound assimilation formation disappeared completely would they be able to sense the changes in the concept they had comprehended and wake up immediately. It was very easy to make the profound assimilation formation disappear. As long as the concept energy that was lingering in the profound assimilation formation, including the concept energy in the body of the people in the profound assimilation formation, disappeared completely, the profound assimilation formation would disappear as well. Right now, the only person who was awake in the profound assimilation formation was Duan Lingtian alone. This feels so good. Duan Lingtian was in a great mood when he could clearly sense that the 4 concepts he had comprehended were still rising. Originally, I would need to spend at least 120 hours to completely digest these 4 concept energy. However, since I can comprehend 2 different concept energy at the same time, I only need half the time. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his heart jolted. For Huang Daniu and the others, it would take them 3 hours to absorb and digest 1% of a concept energy. On the other hand, it would take him 30 hours to absorb and digest 10% of a concept energy. For concepts meant that he would need 120 hours. Since he could comprehend 2 different concepts at the same time, it was even more efficient. The time was halved, which meant that he would only need 60 hours. Now, 5 hours have passed. I still need 55 hours. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian immersed himself in the 4 concepts that were rising rapidly again. The feeling of sitting on a rocket made him feel extremely carefree from the bottom of his heart. Wind, sometimes gentle, sometimes swift. Thunder, sometimes reserved, sometimes violent. Sword, sometimes calm, sometimes swift and fierce. Earth, it made Duan Lingtian feel as though he had become one with the earth beneath him. There was no longer any distinction between him and the earth. Inside the profound assimilation formation, Duan Lingtian, who was digesting the 4 concept energy to his heart's content and improving the concepts he had comprehended, was in a great mood. He only hoped that this moment would last forever. However, the 5 people outside of the profound assimilation formation were completely anxious. It's already been 10 hours, but the profound assimilation formation still hasn't disappeared. Could something have happened inside? Tian Gu speculated worriedly. I don't think so. Yufang shook her head. This profound assimilation formation was set up by a martial monarch stage inscription master that was hired by our 5-element sect's ancestors. It has never had any problems before, and this time shouldn't be an exception as well. But this time, it's taking too long. In the history of our 5-element sect, no matter which time the profound assimilation formation was activated, it would usually only take 3 hours to complete. Cha Bai frowned as his face turned slightly grave. At this moment, even Guochong, the sect leader of the 5-element sect, was no longer as calm as before. 10 hours. What's going on inside? Soon, Guochong looked at Qiyu, who was standing by the side with a calm expression. Qiyu, what do you think? What can I think? Qiyu shrugged and smiled faintly. What's the use of us being anxious right now? Don't tell me that we can still forcefully break this profound assimilation formation and enter to check on those little fellows? Tian Gu could not help but smile wryly when he heard Qiyu's words. That's the inscription formation that was set up by Emperor Wu. How can the few of us possibly break it forcefully? We've only mastered the method to open the profound assimilation formation, but we haven't mastered the method to close it. According to the martial monarch stage senior, as long as the concept energy is completely absorbed and digested by the people inside the profound assimilation formation, the profound assimilation formation will be completely closed. It has always been like this. When Guochong reached the end of his sentence, he frowned slightly. But this time, it's a little strange. Don't tell me that someone hasn't completely absorbed and digested the concept energy yet? Chapter 905. Guochong's words reminded the other 4 peak masters, including Qiyu. At once, they could not help but be shocked. That was right. If there was really someone who had not completely absorbed and digested the concept energy contained in the profound assimilation formation, to what extent would his concept be raised to? I don't think that's possible. Very soon, Tian Gu seemed to have recalled something as he shook his head and frowned. Ever since the profound assimilation formation became popular in the entire Cloud continent several thousand years ago, I've never heard of anyone being able to stay in it for more than 3.5 hours, let alone 10 hours. Usually, it would be around 3 hours. Perhaps, something has happened in the profound assimilation formation. Tian Gu voiced out his speculation. What you said does make sense. Yufang, who was standing by the side, nodded her head. A hint of worry could be seen in between her eyebrows. If something has really happened in the profound assimilation formation, would anything happen to them? The moment Yufang's words left her mouth, Guochong, Qiyu, and Cha Bai's faces turned grave immediately. The words that Tian Gu said earlier had resonated with them as well. Right now, after listening to Yufang's words, they could not help but feel worried as well. They were worried about the safety of the disciples in the profound assimilation formation. Time continued to pass by quietly. Just like that, a day had passed by quickly. It's already been a day and there's still no movement at all. No. I must break through this profound assimilation formation. After waiting for a day, Cha Bai could no longer hold himself back and immediately flew out. With a raise of his hand, a flaming saber materialized in his hand and slashed down with a whistling sound. Whoosh! The flaming saber slammed into the profound assimilation formation fiercely. However, when it came into contact with the mist above the profound assimilation formation, it completely disappeared. The mist above the profound assimilation formation was like a terrifying beast that opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the flaming saber whole. It's useless. Seeing that Cha Bai was about to make his move again, Tian Gu shook his head and said, "That's an inscription formation that's set up by a martial monarch powerhouse. On top of that, it's a profound assimilation formation that requires an extremely high amount of spiritual energy. Unless you're a martial monarch powerhouse, it's impossible for you to forcefully destroy it." Tian Gu himself was an inscription master. He had the absolute right to speak in this regard. Therefore, after hearing Tian Gu's words, even though Cha Bai's face was still a little ugly, he was no longer as impulsive as before. "Peak Master Cha Bai, we can understand your feelings. However, just like what Peak Master Qiyu said earlier, the only thing we can do now is to wait for the profound assimilation formation to close on its own and for them to come out." Cha Bai nodded. Then, he glanced at Guochong and Qiyu who were sitting cross-legged at a low altitude. After taking a deep breath, he also sat cross-legged in the air. He meditated while waiting for his direct disciple, Hu Fei, to come out of the profound assimilation formation. Soon, another day had passed. Still nothing. Qiyu opened his eyes and looked at the profound assimilation formation on the high platform not far away. He muttered to himself, "Duan Ling Tian, Huang Daniu. Please don't let anything happen to the two of you. The future of the Wood Peak depends on the two of you to support it." After witnessing the strength of Duan Ling Tian and Huang Daniu, Qiyu had already regarded both of them as the future pillars of the Wood Peak. In his heart, he even had the thought of cultivating one of them to be the next Peak Master of Wood Peak. Of course, the reason why he had the thought of choosing one of them was not because he felt that it was difficult to choose because both of them had similar innate talents. It was because he felt that it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to stay in the Wood Peak and the Five-Element sect in the future. After all, Duan Ling Tian was an anomaly. He was publicly acknowledged as the darling of the heavens on the Cloud Continent. Such an existence was destined to not be bound by the Five-Element sect. In the entire eastern region of the Northern Desert, the Five-Element sect could be considered as one of the three major forces. However, in the entire Cloud Continent, it was only a tiny third-rate force at the border. It was not even worth mentioning in front of the truly powerful forces. As long as Duan Ling Tian was willing, he would not hesitate to regard Duan Ling Tian as the successor of the Peak Master of Wood Peak. However, if Duan Ling Tian was unwilling, he would not force him. He could only settle for the second best and choose Huang Daniu as the successor of the Peak Master of Wood Peak. Although Huang Daniu was not as good as Duan Ling Tian, he was much more outstanding compared to the other Wood Peak disciples. "Why? Are you worried about Duan Ling Tian and Huang Daniu?" Suddenly, a familiar voice entered Qiyu's ears through voice transmission. He did not even need to turn his head to know whose voice it was. "Aren't you worried about those two precious disciples of yours?" Qiyu glanced at Guochong who was standing nearby and asked through voice transmission. The moment Guo Chong heard that, he smiled wryly. How could he not be worried? Of course not. After so many years of being together, he who did not have any children had long regarded his two direct disciples as his own. Did you ask Duan Lingtian if he's willing to stay in the Five Elements sect in the future? Guo Chong looked at Qi Yu and asked through voice transmission again. Without waiting for Qi Yu's reply, he added, as long as he's willing to stay in the Five Elements sect, not only will he become the peak master of Wood Peak, I can even pass on the position of the sect leader of Five Elements sect to him. Qi Yu could not help but be moved by Guo Chong's words. What about your two direct disciples? Them? When Guo Chong heard Qi Yu mentioning Nangong and his brother, he could not help but sigh. Those two boys are really ambitious. They've already decided to leave the Five Elements sect after coming out from that place and explore the outside world together. Their ambition is not bad. Moreover, they've been staying in the Five Elements sect since they were young and have never left. It's not strange for them to yearn for the outside world. Qi Yu nodded. They're too ambitious. It's impossible for them to inherit the position of the sect leader of Five Elements sect. If Duan Lingtian is willing, I can pass on the position of the sect leader to him even without him coming to Gold Peak. Guo Chong replied. Don't tell me you think that the position of the sect leader of Five Elements sect that even your two precious disciples don't care about can move Duan Lingtian? Qi Yu shook his head. When he reached the end of his sentence, his tone turned solemn. Don't forget. He's still a variant. Variant. Upon hearing Qi Yu's words, Guo Chong fell silent. That was right. How monstrous was a variant? How could they be bound by the Five Elements sect? Even those top-notch first-rate forces on Cloud Continent would fight to the death for a variant. I can't help but feel that something's not right about the situation with the profound assimilation formation this time. By right, it's impossible for anything to happen to the profound assimilation formation. Soon, Guo Chong changed the topic. He looked at Qi Yu and asked, do you think this incident has something to do with Duan Lingtian? After all, he's a variant. You're asking me, but who am I supposed to ask? Qi Yu rolled his eyes at Guo Chong. Looking at the way he was acting, he did not seem like he was talking to a sect leader at all. Instead, he seemed like an ordinary senior brother chatting with each other. Guo Chong was rendered speechless. However, he did not mind Qi Yu's casual attitude at all. In front of other people, perhaps he would still put on the airs of a sect leader in front of Qi Yu to show the dignity of a sect leader. However, when he was talking to Qi Yu in private, he did not treat himself as the sect leader at all. Instead, he still treated Qi Yu as the junior brother that he used to roam the world with in the past. At that time, he had saved Qi Yu's life many times, and Qi Yu had saved his life many times as well. Although he and Qi Yu were not from the same peak and were usually in a competitive relationship, they were still friends who would go through life and death together. In the current Five Elements sect, only they knew about the friendship between the two of them. Even the peak masters of the other three peaks did not know about the friendship between the two of them. Otherwise, Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, would not have deliberately tried to sow discord between Guo Chong and Qi Yu in front of Guo Chong, the sect leader of Five Elements sect. If Cha Bai knew about the friendship between the two of them, he would most likely be so angry that he would vomit blood. As it turned out, his action of wasting so much saliva was just a big joke in the eyes of Guo Chong and Qi Yu. 2 days have already passed. To think that the profound assimilation formation still hasn't disappeared. Guo Chong sighed. Let's wait a little longer. I have a feeling that we won't have to wait too long. Qi Yu chimed in. All right. Guo Chong nodded his head and continued to close his eyes to meditate. Qi Yu also closed his eyes and waited patiently. Not long after the two of them closed their eyes, Cha Bai, who was hovering on the other side, slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the high platform that was enveloped by the profound assimilation formation and muttered to himself, Hu Fei, with your attainments in fire concept. With the help of the profound assimilation formation, you should be able to comprehend the 9th level intermediate fire concept this time, right? Cha Bai's words were filled with great expectations for Hu Fei. Not long after, Tian Gu and Yu Fang also opened their eyes. They glanced at the high platform that was enveloped by the profound assimilation formation and sighed softly before closing their eyes again. Time continued to pass by. 1 hour. 2 hours. In just a blink of an eye, another 7 hours had passed by. Inside the profound assimilation formation, a purple figure sat there. His body was completely surrounded by 4 solidified energies that were emitting a vast and majestic aura. This was a young man in purple. He sat there motionlessly like a mountain, like an eminent monk who had attained the Tao. If one looked closely, one would easily notice it. 2 of the energies surrounding the young man's body were increasing at an extremely fast speed. Together with the other 2 energies, they emitted a terrifying aura. The terrifying aura was like the howling of the wind, the roaring of the thunder, and the trembling of the earth. Apart from that, there was also an extremely sharp aura that was moving around the purple-clad young man like a shadow. If there was anyone here, they would be able to recognize the sharp aura with just a glance. It was the sword concept. Not only that, but it did not seem like an ordinary sword concept as well. The concept energy refined by the earth concept fragment and sword concept fragment through the profound assimilation formation is only a little bit away from being completely digested. I'll need at most 5 hours. Chapter 906. 5 hours was not a long time. Very soon, it had passed by. When Duan Lingtian sensed that the remaining concept energy had completely merged with the concept that he had comprehended and raised his concept to a certain level, he suddenly opened his eyes. Huh! At the same time, Duan Lingtian noticed that the profound assimilation formation had begun to shake. He knew that the profound assimilation formation was about to close on its own. An ordinary person can only stay in the profound assimilation formation for 3 hours at most. However, I've been in there for a total of 60 hours. And this is because my consciousness can be divided into 2, allowing me to comprehend 2 different concepts at the same time. Otherwise, I could have stayed in there for 120 hours. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he glanced at the 9 young men and women who were sitting cross-legged. A gleam flashed across his eyes as he made up his mind. I mustn't let anyone find out that the reason why the profound assimilation formation has been open for 60 hours is because of me. Otherwise, once this matter spreads out, I'm afraid countless people will want to get the method to stay in the profound assimilation formation for such a long time from me. At this moment, Duan Lingtian thought of many things. At the same time, he withdrew the 4 types of vast and majestic concepts that were spreading out from his body and closed his eyes again. The profound assimilation formation was about to close. What he needed to do now was to not give himself away so that no one would be able to trace him. After all, there were a total of 10 people in the profound assimilation formation. As long as he did not give himself away, even if someone really suspected him, they would not have any evidence and would not dare to confirm it. Outside the profound assimilation formation, in front of the high platform, the 5 peak masters who were sitting cross-legged in the air opened their eyes at the same time. The reason they had such a tacit understanding was that they had noticed the strange movement of the profound assimilation formation in front of them at the same time. The profound assimilation formation is finally closing. Tian Gu's eyes lit up as he exclaimed in surprise. It's been 2.5 days. If we convert it into hours, it would be 60 hours. Yu Fang exclaimed. Usually, the people who are in the profound assimilation formation can only stay for about 3 hours at most. However, the 10 of them have stayed for 60 hours. This is really strange. Cha Bai's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. Either something has happened to the profound assimilation formation, or someone has absorbed the concept energy for 60 hours straight. The former is fine, but if it is the latter... Guocheng muttered to himself, his eyes shining brightly. Guocheng's murmur was not loud, but it was clearly heard by the peak leaders of the other 4 peaks, who agreed with him. At the same time, they stared at the gradually dissipating fog in front of them. All of them wanted to know if there was really someone who had absorbed 60 hours of concept energy in the profound assimilation formation. If that was the case, then to what extent would that person's concept be raised to? Duanling Tian, could it be you? Qi Yu asked again in his heart. He had a feeling that the change in the profound assimilation formation had something to do with Duanling Tian. Perhaps it was because Duanling Tian was a variant that he had such thoughts. When the fog gradually dissipated, it also meant that the profound assimilation formation had been shut down. After the profound assimilation formation was completely shut down, the fog on the high platform disappeared without a trace. Only 10 young men and women were left sitting cross-legged. Their eyes were closed, and they did not move at all. Seeing that their disciples were safe and sound, the 5 peak leaders could not help but heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, when they recalled that the profound assimilation formation would only be activated after 60 hours, they glanced at the 10 people on the high platform one by one. It was as though they wanted to see if there was really someone who had absorbed 60 hours of concept energy. If that was the case, even if that person had only comprehended the first-level void interpretation concept earlier, he would definitely be able to raise his 4th-level void transformation concept after coming out of the profound assimilation formation. They were fortunate enough to enter the profound assimilation formation once before, so they knew very well how much the profound assimilation formation could raise a martial artist's strength. 3 hours was enough to raise a person's void interpretation concept by 1 or 2 levels. 60 hours was 20 times longer than 3 hours. One could imagine how much their concept would be raised if they continued to absorb concept energy for such a long time. Due to this reason, all of them wanted to know if there was really someone among the 10 young talents who had absorbed a huge amount of concept energy for 60 hours. Or perhaps, there was really something wrong with the profound assimilation formation. Soon after, the 10 young talents who were sitting cross-legged on the high platform, including Duanling Tian, opened their eyes one after another. The moment they opened their eyes, a hint of confusion could be seen on all 10 of their faces. Duanling Tian was no exception as well. In order not to give himself away, his reaction was almost the same as the other 9 people. The time spent comprehending this time. It seems like it took more than 3 hours, right? Tianjin from Earth Peak said with a frown as he stretched his arms and legs. I feel like a long time has passed as well. Tan Huan from Water Peak stood up as well and nodded her head. I didn't feel anything when I was in the state of comprehending concept earlier. However, it feels like a few days have passed now. It really doesn't feel like it only took 3 hours. Nangong Yi from Gold Peak chimed in as well. It was apparent that before they entered the profound assimilation formation, they knew that those who entered the profound assimilation formation would usually stay in there for about 3 hours. It would definitely not exceed 3.5 hours. There were many profound assimilation formations on Cloud Continent, but nobody had ever stayed in there for more than 3.5 hours. Why is it 3 hours? Huang Daniu asked with a confused look on his face. That's right. Why is it 3 hours? Duanling Tian followed Huang Daniu and asked with a confused look on his face. At this moment, Duanling Tian was, naturally, acting dumb. However, nobody saw through him. Peak Master Qiyu didn't tell you? Nangong Yi was stunned at first. Then, he proceeded to tell Duanling Tian and Huang Daniu about his understanding of the profound assimilation formation. Usually, those who enter the profound assimilation formation can only stay in there for about 3 hours. Until now, I've never heard of an exception in the entire Cloud Continent. Nan Gongyi finished his sentence in one breath. I see. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu. Duan Lingtian secretly scoffed at Nan Gongyi's explanation. If his spiritual energy was strong enough to absorb all of the concept energy, he could definitely stay in the profound assimilation formation for a longer period of time. Naturally, he knew the reason why ordinary people could only stay in there for 3 hours. It was because those people could only absorb and digest 1% of the concept energy in the profound assimilation formation. No matter how strong one's comprehension was, one would only need 3 hours to absorb and digest 1% of the concept energy. Of course, even if it was only 1%, it was enough to raise one's concept to a certain level. I also feel like I've been in there for more than 3 hours. It feels like a few days have passed. Don't tell me that being in the profound assimilation formation makes one feel like a day is as long as a year? Huang Daniu frowned and pondered for a while before he finally asked. At once, the 10 young talents' eyes that were filled with questions landed on the peak masters of each of the 5 element sects' peaks in unison. They wanted to get an answer from them. Indeed, all of you have been in there for more than 3 hours. To be exact, all of you have been in there for 2.5 days, which is a total of 60 hours. Guochong, the peak master of Gold Peak, who was also the sect leader of 5 element sect, said slowly. 2.5 days? 60 hours? The moment Guochong's words left his mouth, the 10 young talents could not help but be stunned. Among them, Nan Gongyi from Gold Peak was included as well. His face was still cold and did not change much. However, there was a hint of astonishment in the depth of his eyes. It was obvious that he was also shocked by his master's words. Master, didn't you say that the martial artists on the Cloud Continent can only stay in the profound assimilation formation for about 3 hours at most? What's with the 60 hours? Nan Gongyi was the first to ask. His face was filled with confusion. He couldn't understand this at all. The other young talents were also confused and puzzled. All of them looked at Guochong in confusion, wanting to get an answer from him. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was included among them as well. Although Duan Lingtian knew the reason, it was impossible for him to reveal it. In order to not give himself away, he pretended to be ignorant just like the other 9 people. Huh! All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian noticed that a pair of eyes had locked onto him. This pair of eyes was sizing him up from head to toe as though they were trying to figure out something from him. Duan Lingtian immediately noticed the owner of this pair of eyes. It was Chi Yu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak. Peak Master, what are you doing? Duan Lingtian looked at Chi Yu and asked through voice transmission. His face was filled with confusion. Duan Lingtian, I remember that the concept you comprehended earlier was only the 3rd level intermediate wind concept, right? I'm looking forward to seeing your improvement after coming out of the profound assimilation formation this time. Chi Yu's voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears clearly. He emphasized on the word improvement as though he was hinting at something. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. Don't tell me that the Peak Master of Wood Peak discovered something? Impossible. Soon after, Duan Lingtian denied it. He must think that I'm a variant and suspect that I'm the one who made the profound assimilation formation open for 60 hours instead of 3. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian calmed down in his heart, and he replied unhurriedly via voice transmission, Peak Master, there's something you might not know. The concept I've comprehended isn't just the wind concept. To be more precise, the wind concept is the weaker one of the 2 void interpretation concepts that I've comprehended. Duan Lingtian did not find it strange that Chi Yu knew that he had comprehended the 3rd level intermediate wind concept earlier. Previously, when he and Huang Daniu had just arrived at Wood Peak, he had already made his move. At that time, his target was Luo Chen and Hong Shi, who were now dead. At that time, he had already demonstrated his third-level intermediate wind concept. Chapter 907. What? As expected, shock appeared on Qi Yu's face when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. Yuv comprehended another void interpretation concept as well. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded his head in response. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze away from Qi Yu and looked at Guochong, the sect leader of Five-Element sect. In the face of Nan Gongyi's question, Guochong finally opened his mouth. Logically speaking, all of you should have stayed in the profound assimilation formation for 3 hours before coming out. This time, all of you have stayed in there for a total of 60 hours. Let alone all of you, even we find it strange and puzzling as well. Guochong replied. Guochong's words caused the group of young geniuses to be stunned. However, there's one thing that I'm certain of. Guochong's gaze swept across the 10 young talents, including Duan Lingtian, one by one before he said slowly, there are only 2 possibilities for the profound assimilation formation to remain open for 60 hours. First, something has happened to the profound assimilation formation. Second, someone has continuously absorbed the concept energy for 60 hours. When Guochong reached the end of his sentence, his eyes shone brightly. Continuously absorbing the concept energy for 60 hours? The moment Guochong's words left his mouth, the 9 young talents, other than Duan Lingtian, were completely dumbfounded. If there was really someone who had continuously absorbed the concept energy for such a long time, then what level would the concept he had comprehended be raised to? Other than Duan Lingtian, the other 9 young talents, including Huang Daniu, were shocked. Perhaps, Guochong could see through the thoughts of most of the young talents, so he continued to say, based on the hundreds of concept fragments that I've placed into the profound assimilation formation, if there's really someone who has continuously absorbed the concept energy for 60 hours, even if he had only comprehended the first-level void interpretation concept previously, his concept would have definitely broken through to the 4th-level void transformation concept or above after he comes out of the profound assimilation formation. 4th-level void transformation concept. Upon hearing Guochong's words, the group of young talents who had just regained their senses were completely stunned again. 4th-level void transformation concept, what kind of concept was that? Among the group of people, the person who had comprehended the strongest void interpretation concept earlier was none other than Gold Peak's Nangong and his brother. Both of them had comprehended the 8th-level void interpretation concept. The 8th level of the void interpretation concept was only equivalent to the strength of 90 ancient horned dragons. 4th-level void transformation concept was equivalent to the strength of 500 ancient horned dragons. There was a gap between the 9th-level void interpretation concept and the 1st-level void transformation concept. The gap was like a chasm. The former was only equivalent to the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons while the latter was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. Every level of the void transformation concept gave him the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons. Who is it? For a time, the 10 young geniuses, with the exception of Nan Gongchen, looked at each other. It was as though all of them wanted to know who had been absorbing the concept energy for such a long time. Who was that pervert? When he saw the group of young geniuses looking at each other, Duan Lingtian naturally followed suit and pretended to be ignorant. It might not necessarily be someone who has been absorbing the concept energy for such a long time. Perhaps, something has happened to the profound assimilation formation. Guochong added when he saw the 9 young talents looking at each other. Right now, all of you should be able to more or less sense the changes in the concept that you've comprehended. However, I don't think all of you can confirm the exact level of your concept. Guochong stared at the 10 young talents in front of him with a burning gaze before he said, "Now, I'll call out your names. All of you will show us your concepts one by one and show us what you've gained from the profound assimilation formation." The moment Guochong's words left his mouth, the eyes of the other 4 peak masters lit up right away. Qiyu, the peak master of Wood Peak, especially, glanced at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. A faint smile appeared on his face. It was as though he was saying to Duan Lingtian, Kid, since you said you've comprehended 2 types of void interpretation concepts, then let me see what level the other void interpretation concept you've comprehended is at. Duan Lingtian, naturally, noticed Qiyu's gaze. He could also guess what Qiyu was thinking, but he was not bothered by it at all. The reason he said those words earlier was, naturally, because he was confident that Qiyu would not be able to confirm that he was the person who had been absorbing the concept energy for 60 hours. Although he had been absorbing the concept energy for 60 hours, it was not just one type of concept. If he had only been absorbing one type of concept for such a long time, just like what Guochong had said earlier, his concept would have been elevated to the 4th level void transformation concept or above. When he was in the profound assimilation formation, he had absorbed a total of 4 types of concept energy. It took him 30 hours to fully absorb each type of concept energy. Originally, he would need a total of 120 hours to absorb all 4 types of concept energy. However, since his consciousness could now be divided into 2, he could comprehend 2 different types of concept at the same time. The efficiency had doubled. Due to this reason, it only took him 60 hours to fully absorb all 4 types of concept energy. The 4 types of concept that he had comprehended had also improved tremendously. Humph. Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on Hu Fei as he secretly snorted. Hu Fei had been frowning ever since he came out of the profound assimilation formation. He had noticed this long ago. As for the reason, it was easy for him to guess. What's going on? Hu Fei was a little hesitant when he heard that Guochong wanted them to demonstrate their improved concept. This was because he could feel that the concept that he had comprehended did not seem to have improved at all compared to before he entered. Naturally, he did not dare to confirm if it had not improved since he had yet to demonstrate it. According to Master, after entering the profound assimilation formation, no matter how useless I am, I'll still be able to improve my fire concept and comprehend the 8th level intermediate fire concept. Hu Fei thought to himself. It's not impossible for me to comprehend the 9th level intermediate fire concept. After all, my 7th level intermediate fire concept is only a step away from the 8th level intermediate fire concept. Perhaps, my fire concept has already broken through, but since I've just come out of the profound assimilation formation, my senses are a little slow. That should be the case. The moment Hu Fei thought of this, he felt relieved. His furrowed brows began to relax. In his opinion, no matter how useless he was, it was impossible for his fire concept to fail to break through a level while he was in the profound assimilation formation. That was almost impossible. However, Hu Fei did not expect this even in his wildest dreams. However, Duan Lingtian's existence could make many things that were impossible in his eyes become possible. Don't tell me this Hu Fei didn't notice. When Duan Lingtian saw Hu Fei's furrowed brows relax, he could not help but be stunned. Is his reaction that slow? Let's start with you. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian's thoughts were pulled back by Guochong's voice. In the next instant, he saw Guochong looking at the male disciple from Earth Peak and asking him to demonstrate the concept he had comprehended after breaking through in the profound assimilation formation. This male disciple was the other young disciple from Earth Peak other than Tianjin. Yes, sect leader. The moment the Earth Peak disciple heard Guochong's words, he did not dare to be negligent and responded respectfully. In the next instant, his face turned solemn as a peerless aura exuded from his body. It shot up into the sky as though it could tear everything in the air apart. In the next instant, everyone present on the scene saw a layer of translucent energy suddenly appearing on the surface of the Earth Peak disciple's body. It was a solidified saber energy. The saber energy enveloped the Earth Peak disciple and enveloped him as though it had transformed into a gigantic saber that was about to shoot up into the sky. Saber concept. At this moment, everyone present on the scene could see the concept that the Earth Peak disciple was demonstrating. Whoosh! At the same time, the heaven and earth energy in the sky stirred. Waves of vast heaven and earth energy quickly gathered to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. Silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared one after another. There was a total of 70 of them. The strength of 70 ancient horned dragons. 6th level intermediate saber concept. Tian-Gu's eyes lit up as he exclaimed in surprise, "Good boy. I remember that before you entered the profound assimilation formation, you only comprehended the 4th level intermediate saber concept. With the help of the profound assimilation formation, you actually managed to cross 2 levels and comprehend the 6th level intermediate saber concept." Hee hee. The Earth Peak disciple chuckled before he looked at Tianzhen, who was next to him, and said humbly, "Senior brother Tianzhen, you must be much more powerful than me." "You brat. Are you trying to harm me?" Tianzhen laughed as he scolded, "I've only comprehended the 5th level void interpretation concept to begin with. Now that you mention it, won't I be defeated by you if I don't break through to the 7th level void interpretation concept after I demonstrate my concept? Senior brother Tianzhen, you must have comprehended the 7th level void interpretation concept." The Earth Peak disciple quickly tried to salvage the situation. The conversation between the two of them caused the 5 peak masters to chuckle. "Tianzhen, I'd like to see if you're defeated by him. You demonstrate the concept that you've comprehended now as well." Guochong looked at Tianzhen and smiled. "Yes, sect leader," Tianzhen responded. Then, his expression turned solemn and he started to feel a little uneasy. Although he could clearly sense that his concept had undergone a huge change compared to before he entered the profound assimilation formation, he was certain that his concept had broken through. However, he had no idea how much he had broken through. Only by demonstrating his concept completely and triggering the heaven and earth phenomenon would he be able to confirm the level of the concept that he had comprehended. 10 days ago, during the Battle of the 5 Peaks, the concept that Tianzhen demonstrated was the 5th level intermediate wind concept. Duan Lingtian's gaze immediately landed on Tianzhen. The others had the same gaze as well. Whoosh! 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 Chapter 908. Whoosh! As wisps of green wind appeared around Tianzhen's body, the heaven and earth energy stirred above his head, and the heaven and earth phenomenon began to form. Silhouettes of ancient horned dragons gradually appeared. 10. 20. 30. The number was still increasing. In the end, it stopped at 80. 7th level intermediate wind concept. Everyone was shocked by Tianzhen's improvement. After all, the difficulty of advancing from the 5th level of the void interpretation stage to the 7th level of the void interpretation stage was not something that the difficulty of advancing from the 4th level of the void interpretation stage to the 6th level of the void interpretation stage could compare to. After Tianzhen confirmed that he had comprehended the 7th level intermediate wind concept, he could not help but sigh in relief. Good. Good. Tian-Gu smiled happily when he saw his son had made such a huge improvement. Congratulations, Peak Master Tian-Gu. Yufang looked at Tian-Gu with a complicated gaze before she forced a smile on her face and congratulated him. Thank you, Peak Master Yufang. I believe Tan Huan has also comprehended the 7th level void interpretation concept like my useless son. Tian-Gu smiled in response. Thank you for your kind words. Yufang nodded and looked at Tan Huan with anticipation. At this moment, Tan Huan, who noticed Yufang's gaze, was sweating profusely. She had the same feeling as Tianzhen earlier. Although she could faintly sense that the water concept she had comprehended had improved, she was not sure how much it had improved. Tan Huan. When everyone's gaze followed the conversation between Tian Gu and Yufang, they followed Yufang's gaze and looked at Tan Huan. Guo Chong also looked at Tan Huan. "Yes, sect leader." Tan Huan responded, and strands of water vapor started to suffuse her body. In the end, it transformed into waves of blue waves. It was the water concept that she had comprehended. The blue waves wrapped around her body as though they had transformed into a blue light shield that surrounded Tan Huan. At the same time, the heaven and earth energy in the sky stirred and eventually gathered into silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. In the end, the number of silhouettes of ancient horned dragons in the heaven and earth phenomenon stopped increasing. 7th level intermediate water concept. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw the 80 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Tan Huan's head. Tan Huan's progress was the same as Tian Zhen's. Tan Huan heaved a sigh of relief when she saw she'd comprehended the 7th level of void interpretation concept as well, and she smiled lightly as she looked at Yufang. "Master, disciple was fortunate enough to not disappoint you." Yufang nodded with satisfaction. After Tan Huan, Guo Chong named another female disciple of Water Peak. This female disciple had also comprehended the water concept. Before she entered the profound assimilation formation, she had only comprehended the 3rd level intermediate water concept. However, after coming out of the profound assimilation formation, she had already comprehended the 5th level intermediate water concept. "You." Then, Guo Chong called out the other male disciple of Fire Peak other than Hu Fei. The male disciple from Fire Peak was similar to the male disciple from Earth Peak. The void interpretation concept they had comprehended had risen from the 4th level to the 6th level. It was an increase of 2 levels. Hu Fei. Soon, Guo Chong looked at Hu Fei. When Guo Chong called out Hu Fei, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. A faint smile crept up the corner of his mouth. It was a smile of someone who had succeeded in his scheme. When he was still in the profound assimilation formation, he had used his spiritual energy to control the profound assimilation formation and extracted 1/10 of the 4 types of concept energy that he needed. The spiritual energy that he had fused with the profound assimilation formation was almost completely depleted. At that time, he had used his spiritual energy to do one last thing, and that was to give a simple command to the profound assimilation formation. The content of the command was to prevent Hu Fei from coming into contact with the concept energy that he needed. In other words, other than Duan Lingtian who had benefited greatly in the profound assimilation formation, the other 8 people had benefited quite a lot. Hu Fei was the only one who did not benefit at all. Moreover, Hu Fei who was in the state of comprehending concept in the profound assimilation formation was no different from when he was comprehending outside due to Duan Lingtian's mischief. "I'm really looking forward to seeing the expression on Hu Fei's face when he sees that his fire concept has not improved at all." Duan Lingtian's heart jolted, and the smile crept up the corner of his mouth even wider. "Duan Lingtian, what are you smiling about?" Huang Daniu who was standing next to Duan Lingtian happened to see the smile on the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth. He could not help but ask through voice transmission. At the same time, driven by his curiosity, Huang Daniu followed Duan Lingtian's gaze and looked at Hu Fei who was called out by Guo Chong. Could it be related to Hu Fei? Huang Daniu's heart skipped a beat. "It's nothing." Duan Lingtian shook his head and replied through voice transmission. However, Huang Daniu did not believe Duan Lingtian's words. His eyes were fixed on Hu Fei. He felt that Duan Lingtian must be hiding something from him. His intuition told him that there must be something wrong with Hu Fei. When Guo Chong called out Hu Fei, everyone's eyes fell on him, causing him to become the center of attention. Hu Fei, the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Fire Peak. In the 5-element sect, a group of 5-element sect's disciples secretly gave Hu Fei a nickname, Ingrate. Hu Fei's betrayal of Wood Peak, the master who had saved his life, betrayed the master who had cultivated him, and defected to Fire Peak. Even though 10 years had passed since then, it was still something that the disciples of the Five Elements sect despised. However, even though Hu Fei did not have a good reputation, his innate talent and comprehension ability were well known in the Five Elements sect. He was only second to Gold Peak's Nangong brothers. Peak Master Cha Bai, your Hu Fei is second only to Gold Peak's Nangong brothers among the younger generation in our Five Elements sect. He has already comprehended the 7th level intermediate fire concept. After coming out from the profound assimilation formation, it shouldn't be a problem for him to comprehend the 9th level intermediate fire concept, right? Yufang asked Cha Bai with a smile. Peak Master Yufang, what you said is wrong. Just when a smile appeared on Cha Bai's face and he was about to reply to Yufang, Tian Gu interrupted, what you said is already history. Right now, Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainiu are among the younger generation in our Five Elements sect. Their innate talent is not inferior to Hu Fei at all. Duan Lingtian. Huang Dainiu. The moment Tian Gu's words left his mouth, Yufang could not help but be stunned. She then glanced at Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainiu before smiling awkwardly, I've forgotten about them. Cha Bai's face turned grave. Although he did not like Tian Gu's words, he could not refute it because it was an indisputable fact. Before Hu Fei entered the profound assimilation formation, the fire concept that he had comprehended was only one step away from the 8th level intermediate fire concept. This time, he must have already comprehended the 9th level intermediate fire concept when he comes out from the profound assimilation formation. Cha Bai announced loudly just when most of the people's attention had shifted to the conversation between Tian Gu and Yufang. His words were filled with confidence toward Hu Fei. As expected, the moment Cha Bai's words left his mouth, everyone's attention shifted to him again. Congratulations, Peak Master Cha Bai. Yufang congratulated Cha Bai. Congratulations. Guochong and Tian Gu congratulated Cha Bai as well. In the next instant, everyone's attention shifted to Hu Fei again. Guochong smiled and said, Hu Fei, let's begin. Hu Fei nodded his head. Immediately, wisps of faint flames appeared around his body and gradually solidified. Wait a minute. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly resonated in the air. It shocked Hu Fei so much that he could not help but shudder. The wisps of flames that had yet to solidify around his body were extinguished immediately. Huh! At once, everyone, including Hu Fei, shifted their attention to the source of the voice. There was a young man standing there. He was a young man in purple clothes. Duan Lingtian, what are you trying to do? Hu Fei's face turned grave right away. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Initially, when his master said those words that were filled with confidence in him, although he was still a little nervous, he still mustered up his courage and was prepared to show his fire concept. In his opinion, since everyone else had made such great progress, it was impossible for him to be an exception. For this reason, he was very confident that he would be able to comprehend the 9th level intermediate fire concept. Although he felt that his fire concept was no different from before he entered the profound assimilation formation, he thought it was because he had just come out of the profound assimilation formation and had yet to adapt to it. Chiyu, is this how you discipline your Wood Peak's disciples? Cha Bai glanced at Duan Lingtian coldly before he looked at Chiyu and sneered. Chiyu looked at Duan Lingtian with a puzzled expression and ignored Cha Bai. Duan Lingtian, what's the matter? Guochong frowned. Duan Lingtian's shout earlier was equivalent to interrupting him. He could not help but feel dissatisfied. Sect leader, I'm sorry. I just want to have a word with Peak Master Cha Bai. If I don't say it, I'll feel uncomfortable. Duan Lingtian smiled apologetically at Guochong before he looked at Cha Bai. At once, everyone, including Guochong, shifted their attention to Cha Bai. All of them were curious about what Duan Lingtian was going to say to Cha Bai. What are you trying to say? Cha Bai's face turned grave. Peak Master Cha Bai, it's like this. I can't stand people bragging in front of me. Earlier, you said that Hu Fei has comprehended the 9th level intermediate fire concept, but I don't believe it. I think you're just bragging. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian's tone was still calm. However, when he reached the end of his sentence, his tone was filled with hostility. Bragging. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, everyone was dumbfounded. This Duan Lingtian actually said that Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, was bragging? This was the sentence that he would feel uncomfortable if he did not say it out loud. Everyone, including Qi Yu, shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. All they could think was that Duan Lingtian was too bold. No matter what, Cha Bai was still the peak master of Fire Peak. However, right now, Duan Lingtian actually questioned Cha Bai in front of so many people and even said that Cha Bai was bragging. Provocation. It was a blatant provocation. How dare you? Cha Bai's expression changed right away. He could not help but shout angrily. Peak Master Cha Bai, I can't tolerate even half a grain of sand in my eyes. Please don't blame me if I accidentally said what's on your mind. Chapter 909. Duan Lingtian opened his mouth once again, causing everyone on the scene, other than Cha Bai and his disciple, to be petrified. What the hell was this Duan Lingtian trying to do? The other 8 5-element sect's young disciples, other than Huang Dainiu who seemed to be deep in thought and Nangong Chen who still had a cold expression on his face, all of them, including Nangong Yi, felt their scalps go numb. It was apparent that they were all shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. Even Nangong Yi, the direct disciple of the sect leader of 5-element sect, did not have the courage to provoke Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak. Duan Lingtian, you're seeking death. After being provoked by Duan Lingtian again and again, Cha Bai who was enraged instantly had a layer of frost on his face. His eyes were filled with a chilling coldness as though he was about to devour someone. Peak Master Cha Bai, don't tell me that you've become angry out of embarrassment. In the face of the enraged Cha Bai, Duan Lingtian's face remained calm as he said nonchalantly, or perhaps, you think that you're not bragging and that I'm slandering you? Aren't you? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Cha Bai could not help but ask with a sneer. Peak Master Cha Bai, if you think that you're not bragging and that I'm slandering you, then, why don't we make a bet? A gleam flashed across Duan Lingtian's eyes unnoticeably. However, his tone remained calm and indifferent without any emotion. A bet? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, everyone, including Cha Bai and Hu Fei, was stunned. Why should I make a bet with you? Soon, Cha Bai glanced at Duan Lingtian in disdain and said sarcastically, do you think that you're worthy? Huh. Looks like you don't dare to do it, Peak Master Cha Bai. Duan Lingtian laughed out loud. After he stopped laughing, he sneered without any restraint. Do you think that your little provocation will work on me? Cha Bai was the peak master of Fire Peak in 5-element sect. He had lived for half of his life. What kind of situation had he not seen before? With just one sentence, he exposed Duan Lingtian's thoughts. His tone was full of disdain. Then what if I bet with you that Hu Fei hasn't even comprehended the 8th level intermediate fire concept? After being exposed, Duan Lingtian did not get angry. Instead, he asked in a pleasant manner. 8th level intermediate concept of fire? Cha Bai was stunned at first. Then, he could not help but burst out laughing, are you kidding me? This personal disciple of mine, Hu Fei, was only a step away from comprehending the 8th level intermediate fire concept. Now that he's out of the profound assimilation formation, you're saying he hasn't comprehended the 8th level intermediate fire concept? As he spoke, Cha Bai looked at Duan Lingtian with a mocking smile on his face. It was as if he was looking at a big joke. I'll bet with you. If Hu Fei's fire concept has not improved at all and is still at the 7th level intermediate fire concept, then you'll have to give me a 7th level thunder concept fragment. If Hu Fei's fire concept has improved to the 8th level intermediate fire concept or above, then I'll switch my allegiance to you and Fire Peak. On top of that, I'll use the 99 Heavenly Tribulation to swear that I'll never betray you. What do you think? Duan Lingtian did not answer Cha Bai's question. Instead, he continued to speak nonchalantly. Duan Lingtian's words entered Hu Fei's ears clearly. It made Hu Fei's face change instantly as though he had suddenly thought of something. Don't tell me that my fire concept has not improved at all, just like what I've sensed earlier. Hu Fei's heart skipped a beat as an ominous feeling rose in his heart. But, even if that's the case, how did this Duan Lingtian know about it? Hu Fei could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. In his opinion, the profound assimilation formation was left behind by a martial monarch powerhouse. How marvelous was it? Almost everyone who entered the profound assimilation formation would be able to obtain great benefits. Logically speaking, it was impossible for him to be an exception. Even if he was the exception, how could Duan Lingtian know about it? Duan Lingtian's words did not only enter Hu Fei's ears, but it also entered Cha Bai's ears, Qi Feng's ears, and everyone else's ears as well. Duan Lingtian wanted to make a bet with Cha Bai. He was betting that Hu Fei's fire concept had not improved at all after he came out of the profound assimilation formation. It was still at the 7th level intermediate fire concept. Once Hu Fei made a breakthrough, it would be his loss. If he won, he would obtain a 7th level thunder concept fragment from Cha Bai. If he lost, he would lose everything to Cha Bai and Fire Peak. On top of that, he would use the 99 Heavenly Tribulation to swear that he would never betray them. At once, the entire place burst into an uproar. Other than Qi Yu and Huang Dainiu who were deep in their thoughts, everyone, including Guochong, the sect leader of the Five-Element sect, could not help but be dumbfounded. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian would definitely lose this bet with Cha Bai. Perhaps, this Duan Lingtian doesn't want to stay in Wood Peak anymore and wholeheartedly wants to go to Fire Peak. The bet that he mentioned is just an excuse. It must be that Peak Master Cha Bai has made some kind of promise to this Duan Lingtian to poach him to Fire Peak. He must have been tempted by it as well. However, he's too embarrassed to betray Wood Peak directly. He's afraid that he'll become the second Hu Fei and be spurned by everyone. That's why he chose to go to Fire Peak in such a way. The few Five-Element sect's disciples, including Tan Huan and Tian Zhen, could not help but think to themselves. Other than that, they could not figure out why Duan Lingtian would take the initiative to make this bet with Cha Bai. After all, it was obvious that Duan Lingtian would definitely lose this bet. Hu Fei had already comprehended the 7th level intermediate fire concept. Let alone the fact that he was only one step away from comprehending the 8th level intermediate fire concept before he entered the profound assimilation formation. Even if he had just comprehended the 7th level intermediate fire concept before he entered the profound assimilation formation, he would definitely be able to comprehend the 8th level intermediate fire concept after he came out of the profound assimilation formation. However, right now, Duan Lingtian actually said that after Hu Fei came out of the profound assimilation formation, his comprehension of the concept was still at the same level and remained at the 7th level intermediate fire concept. This was something that was almost impossible to happen. Only Qi Yu and Huang Dainiu were looking at Duan Lingtian from afar, deep in their own thoughts. What's Duan Lingtian trying to do? Look at Hu Fei's face. Don't tell me. Qi Yu was very observant. Very soon, he noticed that something was not right with Hu Fei's face. His heart immediately jolted. The scene before his eyes made him even more certain that Duan Lingtian had deliberately lured Cha Bai into this trap. His purpose was to get the 7th level thunder concept fragment from Cha Bai. This little fella could have just told me if he needed the thunder concept fragment. It seems like he doesn't want to owe me a favor. As Chiyu muttered to himself, he could not help but sigh. Like I said, Duan Lingtian, this fella's smile just now was a little strange. As expected, there's something fishy going on. Huang Dainiu stared at Duan Lingtian as a smug smile crept up the corner of his mouth. It was an expression that said, "Brother Nyo, I've already seen through you. Why, you're telling the truth?" Cha Bai was stunned by Duan Lingtian's words. After a while, he finally regained his senses and stared at Duan Lingtian with gleaming eyes as he asked loudly. He had to admit that he was very dissatisfied with Duan Lingtian before this. However, that was because Duan Lingtian had humiliated his direct disciple, Hu Fei. If Duan Lingtian was a disciple of Fire Peak, even if Duan Lingtian had really humiliated his direct disciple, Hu Fei, he would not resent Duan Lingtian at all. He would only be glad that his Fire Peak had a genius disciple who was even more outstanding than his direct disciple. However, Duan Lingtian had said that as long as his direct disciple, Hu Fei, had comprehended at least the 8th level of the intermediate fire concept, he would switch over and join Fire Peak. On top of that, he was willing to swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation that he would never betray Fire Peak. For a moment, he was completely overwhelmed by joy. He did not even have the time to think about why Duan Lingtian would propose such a ridiculous bet. He did not even hesitate to bet his entire life on a 7th level thunder concept fragment. At this moment, he only knew that he would definitely win. Duan Lingtian would also switch over to Fire Peak. Perhaps it was because Duan Lingtian had considered this that he decided to use himself as the wager. That's right. I wonder if Peak Master Cha Bai would dare to make this bet with me? In the face of Cha Bai's loud question, Duan Lingtian nodded his head before asking back with a doubtful look on his face. Since you have the intention to switch over to Fire Peak, why would I reject you? Duan Lingtian, you can rest assured. As long as you switch over to Fire Peak, Hu Fei and I will bury the hatchet between us and forget about the past. Not only that, I guarantee that Fire Peak will definitely not treat you unfairly. Cha Bai, who was so excited that he could not even find his bearings, said with a smile. It was obvious that Cha Bai had agreed to Duan Lingtian's bet. All right. Duan Lingtian smiled as well. His smile was very bright. Wait a minute. At this moment, Cha Bai's face turned tense as he suddenly cried out in surprise. Huh? Duan Lingtian frowned. Could it be that Cha Bai had finally realized what was going on? Or perhaps, Hu Fei had already realized what was going on and told him everything, causing him to have the thought of going back on his word? Very soon, Duan Lingtian realized that he had thought too much. Sect leader, about the bet between Duan Lingtian and I. Please be our witness. In his excitement, Cha Bai did not forget to ask Guochong, the sect leader of the 5-element sect, to be his witness. Naturally, the reason he did this was not because he was afraid that Duan Lingtian would go back on his word. Instead, he was afraid that Chiyu would intervene after the matter was over. He knew Chiyu's strength very well. He was far from being a match for him. If Chiyu really wanted to capture Duan Lingtian who had switched over to Fire Peak and bring him back to Wood Peak, he really would not be able to stop Chiyu. In the end, all his efforts would be in vain. Guochong frowned as he looked at Chiyu immediately. It was as though he was asking for his opinion. Chiyu nodded his head. Hu Fei. When Guochong saw Chiyu nodding his head, he responded to Cha Bai. Then, he looked at Hu Fei who was standing in the distance in a daze and called out to him. However, Hu Fei did not respond at all. He stood there motionlessly as though he was possessed by a demon. Hu Fei. Cha Bai became anxious when he saw that Hu Fei was still in a daze. Slap. Cha Bai walked up to Hu Fei in a few steps and slapped the back of his head to wake him up. Master. When Hu Fei regained his consciousness, the first thing he saw was Cha Bai standing in front of him. He could not help but cry out in panic. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and show me your fire concept." Chapter 9-10. Cha Bai could be said to be burning with anxiety right now. He was afraid that Duan Lingtian would regret making that bet if Hu Fei showed his fire concept any later. Once Duan Lingtian went back on his word, their fire peak would lose a monstrous disciple who could make fire peak the first peak of the five-element sect 3 years later. Yes, yes. Hu Fei suddenly heard Cha Bai's exclamation. He was so shocked that he shuddered. His mind was in a complete mess. He did not have time to think about anything else. He hurriedly nodded his head, not daring to hesitate at all. At the same time, wisps of flames gradually solidified on his body. They rose up and shrouded his entire body, making him look like a fire god. Whoosh! At the same time, the heaven and earth energy began to stir in the sky. The heaven and earth phenomenon gradually solidified into form. Silhouettes of ancient horned dragons also appeared before the eyes of the crowd. At once, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, stared at the silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Duan Lingtian is definitely going to lose this bet. This was what most of the people were thinking at this moment. Although the bet was initiated by Duan Lingtian, they did not think that Duan Lingtian would win. Most of them thought that Duan Lingtian was persuaded by Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, to leave Wood Peak and join Fire Peak. As for the bet, it was just a cover to fool the crowd. Only a few of them were deep in thought. First of all, it was naturally Qi Yu and Huang Daniu. Secondly, it was Guochong, the sect leader of the five-element sect, and his direct disciple, Nangong Chen. Their eyes were filled with bewilderment. It was obvious that things were not that simple. Very soon, the silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Hu Fei's head began to solidify. The number was still increasing. 10. 20. 30. Not long after, the number of silhouettes of ancient horned dragons stopped increasing. One by one, the silhouettes of ancient horned dragons spiraled down and entered the eyes of the crowd. Most of the people narrowed their eyes as they stared at the silhouette of the ancient horned dragon in shock. Some people even thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. They couldn't help but rub their eyes. After a while, they confirmed that they hadn't seen wrongly. 80 ancient horned dragon strength? Tianjin looked at the 80 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons in the sky and muttered, It's really the 7th level intermediate fire concept. However, how is this possible? 7th level intermediate concept of fire. It was the concept Hu Fei was currently displaying. It was no different from the concept he had before he entered the profound assimilation formation. In other words, there was no change in Hu Fei's appearance when he entered the profound assimilation formation. He didn't obtain even the slightest benefit. What happened? Whether it was Tian Gu, the peak master of Earth Peak, Yu Fang, the peak master of Water Peak, or Nangong Yi, all of the young talents had a confused expression on their faces. In their opinion, this was something that was impossible. However, the scene in front of them continued to shock their visual nerves, constantly telling them that everything was real. Peak Master Cha Bai, lost? All of a sudden, someone whispered. Although his voice wasn't loud, it was especially ear-piercing in this deathly silent atmosphere. It's you. Duan Lingtian, you did this. What did you do to me? All of a sudden, a hysterical roar resonated in the air, causing everyone to snap back to their senses. It was Hu Fei who had completely regained his senses. He retracted his gaze from the 80 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons in the sky and glared at Duan Lingtian. It was as though he was going to fight Duan Lingtian to the death. In the beginning, when he came out of the profound assimilation formation, he already felt that something was amiss. At that time, he tried to sense his fire concept. In the end, he realized that his fire concept did not seem to have any difference compared to before he entered the profound assimilation formation. He was puzzled for a while. He thought it was because he had just come out of the profound assimilation formation and could not clearly sense the changes in his fire concept. However, when he saw that Tian Zhen, Tan Huan, and the others had raised their concepts by 2 levels, he was completely relieved. In his opinion, if the others had raised their concepts, it was impossible that he did not. However, when sect leader Guochong asked him to show his concepts, Duan Lingtian stopped him and even mocked his master for bragging. He even made a bet with his master. He bet that his fire concept did not raise at all, and it was still at the 7th level intermediate fire concept. At that time, he could not figure out why Duan Lingtian would say that his concept did not have a breakthrough. Coupled with his own senses, he could not help but feel a little guilty. Subsequently, after he was distracted, he was shocked to the point of being out of his wits by his master's shout, and he hurriedly displayed his fire concept. When he saw that he was still at the 7th level intermediate fire concept, he was stunned. He was stunned. He was completely stunned. What the hell was going on? The first person he thought of when he regained his senses was Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, all of this must be Duan Lingtian's doing. Otherwise, how could Duan Lingtian be so sure that he did not make any progress in the profound assimilation formation? Don't tell me that it's really Duan Lingtian? Seeing how Hu Fei was shouting at Duan Lingtian, the rest of the people also shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. They had clearly heard the bet that Duan Lingtian made with Cha Bai earlier. Based on his words, it was as though he had confirmed that Hu Fei's fire concept did not have any breakthrough before and after he entered the profound assimilation formation. When they first heard that Duan Lingtian had made such a bizarre bet, most of them thought that Duan Lingtian did it on purpose. They thought that he wanted to use this as an excuse to switch to Fire Peak and become Cha Bai's disciple. However, it seemed like Duan Lingtian did not have such intentions at all. This was because Hu Fei's fire concept did not have any improvement after he entered the profound assimilation formation. He was still at the same spot. At this moment, they recalled what Duan Lingtian had said earlier. All they could think of was that it was a divine prophecy. When they heard Hu Fei's shout, the first thought that popped up in their minds was that Duan Lingtian must have done something to Hu Fei in the profound assimilation formation, preventing Hu Fei from using the concept energy to comprehend the higher level of fire concept. Duan Lingtian, what did you do to Hu Fei? Cha Bai's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Duan Lingtian and asked in a deep voice. As the peak master of Fire Peak in the 5-element sect, this was the first time he had suffered such a huge loss. On top of that, he was defeated by a young man who was not even 30 years old yet. This made him feel ashamed and angry from the bottom of his heart. He could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian right away. However, when he realized that Qiyu, the peak master of Wood Peak, had locked onto him, he knew that he would not be able to touch Duan Lingtian even if he were to risk his life. For this reason, he could only try his best to suppress the endless anger in his heart. What can I do to him? In the face of Cha Bai's inquiry and the gazes that were filled with doubt, Duan Lingtian replied calmly, Peak Master Cha Bai, everything needs to be based on evidence. You, please don't slander me. Duan Lingtian's words enraged Cha Bai as he said angrily, if you didn't do it. How did you know that Hu Fei's fire concept did not improve at all after he came out of the profound assimilation formation? Cha Bai's words made the crowd nod their heads secretly. That was right. It was already considered strange that Hu Fei's concept did not improve after he came out of the profound assimilation formation. However, what was even stranger was that Duan Lingtian actually knew that Hu Fei's concept did not improve at all. When these two things were put together, it made people's imagination run wild. Peak Master Cha Bai, don't tell me that you're regretting the bet you made with me. You're the one who personally asked the sect leader to witness the bet. You won't deny it, right? Duan Lingtian did not reply to Cha Bai. Instead, he changed the topic and said nonchalantly. Of course, I'll admit to the bet. However, no matter what, you must give Hu Fei, me, and Fire Peak an explanation for this matter no matter what. Cha Bai said in a deep voice as his eyes turned sharp. When he reached the end of his sentence, he even used the entire Fire Peak to pressure Duan Lingtian. Since Peak Master Cha Bai is willing to admit to the bet, then that's for the best. However, I really don't trust your character. How about this? Why don't you give me the 7th level Thunder concept fragment first? I'll give you an explanation after that. What do you think? Duan Lingtian grinned and said unhurriedly. You. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Cha Bai flew into a rage. He had the urge to attack Duan Lingtian right away. In the end, he did not make his move because he was afraid of Chiyu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak. Humph. I hope that you can give me a satisfactory explanation. Cha Bai took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. At the same time, he lifted his hand and threw a purple fragment straight at Duan Lingtian. 7th level Thunder concept fragment. After catching the fragment, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. He had comprehended a total of 4 types of concepts, and he also had concept fragments that corresponded to the 4 types of concepts in his hands. However, among all the concept fragments, the Thunder concept fragment was the lowest level. That Thunder concept fragment was obtained after he killed the strongest powerhouse in the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family, by Nan Xiang, with the talisman that his cheapskate father left behind. It was only a 1st level Thunder concept fragment. Earlier, he had the intention of exchanging it for a Thunder concept fragment. That was why he made such a bet with Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, and obtained a high-level Thunder concept fragment from Cha Bai. Now that he had obtained the 7th level Thunder concept fragment, Duan Lingtian was delighted. Duan Lingtian, I've already given you the bet. Now, you must give me and Hu Fei an explanation. You must give Fire Peak an explanation. Chapter 9-11. The moment Cha Bai's words left his mouth, everyone's eyes landed on Duan Lingtian. Hu Fei stood still on the spot as his body began to tremble slightly. He gritted his teeth, and his eyes were filled with a ferocious blood-red color. A bone-piercing hatred could be seen as he glared at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Hu Fei seemed to have transformed into a venomous snake that was hibernating in the dark. He could attack Duan Lingtian at any time. Don't worry, Peak Master Cha Bai. Since I've said that I'll give you an explanation, then I'll definitely give you an explanation. After Duan Lingtian kept the 7th level Thunder concept fragment, he took a deep look at Cha Bai and smiled. However, I still have to thank you for giving me this concept fragment, Peak Master Cha Bai. Humph. Cha Bai's face turned solemn when Duan Lingtian exposed his scar. He snorted coldly, cut the crap. I'd like to see. How are you going to explain this to me? Peak Master Cha Bai, what you want me to explain is. How did I know that your trash of a disciple's concept did not make any progress? Duan Lingtian looked at Hu Fei as he spoke. There was no lack of provocation in his words. Hu Fei, who had long vented all his anger on Duan Lingtian because his fire concept did not make any progress, had a drastic change in his expression when he heard Duan Lingtian calling him trash. Duan Lingtian, you're seeking death. At the same time, Hu Fei could no longer hold it in. He let out a hysterical roar and flew towards Duan Lingtian. Like a venomous snake that had been hibernating in the dark, he opened his mouth and bit at Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! When Hu Fei flew out, the origin energy on his body skyrocketed. After it merged with his 7th level intermediate fire concept, it turned into a flame that soared into the sky and shrouded his entire body. At this moment, Hu Fei seemed to have transformed into a giant flaming beast. He opened his bloody mouth and pounced towards Duan Ling Tian. It was as though he wanted to swallow Duan Ling Tian whole. Above the void, the power of heaven and earth stirred as the heaven and earth phenomenon took shape. A total of 180 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons followed Hu Fei and pounced on Duan Ling Tian rapidly. The momentum was extremely vast. It was as though Hu Fei had transformed into a flaming beast that carried the strength of 180 ancient horned dragons. Wherever he passed by, the sound of air explosions rose and fell continuously, setting off waves of terrifying airwaves. A strong wind swept out along with the airwaves, blowing away all the decorations in the palace. Some murals even left the walls and fell to the ground. Die! Hu Fei, who had transformed into a giant flaming beast, arrived in front of Duan Ling Tian in an instant. He let out a hysterical roar and punched out like a falling meteor. A fist wrapped in flames smashed towards Duan Ling Tian. It was as if a giant flaming beast had slapped out mercilessly. With the power of this punch, Duan Ling Tian would be crippled even if he didn't die. Hu Fei. Horror dawned on Chabai's face. He did not expect Hu Fei to attack Duan Ling Tian. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian's innate ability was so powerful that he could easily toy with Hu Fei and the Gold Peak's Nangong brothers. If Hu Fei were to attack him now, would he not be looking for trouble? Everyone present, including Chabai, thought that Duan Ling Tian would use his innate ability to create an illusion to confuse Hu Fei. However, Duan Ling Tian's action was beyond everyone's expectation. Faced with Hu Fei who was charging at him menacingly, Duan Ling Tian did not dodge at all. Instead, the origin energy on his body skyrocketed. The boundless origin energy swiftly transformed into numerous bolts of lightning that were like violet snakes of lightning, and they coiled around his body, causing him to seem like a god of lightning that had descended to the world. Boom! 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 The continuous low rumbling of thunder clapped together with the bolts of lightning that twined around Duan Ling Tian's body. The continuous rumbling of thunder was extremely intimidating. Boom! An ear-shattering sound of thunder resonated in the entire palace in an instant, causing the three young disciples from Water, Fire, and Earth Peak who had a lower cultivation base to have a change of expression. They quickly covered their ears with their hands. Then, everyone saw it again. In the face of Hu Fei's menacing punch that was filled with boundless flames, Duan Ling Tian threw a punch as well. He did not dodge at all as he went up to meet the punch head-on. It was obvious that he wanted to fight Hu Fei head-on. When Duan Ling Tian threw a punch, bolts of purple lightning could be seen dancing around his fist. They intertwined to form a net of electricity. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Ling Tian's fist and Hu Fei's fist finally collided. Bang! The fist that was twined with bolts of purple lightning that twined around it and the fist that was twined with blazing flames that looked like fire snakes collided with each other, creating a loud and terrifying sound. Not only that. Boom! 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 At the moment when Duan Ling Tian and Hu Fei's fists collided, the bolts of purple lightning collided with the strands of blazing flames in just a blink of an eye. A series of terrifying air explosions were heard. After the sound of air exploding reverberated in the air, a terrifying gust of wind swept out in all directions from where Duan Ling Tian and Hu Fei were standing. On the floor beneath their feet, countless cracks spread out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, they had engulfed the entire palace, forming a gigantic spider web. Not only that, the tremors on the floor shattered many of the windows on both sides of the palace. The pillars in the palace trembled as if they would collapse at any time. However, no one was paying attention to all of this. Everyone present was staring intently at the two young men who were fighting head-on. Their robes were bulging, their hair bands were broken, and their long hair was flying in the air. Boom! 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 Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the bolts of purple lightning intertwined with each other, creating a series of thunderous booms. Then, they suppressed the blazing flames in one fell swoop, crushing them. Crack! The crisp sound of bones cracking could be heard, sending chills down the spines of everyone present. In the next moment, everyone saw Duan Lingtian's body leaning forward abruptly. His fist was covered with intertwined bolts of purple lightning, crushing the flames on Hu Fei's fist as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. As the sound of bones cracking could be heard, Hu Fei let out a painful groan. Then, as if he was pushed by a huge force, he flew out like an arrow released from a bow and slammed into the wall of the palace. Boom! With a loud bang, Hu Fei's body brushed against the wall and fell to the ground. His body was curled up in pain, trembling. Wah! Wah wah! Hu Fei spat out more than 10 mouthfuls of blood in a row. The blood formed a scarlet stream around him. It was a ghastly sight. This feeling is pretty good. Just when the entire place was in a dead silence, a faint voice could be heard all of a sudden. It was Duan Lingtian who had sent Hu Fei flying with a punch. After the intertwined bolts of lightning on his fist disappeared, he stretched his arm gently and muttered to himself. At once, everyone present was petrified. Pretty good? When everyone regained their senses, other than Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, whose expression had changed drastically as he flew toward Hu Fei to check on his injuries, the rest of the people had their eyes fixed on Duan Lingtian. Good lad. Chi Yu's eyes lit up as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a surprised expression. When he saw Hu Fei attacking Duan Lingtian earlier, he initially thought that Duan Lingtian would use his innate ability to create an illusion to deal with Hu Fei. It had never crossed his mind that not only did Duan Lingtian not use his innate ability, but he also did not dodge at all. Instead, he met Hu Fei's punch head-on and sent Hu Fei flying with just one punch. Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was similar to Hu Fei's. Both of them were at the 7th level void interpretation. However, the concepts that both of them had comprehended were not at the same level at all. Hu Fei had comprehended the 7th level intermediate fire concept. Since the thunder concept that Duan Lingtian cast earlier could completely crush Hu Fei, it was at least at the 8th level intermediate thunder concept. It might even be at the 9th level intermediate thunder concept. Duan Lingtian. You actually managed to comprehend such a powerful thunder concept? Huang Daniu's eyes were wide open as he stared at Duan Lingtian in a daze. He was completely shocked by the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier. That punch was like the god of thunder. It instantly sent Hu Fei, who was charging at him menacingly, flying away. Duan Lingtian's attack was clean and efficient. Even the heaven and earth phenomenon above his head did not have the time to solidify. It's at least at the 8th level intermediate thunder concept. Guochong narrowed his eyes. When he looked at Duan Lingtian, a hint of surprise could be seen on his face. Duan Lingtian was a Wood Peak disciple. He was a variant who possessed an innate ability. His cultivation base was at the 7th level void interpretation, and he had comprehended the 3rd level intermediate wind concept. This was his understanding of Duan Lingtian before today. In Guochong's opinion before today, Duan Lingtian's strength relied more on his innate ability. If it was not for his innate ability, let alone his 2 direct disciples, Duan Lingtian would not even be comparable to Duan Lingtian's Fire Peak's Hu Fei. However, today, Duan Lingtian had given him a huge shock. He did not use his innate ability. With just a punch, he managed to send Hu Fei, who had made the first move and had the upper hand, flying away in a clean and efficient manner without any hesitation at all. As it turns out, this Duan Lingtian has not only comprehended the wind concept, but he has also comprehended the thunder concept as well. His third-level intermediate wind concept is just a weaker concept that he has comprehended. The intermediate lightning concept that he comprehended at the 8th level and above is his true trump card. Tian Gu sucked in a breath of cold air and murmured. I can't believe I thought his strongest concept was the third-level intermediate wind concept. Now, it seems like he must have raised his thunder concept when he entered the profound assimilation formation this time. Yufang took a deep breath. In other words, his intermediate thunder concept was already at the 6th or 7th level before he entered the profound assimilation formation. This was because when Duan Lingtian had just arrived at the 5-element Sexwood Peak, he had demonstrated his wind concept. Chapter 9:12. While Tian Gu and Yufang were still in shock, the other 5-element sect's young disciples were stunned as well. Duan Lingtian is so powerful. Initially, I thought he's only good at using his innate ability. I can't believe that he's so powerful even without using his innate ability. In the past, I only heard that he has comprehended the third-level intermediate wind concept. Now, it seems like he's hiding it very well. The thunder concept that he has comprehended is able to help him send Hu Fei flying with just one punch. It must be at least the 8th-level intermediate thunder concept. It might even be the 9th-level intermediate thunder concept. The young disciples, including Tian Zhen and Tan Huan, looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of dread in their eyes. This Duan Lingtian has actually comprehended such a powerful thunder concept? Nangong Yi raised his eyebrows as his face turned slightly solemn. If he uses his thunder concept and third-level intermediate wind concept, even if he doesn't use his innate ability, unless I've comprehended the first-level advanced water concept, it's impossible for me to be a match for him. At this moment, Nangong Yi could feel a heavy pressure weighing down on him. Although he could clearly sense that his water concept had undergone a great change after he came out of the profound assimilation formation, he had no idea how much it had improved. Only by displaying it would he be able to know exactly what level his water concept had risen to. However, he was certain that it was at least the 9th-level intermediate water concept. Or perhaps it was the first-level advanced water concept, which was also the void transformation concept. Nangong Chen stood next to Nangong Yi. His eyes were fixed on Duan Lingtian as a strong battle intent rose in his eyes. It was as though he could not wait to fight 300 rounds with Duan Lingtian. In the distance, at the corner of the palace, Hu Fei's injuries gradually recovered after Cha Bai fed him a healing medicinal pill. Hu Fei's face was extremely grave. When he inadvertently glanced at the purple figure in the distance, besides the bone-piercing hatred, there was also a trace of fear that came from the bottom of his heart. If he was defeated by Duan Lingtian's innate ability today, he could only accept it. This was because this was not the first time he had suffered under Duan Lingtian's innate ability. However, today, he had been defeated by Duan Lingtian in a direct confrontation. Moreover, it was under the circumstances that he had made the first move and gained the initiative. For a moment, a sense of helplessness rose in his heart. At the same time, endless resentment rose in his heart. If it wasn't for this Duan Lingtian tampering with the profound assimilation formation, I would have comprehended the 9th-level intermediate fire concept long ago. If I had comprehended the 9th-level intermediate fire concept, why would I be afraid of him? Thinking of this, Hu Fei's hatred for Duan Lingtian deepened. In his heart, he was almost certain that Duan Lingtian had done something to the profound assimilation formation. That was why his fire concept did not improve at all. In his opinion, if Duan Lingtian did not tamper with the formation, he would not have been defeated by Duan Lingtian. For this reason, he was filled with hatred. He hated Duan Lingtian. He hated that he could not tear Duan Lingtian into a million pieces and burn his bones into ashes. Master. Hu Fei lifted his head and looked at Cha Bai, who was just inches away from him. His eyes turned red as tears welled up in his eyes. With a trembling voice, he said, "You must seek justice for me. It's Duan Tian. He's the one who destroyed me and prevented me from comprehending the 9th-level intermediate fire concept in the profound assimilation formation." When Hu Fei reached the end of his sentence, his face was filled with intense hatred. "Don't worry." Cha Bai nodded his head with a gloomy expression. Even if Hu Fei did not say anything, he would not let Duan Tian go so easily. First, Duan Tian had humiliated his direct disciple during the Battle of the Five Peaks. Then, he had caused his direct disciple to end up empty-handed in the profound assimilation formation. Not only that, he had even cheated him of a 7th-level thunder concept fragment. And now, he even injured his direct disciple severely. This was a provocation. A blatant provocation. Ever since he became the peak master of Fire Peak in the Five Elements sect, this was the first time he, Cha Bai, was provoked like this. Duan Tian. Cha Bai walked up to Duan Tian slowly. His eyes were gleaming with coldness. "Now, you can explain to me how you know Hu Fei gained nothing in the profound assimilation formation. Or perhaps, you've done something that caused Hu Fei to gain nothing in the profound assimilation formation." When Cha Bai reached the end of his sentence, there was a bone-chilling coldness in his tone. The moment Cha Bai's words left his mouth, everyone, including Qi Yu, shifted their attention to Duan Tian. In fact, they were also very curious about what Cha Bai had just said. Hu Fei had gained nothing in the profound assimilation formation. Nobody, including Hu Fei himself, knew about this matter beforehand. However, Duan Tian was able to reveal it as though he was a prophet. "Peak Master Cha Bai, if you say that, you think too highly of me. Do you really think that a young brat like me would be able to tamper with the profound assimilation formation left behind by a martial monarch powerhouse?" Duan Tian shook his head. The way he looked at Cha Bai was as though he was looking at an idiot. "Humph." Cha Bai snorted coldly. "Stop trying to twist the truth. If you didn't tamper with it, how can you be so sure that Hu Fei gained nothing in the profound assimilation formation? Or perhaps, you're going to tell me that you're able to see through the level of the fire concept that Hu Fei has comprehended before he even displayed it?" When Cha Bai reached the end of his sentence, a mocking smile could be seen on his face. "Peak Master Cha Bai, I can answer your question right now." Duan Tian was not bothered by the mocking smile that appeared on Cha Bai's face. The moment his words left his mouth, his gaze landed on Nangong Yi, who was not far away. "Nangong Yi, can you do me a favor?" When Nangong Yi saw Duan Tian looking at him, he felt a little strange. However, when he heard Duan Tian's words, he could not help but nod his head. "Go ahead." He did not have a good impression of Duan Tian, but he did not have a bad impression of him either. "Now, show your water concept that has undergone a transformation. You only need to show it a little. Remember to put it away before you trigger the heaven and earth phenomenon." Duan Tian told Nangong Yi. The moment Duan Tian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell into a dead silence. Some of them could vaguely guess what Duan Tian was trying to do. However, they could not be certain at the moment since it was just too unbelievable. Nangong Yi was one of them as well. "Interesting. Interesting." Nangong Yi smiled and took a step forward. "Speaking of which, after I came out of the profound assimilation formation, I don't even know how much my water concept has improved. I'm very curious if there's really someone who can tell to what extent my water concept has risen to before I can trigger the heaven and earth phenomenon when I slightly display my water concept." The moment his words left his mouth, the air around Nangong Yi began to tremble slightly under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Soon after, wisps of faint mist rose in the air and twirled around Nangong Yi's body, rolling and rising continuously. "It's done." As soon as the mist appeared, Duan Tian opened his mouth. "That's it?" Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Nangong Yi immediately withdrew his water concept and asked in astonishment. In fact, he was merely accumulating his strength earlier. He did not even have the time to fully display his water concept. The heaven and earth energy did not even have the time to react. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded his head before he looked at Cha Bai and asked calmly, Peak Master Cha Bai, can you tell how much Nangong Yi's water concept has improved after he came out of the profound assimilation formation? Pfft. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Cha Bai could not help but chuckle. Don't tell me you can tell? It was obvious that Cha Bai was admitting that he could not tell. That's right, I can tell. Under Cha Bai's stunned gaze, Duan Lingtian nodded his head before he looked at Nangong Yi and said with a smile, Nangong Yi, your water concept has improved to the 9th level intermediate stage. 9th level intermediate stage. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, everyone, including Cha Bai and Hu Fei, shifted their attention to Nangong Yi. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Ear, show your water concept. Let's see if Duan Lingtian is right or not. Guochong said to Nangong Yi. At this moment, even he, the sect leader of 5-element sect, could not help but feel astonished. This was his first time hearing that someone could see through another person's concept under such circumstances. Yes, Master. Upon hearing Guochong's words, Nangong Yi did not dare to slack off. The air around his body began to tremble again as wisps of mist appeared. In the end, it transformed into a vast blue wave that shrouded his entire body. Whoosh! At the same time, the heaven and earth phenomenon began to form above Nangong Yi's head. In the end, it transformed into 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. With just his concept alone, he could mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. This was the symbol of the 9th level void interpretation concept. It's really the 9th level intermediate water concept. Tianzhen could not help but exclaim out loud. After he retracted his gaze from the 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons, he immediately shifted his attention to Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with astonishment. It's really the 9th level intermediate water concept. Nangong Yi sighed. He seemed to be a little disappointed and discouraged. It was apparent that his goal was the void transformation concept. However, Nangong Yi quickly regained his senses. Together with the others, he looked at Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he could not help but ask curiously, Duan Lingtian, how did you see through it? Other than Cha Bai and Hu Fei, whose face was slightly gloomy, the rest of them also had a hint of doubt on their faces. I'll tell you about this later. Duan Lingtian smiled before he looked at Cha Bai. Peak Master Cha Bai, are you satisfied with my explanation? When Hu Fei slightly displayed his fire concept, I could see that his fire concept did not change at all. Duan Lingtian replied. Humph. Who doesn't know that Nangong Yi has comprehended the 9th level intermediate water concept or the 1st level advanced water concept after he came out of the profound assimilation formation? You must be guessing. Chapter 9:13. A blind guess? Cha Bai's words stunned Duan Lingtian for a moment. Then, he could not help but burst out laughing. At this time, he also noticed that the moment Cha Bai opened his mouth, more than half of the people present on the scene changed their gaze when they looked at him. It was apparent that they were all swayed by Cha Bai's words. No matter if you say that Nangong Yi has comprehended the 9th level intermediate wind concept or the 1st level advanced wind concept, you still have a 50% chance of getting it right. Cha Bai looked at Duan Lingtian and sneered, in my opinion, you're just lucky. Look at me. All of a sudden, a cold voice resonated and suppressed Cha Bai's laughter. It was Nangong Chen who had been standing at the side. He took a step forward and looked at Duan Lingtian before he opened his mouth. The moment Nangong Chen's words left his mouth, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, shifted their attention to him, causing him to become the center of attention. I wonder if Senior Brother Chen has comprehended the 9th level Intermediate Earth concept or the 1st level Advanced Earth concept after he came out of the profound assimilation formation. Earlier, Peak Master Cha Bai said that Duan Lingtian was actually just guessing when he saw Senior Brother Yi's concept. I wonder if Duan Lingtian can get it right this time. The few young 5-element sect's disciples, including Tianzhen and Tan Huan, kept shifting their gazes between Duan Lingtian and Nangong Chen. Duan Lingtian. Huang Dainiu looked at Duan Lingtian. His face was filled with confidence as he said loudly, "If you can see the concept that Nangong Chen has comprehended, and Peak Master Cha Bai still says that you're just guessing, then, take a look at mine." The moment Huang Dainiu's words left his mouth, horror dawned on Cha Bai's face. Was it not obvious that he was deliberately slandering him? Let's wait until he can see the concept that Nangong Chen has comprehended first. Cha Bai sneered. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled at Huang Dainiu. Then, he looked at Nangong Chen and said, "You may begin." Nangong Chen nodded. At the same time, the ground beneath his feet trembled. An earthen yellow energy rose up around his body, giving off a vast and boundless aura. "It's done," Duan Lingtian said. When Nangong Chen heard this, he put away the concept of earth that had yet to activate the power of heaven and earth. "Congratulations. You've already comprehended the 1st level Advanced Earth concept." Duan Lingtian congratulated Nangong Chen. With his current spiritual power, as long as someone released the aura of Intent Realm, with the experience of 2 lifetimes, Emperor Wu could easily identify the level of that person's intent realm. Just like how he could use his spiritual power to probe the cultivation of many people. 1st level Advanced Earth concept. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell into a dead silence. Guochong, the sect leader of 5-element sect, was the first one to react. He looked at Nangong Chen with a burning gaze. "Chen, you," before he could finish his words, the earth concept around Nangong Chen's body had already risen. The earthen yellow energy continued to rise until it reached its limit. Whoosh! The power of heaven and earth stirred in the sky and soon, it gathered into a clear heaven and earth phenomenon. There was a total of 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. With just the concept alone, he could mobilize the power of heaven and earth to form 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. This was the symbol of the 1st level Void Transformation concept. It's really the 1st level Advanced Earth concept. Senior Brother Chen is so powerful. After coming out of the profound assimilation formation, he has already leveled up by 2 levels and comprehended the 1st level Advanced Earth concept in one go. With Senior Brother Chen's current strength, he's already considered terrifying even if he doesn't borrow the power of heaven and earth. How terrifying would he be if he borrows the power of heaven and earth? Tian Gu, the Peak Master of Earth Peak, was the first to exclaim in surprise. Subsequently, the group of young disciples could not help but whisper among themselves. They had one thing in common. Their faces were all filled with shock. Huh. Good. Good. Guochong could not help but laugh out loud when he saw his direct disciple had made such a huge improvement after entering the profound assimilation formation just once. Nangong Chen's face was still cold. However, Duan Lingtian could see that there was a hint of surprise in the depth of Nangong Chen's eyes. It was apparent that Nangong Chen was not cold on the outside but cold on the inside. Congratulations, sect leader. At this moment, Tian Gu and Yufang smiled as they congratulated Guochong. Sigh. Nangong Yi, who was standing by the side, glanced at Nangong Chen and could not help but sigh. Not only were he and Nangong Chen twins, but they were also born rivals. Since they were young, he had always competed with Nangong Chen. However, he had always lost more than he won. It had always been like this. It was like a curse that was difficult to break. Cha Bai, don't tell me you still think that Duan Ling Tian is just blindly guessing? Chi Yu, the peak master of Wood Peak, asked with a sneer on his face after he shifted his gaze away from Nangong Chen and looked at Cha Bai. Chi Yu's voice was not loud, but it entered the ears of everyone present. At once, everyone's eyes shifted to Cha Bai. Cha Bai's face turned slightly grave. Was Duan Ling Tian really just blindly guessing? When Duan Ling Tian saw the specific level of the concept that Nangong Yi had comprehended, he did think that Duan Ling Tian was just blindly guessing. However, he was a little uncertain right now. However, at this point in time, could he show his uneasiness? Humph. Cha Bai glanced at Chi Yu nonchalantly and snorted, Chi Yu, you're right. Even until now, I still think that he's just blindly guessing. It's not strange for him to get 2 guesses in a row. What if it's 3 guesses? Huang Daniu, who was standing at the side, could not stand it anymore. He glanced at Cha Bai in disdain and sneered. We'll have to wait until he sees through your current concept. A cold gleam flashed in the depth of Cha Bai's eyes. However, his face remained calm as he replied nonchalantly. Duan Ling Tian. Huang Daniu did not waste any time as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and greeted him. Duan Ling Tian nodded his head. However, he was not in a hurry to ask Huang Daniu to display his earth concept. Instead, he looked at Cha Bai and said coldly, Peak Master Cha Bai, before I see through the specific level of Duan Ling Tian's concept, I want to confirm one thing. If I can see through the specific level of Duan Ling Tian's concept, does that mean that I don't have to explain to you anymore? Duan Ling Tian emphasized the word explain. There was a hint of mockery in his tone. As long as you can see the specific level of Huang Daniu's concept after he comes out of the profound assimilation formation, and you only need to see the concept of another Fire Peak disciple that I brought from Fire Peak, you don't have to explain anything to me anymore. You don't have to explain to me anymore, Cha Bai said nonchalantly with a gleam in his eyes. Very well. Duan Ling Tian nodded his head. Since the sect leader is here as well, I believe that you, the dignified Peak Master of Fire Peak, would not lie to me. Humph. Cha Bai snorted coldly. A cold gleam flashed in the depth of his eyes as though he was about to devour someone. Daniu, let's begin. Duan Ling Tian looked at Huang Daniu. Huang Daniu also displayed his earth concept in a timely manner. Of course, the moment he displayed it, he immediately retracted it. The heaven and earth energy was not triggered, let alone forming a heaven and earth phenomenon. Huh. Daniu, you're really a monster. When Duan Ling Tian retracted the earth concept that Huang Daniu had slightly displayed, everyone present had their eyes fixed on him. However, Duan Ling Tian could not help but burst out laughing. What's wrong? Huang Daniu's eyes lit up immediately. Then, as though he had just recalled something, he said excitedly, Don't tell me that Brother Nyo has really comprehended the 9th level intermediate earth concept? If that's really the case, Brother Nyo will be the first genius to raise his concept by 3 levels after coming out of the profound assimilation formation. Before Huang Daniu entered the profound assimilation formation, he had only comprehended the 6th level earth concept. This was not a secret. Everyone present knew about it. Pfft. The moment Huang Daniu's words left his mouth, Cha Bai had already sneered out loud, Raise your concept by 3 levels? Are you daydreaming? Just when Huang Daniu was glaring at Cha Bai, Duan Ling Tian opened his mouth, Daniu, since someone thinks that you're daydreaming, why don't you show him how your daydream will turn into reality? I'm very curious to see what kind of expression he'll have when that time comes. If he really has comprehended the 9th level intermediate earth concept, I won't look for any other Fire Peak's disciple anymore. You, Duan Ling Tian, won't have to explain things to me anymore. Cha Bai sneered. No matter what, he did not believe that Huang Daniu would be able to raise his 6th-level intermediate Earth concept to the 9th-level intermediate Earth concept just by entering the profound assimilation formation once. You're the one who said it. Upon hearing Cha Bai's words, Duan Ling Tian smiled before looking at Huang Daniu. Daniu, let Peak Master Cha Bai have a good look at your Earth concept after it has transformed. Huh. All right. Huang Daniu laughed out loud. He had unconditional trust in Duan Ling Tian. Since Duan Ling Tian had said that he had comprehended the 9th-level intermediate Earth concept, then he must have definitely comprehended the 9th-level intermediate Earth concept. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, waves of khaki energy began to swirl around Huang Daniu's body, emitting waves of vast and majestic aura that continued to rise. Whoosh! In the sky, the heaven and earth energy began to swirl and eventually gathered into a heaven and earth phenomenon. There was a total of 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. It's really the 9th-level intermediate Earth concept. Tian Gu could not help but exclaim out loud. At this moment, other than Duan Ling Tian and Huang Daniu, Qi Yu was the only one who was calm. It was as though he had long believed in the words that Duan Ling Tian had said earlier. The rest of the people stared at the heaven and earth phenomenon above Huang Daniu's head. Most of them were dumbstruck as though they had just seen something unbelievable. Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, was the first one who was shocked. Impossible. Impossible. How is this possible? Cha Bai kept shaking his head. He could not believe that everything that was happening before his eyes was real. Daniu, looks like you've snatched Hu Fei's good fortune in the profound assimilation formation. That Hu Fei didn't even get a single thing when he entered and exited the profound assimilation formation. You, on the other hand, managed to raise your Earth concept by 3 levels. Duan Ling Tian smiled. His smile was exceptionally bright. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.